both these openers, in fact, they like to play big. They like to play with a good strike rate. They're good strikers of the ball. We know what Gulfiroza did in the previous game. She was the player of the match in that game. 77 runs she scored, and at a good rate also. Her highest is 106. And that came at a very quick rate, the quickest century of that series. 355 runs with an average of 50. Very impressive.
Yeah, she's had a fantastic start to her ODI career. Already 2 centuries and 2 half centuries in just 9 games. Rashmika Sewandi, she's coming into this side to replace a little more experienced Malki Madara. Brings a different set of skills to this fast bowling lineup, more of a medium pacer. Malki Madara utilizes a lot of slower deliveries, a lot of variations. Sewandi more of a seam bowling option. So be interesting how things go. We did see in the previous game Fatima Sana getting some movement. So let's see if Rashmika can do the same.
Yeah, she will be operating with a slip in place, a fielder at mid-wicket, and then 3 fielders on the offside, the cover area, and mid-off in place. Right, here's the first delivery of the second ODI. On target. We haven't seen much swing, but on target, that's what they would like to see. If they don't get swing, all they need to do is just be disciplined.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what we saw from the Pakistan bowling side in the previous game. The players that were not able to get movement and not able to spin the ball, they bowled wicket to wicket and kept that discipline up. So Sri Lanka will look for that. They were poor in the previous game, so an improvement here is necessary.
Again, beautiful. This is excellent. This is where you want to be. This is where you really need to be on this surface. Just leaving the right-hander.
A slight bit of shape away from the right-handed batter, isn't it? And a play and miss. Not much of feet movement from Sadaf, but good bowling once again from Rashmika.
Yeah, great length. It's just swung after pitching. Good signs for Rashmika. Oh, beautifully driven through the gap. She finds the gap, she finds the boundary. First runs for Pakistan. Everyone in the dugout loves it. Excellent start for Sadaf.
Slightly fuller from Rashmika Sewandi, but that's a beautiful shot from Sadaf. Just playing with the line. And what was great about it is that she finds the placement so well. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Just looking to find the gap. And this outfield, especially on the offside, has been brilliant.
Yeah, the punch in the end by Sadaf, that will give her a lot of confidence. Yeah, nice and steady. Remember, this is an ODI game, so you can take a little bit of time. You would have understood the conditions in the first game, so they'll know how to bat on, and if they can get to anywhere above 250, that should be their target, and that will make things very interesting for the second innings.
Yeah, that was the target that Sri Lanka had kind of spoken about before the first game as well. Unfortunately for them, they fell short, getting only to 210. So certainly Pakistan will be looking to cross that 250 mark.
Good fielding, very good fielding. Good energy shown early on in the game.
Yeah, Vishmi Gunaratne at point. She's been good. She's saved a couple of runs for the Sri Lankan side in the previous game as well. Need that kind of effort from your fielders if Sri Lanka had to put on a better performance in the field today.
Yeah, it's so important that the fielders, they support your bowlers. Once you won the toss, bowl first, you need your bowlers to be right up there. Yeah, it's a good confident start. First over, Pakistan have scored 4 without a wicket. Yeah, 4 without a loss, Pakistan after the first over. Sadaf Shams playing that beautifully through covers to get the boundary, and Sri Lanka will start off with the spin. Shamari Adapathu, 57 wickets in 128 games, economy of 5.21 and 4 for 42 her best. What do you make of this decision, starting off with the spin?
Yeah, very interesting to see, because we did see the two pace bowlers opening the bowling the previous game. Atapattu taking the responsibility into her hands as captain.
Yeah, that's where she likes it, Gulfiroza. She likes sweeping the ball. You got to be careful. This is a new ball. You might not see that turn.
Yes, she did use that sweep shot really well in that first game. Very good judger of the length of the ball. But as you said, might be a little more tricky with the newer ball coming on a little quicker.
Yeah, that's nice and easy towards onside for one. Looking for a second, but they're not going to get that. Are you surprised with this decision of Shamari starting off herself as a spinner?
Yes, a little bit surprised, because I think if you look at the surface, and you would be able to give a more expert opinion on it. If there's anything to be extracted, it's early on for the fast bowlers. So bit interesting that they've opted to go with Atapattu despite having the other fast bowler in the lineup.
Yeah, but even when you listen to Chamari at the toss, she was not talking about the conditions or anything. It had more to do with the opponents and her own plans. Probably she's looking to dominate early on. She doesn't want to give any pace to these Pakistani batters.
Yeah, that could be something that they've identified, that both Feroza and Sadaf do enjoy that pace on the bat. It's a decent start from her as well. Atapattu likes to kind of lead from the front. I think that's one of the reasons he probably took the new ball as well. Wants to set the tone for the team.
Yeah, great length, not giving much pace. I think that seems to be the plan. Don't give these Pakistani batters any pace to work with. That's why probably she has started off herself. It would be interesting to see for how many overs that she bowls. Because yes, there was a little moisture early on and you got to extract it. Oh, beautifully bowled, beautifully. Was there an edge? That's the question. She's asking people around that if was there an edge, but there was nothing, no support at all. 2 done, 5 for none, Pakistan. No stop, Cam. No stop, Mike. You can't hear it, then it has to be. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice and steady are these two openers of Pakistan. They've scored 5 runs in 2 overs. Gulfiroza, after that beautiful inning in the last game, she was looking to repeat that performance. A slip still in place. On target. The length is the key. It's very important that she keeps that length.
Yeah, Rashmika started really well. One of the things that Sri Lanka lacked in that previous game was the discipline early on by the pace bowlers. So when they brought in, and she started off well.
Yeah, also we got to talk to you about the World Cup campaign, and I want you to let us know that if there are any changes in this side, we'll talk about it. Yeah, because Sri Lanka did really well in the World Cup. Yeah, that was a T20 team, but is there any differences? But let's have a look what happened in the last ball of the last over. Shamari thought that she's got the edge. Let's not. Let's stay to what we were talking about. Let's stick to the World Cup campaign. And are there any changes to this ODI side? Be careful, be careful. You don't want to be running yourself or the partner out early on in this inning.
Yeah, a bit of a nervy moment, wasn't it? Just to get back to what you were saying, Ali, on the World Cup campaign, a couple of changes being rung in. I think the key one, Kaushini Nuthyangana, wicketkeeper batter for Sri Lanka, did really well in that campaign. Been left out for the more experienced Anushka Sanjeevani, couple more experienced bowlers in Inoka Ranavira also being re-included in this side. Poor bit of fielding, Teumi Vihanga. Now that is an area that she really needs to improve on. Extremely talented young player, shone in the inaugural Under-19 World Cup, but she just has not been able to become a regular fixture in this side because of those little areas that are lacking. Professional game, you need to pull up your socks when it comes to the fielding and your fitness.
Absolutely, there are no. Yeah, she finds the gap. This is superb batting. Beautifully hit for another boundary. Sadaf looks in good touch again. One more time, an excellent start for her.
Yeah, picked up the length really well, Sadaf, on that occasion as well. Not really pitched up, but she's finding the gaps, and the timing has been absolutely perfect so far.
Yeah, you called it right. She's not looking to hit it hard. She's looking to time it and place it. And that's a sign of a good opener. Means you're not forcing the issue. You're waiting for it and then looking to place it through the gaps. And she's been successful so far. She's got a couple of boundaries through that cover region. And now she's making some changes, the captain Shamari Yadapadu, in that cover region. But this area, beautiful area, the all green with some, lakes inside, and looks very beautiful. These are the live pictures that you are seeing from Hambantota. Not many people around, but more elephants around. Yeah, single will end the over. Sadaf looks very confident. 3 gone, 11 for none. You okay with this? Yeah, that's 1 run taken. Gulfiroza, she had to make it to the more tougher end, but Sadaf Sham sweeping it for 1, so she's moved to 10.
A good start from this pair.
Again, sweeping it in the gap for 4. She was looking for the similar shot in the previous over, the connection this time, and the placement also perfect for Gulfiroza. She finds her first boundary.
Yeah, we spoke about her strength being that sweep shot and how she's used it this time. Once again, meets the ball well ahead of her body and slaps it to that boundary. 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, but she had no problem bisecting the field.
Yeah, these are good. These are the signs of good, confident batter when you're finding the gaps regularly, as these two are. Confusion, lots of confusion. But only at the end of Gulfiroza. Sadaf was sure that she's not going for that single.
Yeah, good cricket attempted by Gulfiroza. She got the boundary with that sweep and looked for the single. I think there possibly was one there as well, but as you said, the good thing was Sadaf did not commit to it.
A bit of a leg spin this time. She's trying different tricks, Samaria Dabadu, because they know that an early wicket is so important, because once you've won the toss, you bowled first, so the responsibility is on you and the bowlers to get off to a good start. And once you don't take those early wickets, then it's trouble. Pakistan are a very good batting side. That's not good. Wayward down the leg side, not given, wide. Yeah, that's what probably Sadaf is asking the umpire.
Yeah, umpire Rati not calling that a wide. It did look like it may have clipped something on the way to the keeper's hands.
Yeah, very interesting. A few different things being tried by Chamariya Tapatu. Yeah, we know that she's a regular off spinner, but now here she's tried different things. We'll get back to it. 4 done, 18 for none. Right, Rashmika into her third over. She's bowled decently well, without a wicket though. Yeah, she's been consistent in that area because she's looking to move the ball away from the right hander, as a misfield will earn Pakistan a single.
Yeah, Kavisha Dilhari in the covers, an extra cover, not able to collect cleanly. Good awareness from the Pakistan pair. If there's one thing Rashmika will want to avoid in this over, it's conceding a boundary. She's bowled really well in her first 2 overs, but given that one boundary ball in each of it.
That was hit hard, but straight to the fielder. She does well this time.
Yeah, Kavisha Dilhari is a good fielder, especially up close. Sri Lanka have made that little change from the previous over. Temi Vihanga being moved to mid-off. Nilakshika De Silva comes to the covers. They understand that everyone counts, every little misfield could make a difference to the result of the game.
Again into the covers. Sadaf has been able to find the gap, but Gul Firoza, probably again the difference is the timing. Sadaf is looking to time the ball, while Gul Firoza, she's forcing the issue. She's looking to hit it hard.
Different types of batters, aren't they?
Yeah.
As you rightly mentioned, Gul Firoza looks to hit the ball really hard, full swing of the bat. Sadaf more of a touch player, just timing the ball through the covers.
She's looking for that one. She needs to hurry. Direct hit on the under. There is trouble. Yes. Oh no. That is such a huge mix-up. Shouldn't have happened. They avoided it in the previous over. It was Gul Firoza's call. Sadaf was not even looking at her. And they've lost the first wicket courtesy to a run out.
They just gifted Sri Lanka a wicket, haven't they? Gul Firoza, good cricket. She's looking for a single. Sadaf makes her way back into her crease and then just gets so late, moving to the other end. A disappointing end to what was looking like a really, really promising innings. She was timing the ball really well, Sadaf. So she's dismissed, and Pakistan lose their first wicket for 19.
Yeah, that wicket brings the Pakistan's most experienced batter on crease, Sidra Amin. Scored a 50 in the previous game. 91 matches, 2,710 runs. With the highest of 176 runs that she got against Ireland back home in Lahore. And now, after this mix-up, they'll have to rebuild that start that they got and build up another partnership.
Yeah, Sri Lanka will count themselves lucky because that was a dismissal that they would not have been expecting. Sidra Amin got that half century in the previous game. Ali, if there's anything that people have been critical about her, it's the pace at which she scores her runs. So today she has an opportunity in the power play. Fielders in. Here's the last wicket. Gul Feroza pushing it back straight past the ball. I think Sadaf wanted to get back into her crease, and then by the time she restarted, she just did not have the pace to get to the other end.
Yeah, surely you cannot blame Sadaf Shams for that. I mean, it was such a huge mix-up. It seemed like that Gul Feroza is not even worried or looking at the partner. This is what happened. Let's have a look from the other view. Look, she had to make a comeback, as you said, but Gul Feroza, she just kept running and running. She was not even thinking about the partner, that she had to get to that other end. And Chamari Atapattu was smart enough to understand and realize where she needs to throw, and she did it perfectly well.
Yeah, key bit of thinking as well from Atapattu, as you mentioned. There you go, Sadaf coming back, creasing, and then she just didn't have time to get back there, as you said. Gul Feroza, probably not a great call. So that's the end of the 5th over. Pakistan 19 for 1.
Expressions in the end.
There were a couple of mix-ups before as well, right?
Yeah. Right, Pakistan have lost their first wicket, courtesy to a run out, as Gul Feroza again looks to sweep. I think she's happy doing it. She's comfortable doing it against Chamari Atapattu.
Yeah, has looked good playing that sweep shot. This time looks more for the single than the boundary, so rotated the strike. Chamari Atapattu now making a couple of changes with Sidra Amin on strike, strengthening the offside field, bringing in that slip. Good tactic from the Sri Lankan skipper. She knows she has to put these batters under pressure. This is the pair that put on a 90-run partnership in the previous game, a match-winning partnership. So wicket here is what Sri Lanka wants.
Yeah, they've already got a wicket, and be careful with the running between the wickets. They're not the swift movers. Sidra Amin, she's been involved in various run-outs previously. They've already got one run out. They don't want to see another one. Driven handsomely well through the gap for 4. Or no, yes, it does go to the boundary. So a very good confident start from Sidra Amin.
Yeah, lovely start from Sidra Amin, bringing that form that we saw in the previous game into this one as well, piercing the gap on the offside. We've seen already in this nearly 6 overs some really lovely shots through that offside. Timing has been the key to the success of the Pakistani batters.
Yeah, Chamari would know that Sidra Amin, she fancies that offside, and don't be surprised you see those paddle sweep, reverse sweeps. I'm not sure about that early in the inning, but as she plays along, you will see those reverse sweeps and regular sweeps. She likes doing that. She's been such a prolific scorer for Pakistan. As you said earlier, maybe that strike rate a little concerned. That's a good single. Now that's how you judge a good single, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And she called right as she hit the ball. She had hit it in the gap. She knew she had hit it in the gap. It's really good cricket. She got the boundary early in the over, then just turns over the strike, making sure that she doesn't get stuck on one end. So good cricket from Sidra Amin.
Oh, in the air, but falling short of the fielder. Yeah, she knows, Shamari, that she was in business. For the first time, she was looking to play her with the straight bat, and look what happened. She almost scooped one to the fielder. She survives. End of 6, it's 25 for 1.
So that's been the performance by the batters so far. 6 overs done. Pakistan 25 for 1. Sadaf was looking good. A couple of boundaries in that 12-run knock. Rashmika Sewandi continues.
Yeah, again, a little bit of confusion. Yeah, running between the wickets. Italy has been a problem for Pakistan. They had as many as 8 run-outs in the World Cup. So, that had thing in their mind, that running between the wickets.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, Ali, even in this innings, even before that dismissal, we saw a couple of moments where there was a bit of confusion between the batting pair, and ultimately it led to a wicket. So it's certainly something they'll want to keep an eye on.
Again, running straight away, putting pressure on the fielder. This is good. Sidra Amin calling straight away.
We spoke about strike rates and Sidra Amin and some criticism that she's received. Today, it's obvious that she's looking to rotate the strike as much as possible. Doesn't want to give away dot balls. So it's really good cricket, experienced cricketer. She is, as you mentioned, the most experienced batter in this lineup. She's showing us what that experience means here.
Yeah, now a lot of responsibility on Gul Firoza's shoulder, as she has already ran her partner out. Sada Shams, as you said, she was looking so good. She was timing it, finding the gaps, and then that moment happened when probably I would surely say that it was Gul Firoza's mistake that Sadaf Shams lost her wicket, because there was no way that she was going to make it. In the air, but away from the fielder. She hasn't timed it properly, but still will come back for the second. She does.
Yeah, once again, Gul Firoza really trying to power the ball on the offside, not able to find that timing that we saw from her in that first game. Perhaps the pace of the bowler also having a little bit of an effect on her. Chetana Vimukti Malki Madara slightly quicker than Rashmika Sewandi, so not able to find that timing yet.
She cuts straight to the fielder. Again, the same point that you mentioned. She's again looking to hit it so hard, and probably looking for that pace. Is what happened.
Yes, short and wide. She'll be extremely disappointed she missed out on that because it was a loose delivery. One of the few that Rashmika has offered in her spell of 3.5 overs so far. She has been very tight with her lines and lengths. When you get those opportunities, you want to make the most of them. As you said, there will be some frustration having that run out at the back of her mind as well.
Yeah, pitched fuller, driven very, very nicely down the ground for 4. That will give her a little bit of confidence and some ease in the dugout as we come to the end of the 7th with this beautiful drive down the ground.
Sidra on 6, Gul Firoza on 14, Chamari to continue. What is really impressive over here is that Gul Firoza has continued her phenomenal form. A half century, then 2 centuries, and then another half century. Phenomenal batting. And when you are in that purple patch, one should look to maximize it, capitalize it. Good looking shot there. Runs on board to be added with a boundary. Good morning, Samir.
Good morning, Neil. Too short that from Chamari Athapathu. She's been trying to keep it quiet from one end. But this one was short enough for Siddharaman, who's also been in good touch from that previous game. Pulls it away quite nicely for another boundary. These two are once again putting up a partnership here for Pakistan women. Batting has been good for the women in green. And that first ODI with that kind of bowling performance, a lot of boxes ticked. And the good form continues for Gul Firoza and Siddharaman.
A much better length this time. Pushing it further up, slip in position. Always creating that little doubt.
At this stage of the game, Sri Lanka will feel that they have an opportunity here to try and pick up a wicket, put some more pressure. The bowling did look a bit toothless in that first ODI. No real threat to these informed batters. Today they'll be hoping that they can pick up a couple of early wickets in the power play. So far, just one. And Chamari taking the responsibility herself to bowl with the new ball.
She's an inspirational captain. A change in field, shot mid-wicket in attack. So it's double mid-wicket setup. And this enables her to bowl onto the stump line, off in middle. Dot ball to end the over. 8 gone, 36 for 1. Two bowlers bowled 4 overs each. Identical number of dot balls. Absolutely same number of runs. Just tells you that Pakistan batters have taken liking to them both. Just 1 wicket to go. It's a new bowler who's been introduced. Devmi Vihanga. 11 matches, 17 wickets, including a 1 fifer. Not the best of lines to start with. For an off-break bowler to come around the wicket against a right-handed batter, yes, you can create that angle, but more often than not, you are negating the chances of an LBW.
That's a very defensive start from Devmi. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander. And no surprises there. Gul Firoza relying on the sweep shot. There is protection down there. Devmi comes in place of Nimasha Meepage, who didn't bowl all too well in that first ODI. Started off with a no ball, and since then both Gul and Siddharaman took a liking to her. So Sri Lanka making that one change, 2 changes rather, Devmi being one of them. Chamari will be hoping that their spinners can do a much better job in these middle overs in this second ODI.
Important for the spinners to be on the attack mode instead of the defensive mode. Because the more you go defensive, the batters will make merry. Wide, meanwhile, again down the leg side.
And this was the problem for Sri Lanka even in the first ODI. The lines were not good enough, not enough discipline with the bowling. They weren't defending too much. 210 is what they made, and even here you don't want these two informed batters to get away with a good start. Better disciplined bowling is what Chamari will be telling her girls.
Flight on that occasion and driven beautifully. 2 attempts to stop the ball, and will the third one be successful? Yeah, kind of. Couple of runs added to the total.
Yeah, she got a hand to it. Luckily, others that was running away as well. It's a good surface. It's a good outfield here in Hambantota. When you pass the inner circle, takes some doing to cut that off. Gul Firoza once again with a good side. If you notice, Neil, even from the first ODI, every time the spinners have bowled in line with the stumps, both batters from both sides have struggled to really get it away.
Swept. That's been the shot of choice in that previous ODI and even today against the spinners. You're right, bowling onto the stumps always puts a little element of doubt in the mind of the batter as well, whether it's going to come in straight without the turn. Is it going to turn if you're not reading off the palm? Over the wicket and reverse this time. Good thinking from the batter and fantastic effort in the outfield. This has to be appreciated.
Great work. That was very nicely done by that fielding pair. And with Sri Lankan batting, what we saw in the first ODI is that against the spinners, they were running out of options in terms of shot making. There was a lot of forward defences, a lot of podding and trodding. But that's where Gul, Firoza and Sidra brought out the sweep. In fact, even Sadaf did that. That was a tool they used against the Sri Lankan spinners. And so far, it's continuing for them and it's working out for them as well. 9 done. It's 42 for 1. Sri Lankan names. If it's a W, you make it Dev.
Nine overs gone, 42 for 1. Gul Firoza on strike. Satapatu comes in. Tossed up and picking it up from outside off. What a good looking shot. Gul Firoza is continuing that phenomenal momentum that she's garnered all through.
In the next couple of weeks, you'll see a new statue here in Hambantota with the sweep shot of Gul Firoza on display. That's how many she's played in the last 48 hours over here. Nice done. Execution has been brilliant. Yes, you want to play the sweep shot, but you're able to actually pull it off so many times successfully. Take some serious training, and you can tell that Gul Firoza has been working hard on that specific shot.
Well, she's got her basics absolutely right while playing the sweep shot. The bat comes from top to bottom. The wrists roll. When the connection is made, the bat always comes on top of the ball. Now this is bad. You're trying to cut from too close to the stumps. Not the best of the attempts.
Yeah, much quicker that from Shamari. She realized that every time she floats it up, Gul Firoza is quick to get down on one knee. This was shorter and quicker.
Leading edge on that. I like the way she's come back, Atapatu. She's wearing her pace, wearing her lines. You've got to keep the batter guessing. Since you've got a boundary in the over, you don't really need to be overtly aggressive.
Yeah, they must have discussed this after the first ODI. How do we stop Gul from playing that sweep shot? This could be a chance, but no. Keeper lost sight of it. Oh, in fact, it's been called a wide. Interesting call that. I thought it may have taken something on the way because it really popped up the ball. She won't complain.
Yeah, I reckon it was off the hand of the wicket keeper.
You can see that she's really sending it much flatter and quicker, trying to take that sweep shot off the equation. But what it has done is it has become very defensive. Gul will be more than happy to nudge them around. It's not a wicket-taking delivery. Down the leg side, easily swept, but fine leg is inside the circle. Will be a dot ball to end the over. 10 done, it's 47 for 1.
Ten overs gone. The signal of the power play completed as Devumi will continue. Good little flight. Taking the pace off completely. This does take the timing off from the batter. But not when they're playing the sweep shots. I'm sure that they had a play the sweep shot camp before they came here.
Absolutely, against the spinners of Sri Lanka. Every time visiting teams come here, that's one thing they look to do. Make special plans against the spin bowling options, both for the men's and the women's team. That's aerial. Straight to the fielder. Oh, you cannot afford that. Not at this level. Kavisha Dilhari, the culprit there, loves them to come back for a second.
And this is poor. And it's important to identify these loopholes. Because if you don't identify them, you won't be able to talk about it, you won't be able to address them.
Devumi Bihanga coming into the side in place of Nimasha Mipake. She played not so many days ago against New Zealand A for the Sri Lanka A side. Didn't pick up too many wickets in the OD series, in the one-dayers. Picked up just 1 wicket in the 3 matches. But in the T20s, she picked up 3 for 19 in one of the games. So that must have been something that the selectors liked and want to give her an opportunity in the senior side.
We'll talk more about her. Meanwhile, the last ball again swept. And a single to get done with. 11 gone, 51 for 1. Eleven overs gone. Pakistan has crossed the 50 mark very comfortably, barring that one run out, that one wicket that fell. The Pakistani batters have looked absolutely in control. At the toss, Fatima Sana said that she wanted to bat, and that's exactly what she got, despite Atapatu winning the toss. So they're enjoying their time in the centre.
Yeah, they chased down a total in the first ODI, so of course it wouldn't be a bad idea to experiment batting first. So far, the dugout looking quite comfortable. Good start this, going at a decent rate as well. Another change as we see Chetana Vimukthi being brought in. Has struggled in the first ODI, didn't get her lines right, bowled a little too short, as most of us here had to say about it. Hopefully she can recover from that and bowl much better. She's got a slip in position, so good from the captain to give her that attacking field, despite these two having a partnership going already.
Width on offer on the first one and a boundary gifted.
Well, the problems continue for Chetana. Short again. Doing exactly what she did in the first ODI. Still paying the price for it. That was an actual gift, as you said. Short and wide. Thank you, says Gul Firoza. I don't need the sweep shot for this. This is bread and butter. 4 runs.
It looks like they might be warmed up, but I don't know if they are ready to bowl when they come in to bowl the first over. Again, short delivery, chance of a catch. Has she got a wicket? Was there a bat involved? And Rinda Rathi raises a finger. Big wicket there. Gul Firoza gone.
Wow, what a game. She went short first ball, there was width and it went for 4. This one was short as well, but it was well directed into the ribs. Gul Firoza looking to pull that away. Yeah, got big on a much better bounce on it as well. Too late on the shot, gets the glove and a good catch from Devmi Vihanga. She's just bowled. Oh, almost grasped that, but she did well to hold on to it. Important wicket this for Sri Lanka. The informed batter goes off. Gul Firoza goes for 27. It's 2 for 55.
We rule. Chetna picking up a wicket. The very second delivery that she came into bowl. That brings in Aisha Zafar in the centre. 5 half centuries to her credit with the highest of 81. She's got an opportunity today to make it count.
Yeah, batted well in that first ODI, Aisha Zafar. With a 27, was out there until the end, made sure the chase was completed without too many stutters. But Chetana, what an inspiring change from Chamari.
Runs on board instantly for Aisha as she opens her account.
Yeah, seems like they are trying to bounce out these batters. We've seen 3 deliveries from Chetana, all 3 back of a length and short. If she can get that right in terms of direction, yeah, just like that, into the body. Hard to pull that away. Was late on the shot and a good catch from Devmi. She judged that well from slip. But it did take some time to ensure that she has held on to it. But she did very well.
And the position of the slip also wide-ish. And Chetna bowling with a plan. Definitely working. But one wonders for how long will she be able to persist with that kind of a line, that kind of a length, because it's an effort delivery that she's bowling every single time. And in this heat, not too easy to keep coming in, running hard, bend your back and get the ball to extract that extra bounce. Oh, big shout there. Very big shout. I reckon the height will be an issue. But a brilliant bowling display by Chetana.
Well, you mentioned extra bounce, and that's what saved Aisha on that occasion. Very good length that. Aisha wasn't sure whether to get on the front foot or back foot. A little stuck on the crease there. And once again, the line. Very well bowled. Have a closer look at it. Yeah, a little too much the bounce and probably missing leg as well. But that's where you need to be, Chetana. That's what they must have told her after that first ODI.
She's coming in from a nice angle, bringing the ball into the right-hander. Good delivery to finish a successful over. 12 gone, 57 for 2. Says Ramin on strike. Devmi would be filled with a bit of confidence with that catch. Always helps. Oh, fantastic delivery to start with. Outside edge.
Yeah, they need consistency now with their lines. You don't want to be wavered. The new batter on the crease, Sidra, out there for just 21 deliveries. She'll be the senior batter now in this partnership.
Technically very sound, Sidra. has a tendency to cut and pull. So it'll be a very good contest when Chetna bowls those short deliveries to Sidra.
Looking to use the feet on that occasion to try and meet the ball where it's pitching, but they did well to see her early on. There's been a lot of talk about Sidra's strike rate, the criticism she gets for batting a little too slowly, but now is a real test of how she goes about things. Does she, excuse me, Daniel, does she go into that shell that she's known for, or does she try and be a bit more positive and aggressive over here?
That criticism sometimes is just unnecessary chatter. And in ODI, every batter has their roles defined. If you are an accumulator, you are an accumulator. And you need some accumulators in your side to ensure that they anchor the innings through while batters bat around them. Trying to make some room to cut it. End of the over. A maiden over to finish. 13 gone, 57 for 2. So this is how the batting card looks like. Not the brightest as compared to the first ODI. Gul Firoza, the top scorer so far, getting out on 27. Leading edge was that? Oh no, leg by given.
And the one thing Sri Lanka will be hoping to do here to try and get that middle order out early in the centre. There was a couple of half centuries in the first ODI, Sidra Amin and Gul Firoza. They batted for a long time together. And if Sri Lanka will be thinking, if we can get those girls out early, because the middle order hasn't spent much time in these conditions on this surface, then they really have a window to try and make an impact early on. And they've enjoyed a nice little phase now. After that wicket has fallen, there have been dot balls, yes, that leg by, but they're bowling good lines. And now that needs to be persisted with.
Yep. No looseners and no misfields. If that is done, that implosive mindset comes in. For the batters, it starts ticking too many dot balls. Another good delivery there. They come up with a plan, it looks like. They're not bowling short deliveries to Sidra like they bowled to Gul.
And you can tell Chetna is not looking to bowl express. That's probably a conversation they must have had with her after the first ODI. Just get your lines right, focus on landing it in the right spot. You don't have to be express quick. And then once you've picked up that rhythm, then you can slowly work up the pace.
Must observe that the landing of Chetna, where she's bowling from wide outside of the crease, that little box, trying to get the angle into the right-hander. A, it changes the visual angle as well for the batter, and B, just helps you stay in that line, attacking the middle stump.
A good over this once again, and a leg by and 3 dots. This time she'll get into the gap. Will get the single. And Pakistan will also be thinking, yes, they've lost a wicket. Still got plenty of time in the game. They can afford a little quiet phase as long as they don't give away a wicket and get Sri Lanka back into the game. Yes, right now both teams will be feeling, we've got it, we're right, we're there. It's even Stevens.
An interesting phase here. 1 wicket here and Sri Lanka will be in the driver's seat. Beautifully driven there for a dot ball to end the 14th. 59 for 2 after 14.
losing face, I would say. But they do need another partnership. Pakistan definitely needing for another partnership, but if they keep on running like that, I tell you that there won't be much soon that they might lose another wicket courtesy to a run out.
Yeah, more tentative running from the Pakistan pair out there. Sidra Amin, Aisha Zafar. We've already seen one dismissal courtesy a run out, so they want to guard against that.
These two are the most experienced ones in the side, Aisha Zafar and Sidra Amin. Yeah, she sweeps one. That's where she likes playing, especially against the off spinners. You'll see plenty of those sweep shots where they don't have much bounce on the pitch, so that becomes an easy shot to play.
And they've played it well in the two games that have been held at this stadium. But I don't think Devmi Vihanga would mind it too much. He's taller than the other Sri Lankan bowlers. Might be able to extract that little bit of extra bounce. Good delivery once again. A reverse this time from Sidra Amin. We spoke in that previous stint, Ali. You mentioned actually that she might bring out those cheeky shots later in her innings. And we've seen a couple so far.
Yeah, she likes playing those reverse sweep shots. Lots of them. But I wonder if there is a need of it at this point of time, because Pakistan are looking to build a partnership. Again, that's probably going down, missing the leg stump. Yeah, that's what she's suggesting also. But you got to understand that is there a need of a risk for a single or so?
Here's the replay. Looked pretty close, but Devmi Vihanga indicating that it was going down the leg side. Aisha Zafar picks up another single to the leg side. Now this is where Sri Lanka can apply a bit of pressure. Two reasonably newer batters into the crease haven't really gotten going. They can pick up another wicket, put Pakistan under a lot of pressure.
Absolutely, another wicket would be an ideal thing for Sri Lankan women at the moment. 15 done. It's 63 for 2.
What a beautiful sight, Ali. The surroundings of this Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium. Blue skies, few clouds around as well. Chetana Vimukti continues. Has used the shorter delivery quite consistently in the two games so far. I think probably a conversation with the coaches on what her role in this side as a quick bowler is.
Yeah, and the most impressive part is the direction of these short deliveries. She's not giving any room to the batters so that they extend their arms. She's bowling into the rib area. That's where the batters usually find it tough. Especially batters coming from our region, they find it tough at that length. The previous wicket that she got, the Gulfiroza's wicket, it was similar sort of shot where she was not able to extend her arms and get that pull shot going. And it seems like this is the plan to Sidra and Aisha also.
I think what is important here to note is she's been able to get the ball up to like that armpit, chest height. Whereas in the previous game, it was comfortably at like a waist height where batters could just maneuver the ball.
Yeah, good effort. Good energy by the Sri Lankan fielders and the bowler. Now, if you look at her reaction also, the approach to the crease, and she's got that high arm action also. So if you would be able to extract any bounce that there is on the surface, she is the one to get that out of it. But what about this view? Beautiful. Got lots of greenery and water in between. You've been around in this area before? You visited it?
Well, I've only covered games here, so I haven't done a lot of traveling in this area. Recently developed, I believe, over the last decade or so.
Yeah, the place there where we are staying, it's also very beautiful. It's, of course, this is my first time here in Sri Lanka, so everything it's very new to me. And I do plan to have a safari trip also around these areas. I heard very good things about it. Be careful with the running between the wickets. They've been very cautious at the moment, these two batters. They understand the value, because once, if Sri Lanka are able to break this partnership, there is Munib Ali to come, who's usually an opener. She's been demoted to play at number 5. So I wonder how she will react to that position, because she did not really do well in the previous game. And then there's Najia Albi, the wicketkeeper, and Fatma Sana, the all-round cricketer. So this partnership is the key for Pakistan.
Much better bowling from Chetana Vimukti, keeping it full, using that short delivery as a surprise. She's completed her third over, gone for just 9 runs. Pakistan now 65 for 2 after 16.
They may bowl 4 overs for 14 runs. She took a very good catch when Gulfiroza ballooned one up in the air. She was in the slip cordon. Now she's got a job to do with the ball. Another wicket here will definitely make Sri Lankan position very comfortable. But that won't be easy, because we know Sidra, she likes to take her time. Again, 37 deliveries for her 19 runs. Now this is better. Coming down the track, just milking it for one. You'll want to see more out of it. More of such shots that you keep on rotating the strike. Yes, you're not getting those boundaries, but it's important that you keep on rotating the strike. Don't let the pressure get to you. You don't want to be in a position where you just have to go berserk and go out of the go out and play those big hits too early. She smacks that one, and not quite enough. Oh no! She did so well, but right at the end she just lost her balance and gone out of the boundary. A very lucky escape for Aisha Zafar.
Yeah, Aisha Zafar played this shot in the previous game as well, scoring the first 6 and only 6 of that first ODI. Similar type of shot. Kavisha Dilhari in the deep does really well to judge it and loses her balance to go over the line. Now, fielders, they practice this very, very often in their warm-ups, in their pre-match preps. She's going to be disappointed. It was a good effort, but she's going to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, it was a great effort. And it happened so quickly, everything, that she probably didn't have that in mind, that she was not even able to throw the ball just to prevent that 6. This is what happened. Aisha Zafar, she surely smacked it. It was from the middle of the bat. She caught it well. We'll get back to it.
Yeah, there you go, Kavisha. She was determined to just ensure that the wicket was taken and doesn't flick it back, but can't keep her balance.
Oh, beautiful. This is good. This is really good. This is her favorite area, Sidra. She likes to give herself room and cut it through covers. And she did it in some style. 17 done with that boundary. 77 for 2 are Pakistan. And it's time for everyone to have a drink break.
performance so far from Sri Lanka. It's been a much more disciplined performance in today's game. The dot ball percentage is high. The economy rate's pretty good. 77 for 2 is what they've conceded in 17 overs. But most importantly, picking up those 2 wickets early has ensured that Pakistan has not been able to get away with things. The previous game, Sadaf Shamaz and Gul Firoza got them off to a great start, and that pace allowed them to get to that target of 211 quite comfortably. Today, not the case, so there's a rebuilding phase, rebuilding partnership required from this pair, Aisha Zafar and Sidra Amin. Chetana Vimukti to continue.
Yeah, Chamari Yadapadu, the Sri Lankan captain, won't be a unhappy captain because yes, she won the toss, bowled first, and when you bowl first, you expect to pick up early wickets. They did get a couple of wickets, one run out, and then the other one, Gul Firoza's wicket. Ideally, they would want to have one more wicket here, break this partnership, and then surely they would think that they are bossing the game. But this partnership is such an important one for Pakistan. She cuts well. Just for one. So a couple of wickets have fallen for Pakistan. First one was a horrible, horrible mix-up. I won't even call it a mix-up. It was purely Gul Firoza's fault that she ran her partner out, and then Gul Firoza lost her own wicket. Those 2 wickets. Other than that, Pakistan have been careful, cautious. Probably the message that Wahab Riaz might have given them is just keep rotating the strike, but don't look for those strikes like Gul Firoza did early on. Look at this.
Yeah, the intention was good, right? They want to rotate the strike, make sure they don't get bogged down, but the execution was the problem. And then a good delivery from Chetana Vimukti, just cramping Firoza for room. She's been the aggressive batter. She goes for the shots, gets the top edge.
Good run, very good run. This is better clarity. Deciding it early that she wants to go for it. She had a nod from her partner also, unlike what happened in the first phase of the game where Gul Firoza ran her partner out. But it gets very difficult for the partner sometimes when you're calling like this, that she's not able to trust that partner again when they come out to bat again in the last one.
Yeah, it does. And what's been good about this pair is at least one of them have called clearly, whether it's a no or a yes.
Yeah, that kept low for Aisha's liking. That's what she's referring to Sidra Amin, that she was expecting some bounce.
Yeah, good keeping from Anushka Sanjeevani, good take from her, but as you said, ball keeping that little bit low on that occasion. We haven't seen much variable bounce from this track.
Again, a slower bounce up. She's been mixing it up, Chetana. This time a little too high from Aisha Zafar.
Yeah, the two extremes, isn't it? The previous delivery not getting up at all. This one going clearly over the batter's head. Chetana Vimukti. An extra added to the Pakistan account.
Oh, beautifully driven. Half stop, I would say, by the fielder, but that still will give them one run. So the message should be from Wahab Riaz, who came in the ground in between those drink break, that keep on rotating strike. Let's try to get to 250. I think Pakistan should be eyeing to get to that. But for that to happen, Sidra and Aisha will have to play most of the overs from her, at least bat till 35th over, if they have to get to that total. Again, a slower one, driven straight to the fielder. 82 for 2 after 18 is Pakistan. Yes. Right, 82 for 2 after 18. Sidra Amin, Aisha Zafar looking to build a partnership. They've done well so far. As we see a change in bowling for Sri Lanka. Inoka been now introduced. Inoka Ranavira. Left arm spinner she is. A slip in place for her. Yeah, good field setting also. She's got all the field is up in the circle on and offside for Inoka Ranavira. 99 wickets, just to need one more for 100. Best of 4 for 39. Very experienced. Yeah, good pace. She's hurrying that to the batter, bowling with good pace. Probably they'll have to see if they're able to sweep Inoka now, because that won't be easy with that pace that she's bowling at. A little bit of air. They'll have to mix it up, because both these batters, they're on no mood of losing their wicket. They're being very stable. They understand the value of this partnership. Every now and then you see Sidra Amin looking to go towards offside. She likes giving herself room. She likes backing off and then play it towards offside. I'm pretty much sure Sri Lanka would have that in mind. She likes doing that, and she's been successful in a couple of overs ago. That once she does that, and she does this, and does this quite effectively and beautifully for 4.
Now that's an excellent shot from Sidra Amin. I called it right. Ali likes to use that reverse sweep to good effect. This time she's playing it with the spin of Inoka Ranavira, so a good option. And with her having batted for 46 delivery, she's been out there for quite a while. She's got her eye in, so she's seeing the ball really well. Not much risk in that shot as well, because it's outside the off stump. So the risk of LBW is not present. So a great option from Sidra Amin. 5 runs off that Inoka Ranavira over to start off Pakistan. 87 for 2 after 19. The Chetana continues. She's bowled well so far. 1 for 14 of her 4 overs. Used her lengths really well. Aisha Zafar, on the other hand, has kept the strike rotating in this partnership.
Yeah, 19 deliveries for her, 15 runs. Just staying there with Sidra Amin, building a partnership. And Sidra Amin, we saw that in the previous over, just using some innovations, using that reverse sweep. She can play around with the pace of Inoka. And on the other hand, they'll keep on rotating the strike, keep those singles and doubles going, finding the gaps. So Chamaria Dapatu will have to find a way to break this partnership, because as I see it, the pitch will get slower and slower and difficult to bat on in the second inning. And we saw some bounce also, keeping low. So they must find a way to break this partnership and not let Pakistan get to that 250 mark. That should be the aim for the captain of Sri Lanka, Chamaria Tapatu.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't be content with keeping the runs down now. I have to pick up wickets.
Slower one, in fact a very slower one. Banged it into the surface. Yeah, that's what she understands, because she got the length but no pace whatsoever.
Yeah, that looked like it took an age to get to the batter. Arslan Zafar waiting and waiting for the ball to arrive. Ultimately not really able to find the placement. Not a great delivery from Chetana, but she gets away with it.
Yeah, nice and steady. She's been in good form, Aisha Zafar, lately. She was very good against Zimbabwe. Prior to that, Pakistan, when they toured South Africa, she played a good knock there also. And since then, she's been good touch. But just that purple patch for Aisha Zafar. This is what happened. A slower one into the surface, probably a knuckle ball that she attempted. Again, a slower one. This time she gets the bat on it. Looking for two. No, she's not going to get the second. Only will settle for one.
Chetana Vimukti having to pitch it very, very short to get that height on the ball. I think that slower delivery, it was just a bit too short. By the time that it reached the batter, it was already dipping. This one, slightly better, but Zafar not able to get much timing on it. Probably gloving it or hitting the top part of that bat.
Yeah, probably the role that has been given to Chetana is just mix it up in the middle. Oh, that could have easily gone to the fielder, but there was no one at mid-wicket. And for liking of Sidra, she'll just keep the strike for the next over. 20 done. 91 for 2. Right, Inoka to continue. So that, I mean, again, looking towards those areas, those gaps where she can find those boundaries. She got one in the previous over and she reversed one. It's not a bad idea against Inoka because she bowls with a good pace where you can always play that sweep or reverse sweep. So don't be surprised you see another one coming from Sidra Amin. She's got only one fielder in that area, third, that you could so point between point and third, and a slip in place. She's happy with those drives through the covers for one.
This pair quietly rebuilding this innings. Coaching staff looking pretty relaxed out there. Imran Farhat, batting coach, Wahab Riaz, head coach. Team has done well in this game and a half that we've seen. After, as you said, quite a disappointing run at the T20 World Cup. They've been good, disciplined cricket. They played disciplined cricket with the bat and the ball. We saw how they came back with the ball in the previous game after Sri Lanka got to a good start. Today, a couple of early wickets. This pair steadies things. They'll not want to fall into the trap that Sri Lanka fell into the previous game. They got stuck in those middle overs, didn't get enough runs. And at the end of the day, couldn't really push on to that 250 run target. So this pair want to tick the ball over, keep the strike moving.
Absolutely. Both Wahab Riaz and Imran Farhat, they must be happy at the moment. They would want this partnership, as you said, to continue. There you go, both former international cricketer, Wahab Riaz being a left-arm fast bowler, and Imran Farhat, quality left-hand batter of his time, an opener. Beautiful delivery. So they expect a lot out of the team, and it was a big surprise to me the way team played in the World Cup, because Pakistan, they're a good side, but they just could not get those results towards them. There were a couple of matches where they could have easily won. It's just, oh, that's beautiful. She's finding those gaps with some ease, Aisha Zafar. She looks in some red hot form. She ends the over with a boundary. 21 done.
That's Aisha Zafar's boundary, keeping the scoreboard moving. So it's been good partnership so far from this pair. Pakistan moved to 98 in 21 overs.
Kavisha Dilhari now been given the responsibility with the ball. 98 for 2. 46 matches, 39 wickets for her. An economy of under 5. The tossed up delivery. It's a very interesting choice. Keeps the batters guessing. But the sweeps will come in.
Yeah, this is the third spinner for Chamari Athapattu alongside herself and Devmi. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first ODI, Kavisha Dilhari, but now she has the responsibility of trying and breaking this partnership, which is starting to look good for Pakistan. 43 of 60. She have to bowl a lot fuller from the first deliveries that we have seen so far. She does mix it up. Has that one that holds the line and confuses the batter. Did play him well in the first ODI, but she got the big wicket of Gul Firoza, but unfortunately it was a little too late.
Well, yeah, that attempt on that previous delivery. It's a good partnership that's brewing here. 44 runs of 61 deliveries. So runs are coming at a good pace for Pakistan. Sri Lanka, despite picking 2 wickets, haven't really been able to apply that kind of pressure that creates some sort of a doubt.
Yeah, there was a phase as soon as the second wicket fell. There were a few dot balls coming together. There was a bit of pressure on both Sidra and Ayesha. But they have managed to somehow take that pressure off and keep the scoreboard ticking. They found ways to score runs on a track that has been quite decent so far for batting.
Playing it over the bowler. Good piece of fielding. Now these bright spots in the outfield definitely help the confidence. Brings up the 100 for Pakistan, 100 for 2 after 22. $100 on board for Pakistan after 22 overs. As Inoka We were just appreciating the efforts in the outfield. It has to be consistent. It has to come in from literally every single member of the outfield to keep exerting those pressures, because these singles, if given away comfortably, what you're doing is you're just softly and steadily reeling the pressure off your hands.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag from Sri Lanka so far in this series. There have been a couple of very good attempts, a couple of very good moments in the field in terms of ground fielding, but there have been a couple of missed fields as well. So, as you said, there needs to be consistency in that. Your bowlers rely on you. A couple of missed fields as well. So, as you said, there needs to be consistency in that. Your bowlers rely on you as fielders to keep that pressure going. This is a big shot. This could be a chance, or it may go all the way. Oh, she's cleared the lines. Aisha Zafar says enough prodding around. Let's go big.
Well, yeah, she's confident in playing those shots. Aisha Zafar just clearing the front leg and playing with the wind. Good looking shot. And now this is exactly what happens. We spoke about just releasing the pressure and then you gift a hit me.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, wasn't it? But she just did very well to get right under it. And mind you, she's out there. Very lucky to be so, because a similar kind of slog sweep that she played that went to almost the same area, which Kavisha did hold on to. Unfortunately, couldn't hold her balance. And she tipped over the line, giving her her first six. This was the second one, but a lot more convincing, that shot.
Well, indeed, the ability of hers to get underneath the ball is really good. Plus, the support of the breeze, which is blowing in that very direction towards the mid-wicket region.
Elephant corner, as we call it here.
Cow corner redefined in Sri Lanka. 23 overs gone, 109 for 2. $109 for 2 after 23. Kavisha will continue. Had a good looking over the previous one. Singles like these will keep the scoreboard ticking and make life simple for this pair. A 50+ run partnership for these two, the biggest partnership of the day so far. Trying to be innovative, but not effective.
Yeah, not the first time Sidhara has played that shot. She did play that reverse sweep earlier on. Even in the first ODI, she brought that out. But you look at Pakistan's top order and M9l1T, some really good batters up there. Experience, good stroke play. And in the ODI format, they've managed to really put some runs on the board, even in the tour to South Africa, at home against Zimbabwe. But for some reason, they switched the format, and in the T20 World Cup, not the best of shows from them. I wonder if it's a real mental switch that they were unable to do, or conditions being different. But somehow the shorter format didn't bring out the best in them.
Well, the switch is mentally a big switch, because the skill sets are always there. And the modern day cricketers, in fact, take to T20s very comfortably. When they make the switch to the longer version, that is where the challenge comes through. But also playing in England, it's a different ball game altogether, literally. weather, the surface, the lateral movement of the ball.
Yeah, because you look at Sri Lanka as well. I thought they had a decent campaign, won 3 out of 5. Just they couldn't win the ones that matter to make it to the semi-final. And from looking like a very good batting unit over there, that didn't really rely completely on Chamari Athapattu, especially against a big team like New Zealand, which they won, to coming here and looking ordinary again in that first ODI. We'll pick that up further in the next over. 24 done. It's 1-1-3 for 2.
$113 for 2 of 24. It's looking like a very stable proceeding for Pakistan. Sidra Amin. She brings in a sense of calm in this batting lineup. Takes her time to settle in. And then gets her singles and doubles going consistently, while giving that freedom to the batter batting alongside her to go and express themselves.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Neil, in our first stint, I think that's the predefined role for her in this team. To bat around the rest of the batters, hold one end. And that seems to be her strength as well. That's a very good quick single. Got down the track. Fielder was parked on that 30-yard, the 25-yard circle. Did well to steal that. So that will be her role. Yes, the loose balls will come, which she will put away. But otherwise, it's about ensuring that there's no stutters in these middle overs. From the first game up to now, she's doing that quite well.
You used a good word, ensuring, almost like an insurance. You pick her, you know that your middle order is ensured. Down the leg side. Wide being called.
And when you're stealing those ones and twos right from under your fielders, that also frustrates you as a bowler. And that's when these kind of errors come in, because you're running in, you're thinking about multiple things. Where should I land this? How am I going to pick up a wicket? There's fatigue as well in these conditions. And the worst thing you want as a bowler is thinking what to do while you're running in.
A good looking shot there. Here the batter definitely thought what she wanted and got it. A boundary.
Brilliant shot that from Aisha Zafar. It was full. And that gap between mid-off and cover isn't too big. But she did very well to get right in between those two. And also powerfully struck. So that went away to the boundary very quickly. She's been in brilliant form, Aisha Zafar. 180 runs in the tour to South Africa in those conditions. It's not easy to bat. She's done quite well. And that form continues here in Sri Lanka too.
This time towards the onside. And a misfield. This is becoming a habit for Sri Lanka. They'll have to come out of this. A boundary for Pakistan.
Well, it can be very, very frustrating. If I was Chetana, I wouldn't look at Chamari Athapathu right now. Not the best of deliveries, short onto the legs, but a simple push. Yeah, you got to be better than that at this level. There was a regulation clean-up at the boundary line, which she made an absolute mess of.
We've seen the outfield. It's not bumpy. It's not uneven grass. You can't complain about that. A good delivery there. Got that little extra move or extra bounce off the surface.
Yeah, this one almost skidded through. Just lay through the shot. Looking to really open the face of the bat and go towards third. Would have been better off cutting it from on top of the ball. Yeah, you talked about the outfield. Lush green, no real issues in there. You can dive around, you can swim on it.
Oh, she is going to hit it big. She's found this bowler to her liking and a boundary to end the over.
Aisha's favourite car is Rashmika. Nice and full, right behind the bowler, always the best place to go. One bounce into the fence. A good big over this for Pakistan. 25 done at the halfway stage. 127 for 2.
$127 for 2. Sidra, this is the beauty of her batting. Very comfortably plays it into the hand of the fielder and still stealing a single. Now to exude that pressure, bring in the cover fielder a few yards in and try and stop those singles.
And that also tells you how mature and wise she is as a cricketer. Quite often when you see your partner hitting those big fours and sixes, you have that adrenaline to try and do the same thing. She's understood that Ayesha is getting those big shots. Her job is to simply nudge it around and keep it going. Good bit of fielding on that occasion. Skipper herself doesn't let too many go past. But she can't be doing it all by herself, and that's been the problem for Sri Lanka women's cricket. It's all Chamari Atapattu.
Hey, you can't have 11 Atapatus on the field. There's only one. The rest have to try and find their own rhythm. And it's not that there is any lack of talent or potential. There is enough and more. It's just that just probably somewhere feel that they have to take the responsibility and go out and deliver.
Some adjustment in the field now for Karanavira. She wants that sweeper cover to be a bit more squarer. But she bowls down the leg side. And it's comfortably swept by Ayesha Zafar. This will run away for 4 as well.
I wonder what was the field setting that she was trying to adjust when you're going to bowl a poor delivery. You can't set a field for a bad ball. This was a rank poor delivery, a gift. And the square leg fielder way wide and square.
Yeah, I understand she moving that sweeper cover further square because she's trying to get Ayesha to drive on the up. But then she bowls one down the leg side and a simple sweep shot. Ayesha moves to 48 now. Another superb innings by her.
Beautiful looking drive. But will be one shot of that milestone. We'll have to wait for another over then. 26 gone, 133 for 2. All right, so on 49, Ayesha Zafar. It's going to be a very important milestone for her, Ayesha Zafar. 27 not out in that previous game. Was absolutely instrumental in getting that win for the side. And she's bowled here. What an anticlimax! Kavisha, take a bow. Was the number 50 running in the mind of Aisha Zafar? Completely rattled. The stumps have gone tumbling, and the hopes of getting a half century gone with that. Through the gate and conquered.
Brilliant delivery there from Kavisha Dilhari. Aisha Zafar was an inch close to her 6th half century, but it's not to be. It needed something special to get rid of her. It needed something special to get rid of Aisha Zafar. It was a special delivery from Kavisha. Goes for 49. Will be denied a 6th half century. It's 133 for 3.
Muniba Ali is the new batter. 64 matches to her credit. 5 half centuries, 1 century, a highest of 107. Now this partnership over here, which is just going to start, will add another layer of challenge to the Sri Lankan bowlers because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. Good defensive start by Muniba.
Yeah, I'd like Kavisha to be a bit more consistent. She was good in that first game. Couple of wickets, 37 runs she gave away. And here too, in just her 3rd over, she's provided a very important breakthrough. Now's the time for Chamari and her girls to really squeeze it. Yeah, keep it in those good areas. Chamari's brought a slip in as well, which is great to see. Look at this for a delivery. She played for the turn. It went on straight with the arm. And look what it means to Kavisha. She knows it's a big wicket. Aisha was going all guns blazing.
Swept meanwhile, and swept with some conviction. Muniba will get off the mark. Phenomenal partnership broken there. 78 runs in that partnership between Sidra Amin and Aisha Zafar. Aisha getting out on 49.
She was looking a bit aggressive in the last couple of overs. Seemed to be in a hurry to get to that 50. Although she played some really good shots. Started to play a few more shots than she did early on in her innings.
Sidra now again will have to take charge. That role shift is so important.
Yeah, she's really mixing it up here, Kavisha Dilhari. This one probably turned the other way. Yeah, a bit of off spin, bit of wrist spin. One that goes on with the arm. And a brilliant, successful over for Sri Lanka. 27 done. Pakistan are 134 for 3. लेग स्पिन के लिए टर्न के लिए खेला उसने सीधे आगे ऑफ स्पिन करती है और इसमें भी करती है इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट स्किल टू हैव मैन
So middle order definitely has come to party for Pakistan after they lost a couple of early wickets. But with Aisha gone, Muniba didn't really have a great outing in that previous game, got out on 1. As long as she's able to put the ghosts of that game behind, I think Pakistan should be comfortable in looking at the target of 250 that the captain thought of.
And from a Sri Lankan perspective, Neil, they really want to get that middle order out there as early as possible. They didn't spend too much time in the middle in that first ODI. This is where the spinners, they'll be now being reintroduced, will have a big job at hand. You don't want these two to get into another partnership. Muniba will be under pressure. She hasn't got the runs so far. Good first ball.
And Deumi looked very confident, especially after taking that catch of Gul Firoza. The very next over that she bowled, in fact, was a maiden over. This tells you how small instances in the game transpire into something huge. Width on offer, couldn't really capitalize on that.
Yeah, now Sri Lanka cannot afford mistakes in the field, nor with discipline in their lines. They'll have to keep applying the pressure. New batter in. Make her work hard.
And I like
good.
this.
Yeah, this is very good.
You're right. Can't afford mistakes, and that's why that little aggressive approach, a slip in position, covers also in. Back-to-back dot deliveries. Now this generally starts playing in the back of the mind of the batter.
And when you apply that pressure to the new batter, Neil, you also have the non-striker then, the senior partner, starting to think about it. So, okay, the onus is now on me to keep that scoreboard ticking. Then you're creating pressure from both ends. This is what a wicket can do, a partnership break can do.
She sent the mid-wicket back now. All right, a dot ball to end the over. 28 gone, 134 for 3.
$134 for 3 after 28 of Pakistan. Sidra Amin being glued to one end. 66 deliveries now for 39. She's been joined by Muniba Ali. She's faced 9 deliveries and she's scored 1 run. That's a new role for her. Usually we've seen her open the inning, but now she's been demoted to play at number 5. But Kavisha, she's bowled brilliantly. She's taken 1 wicket for 7 in a 4th over.
Really good tight bowling from this. Really good tight bowling from the spinners from Sri Lanka. Doing exactly what the Pakistani bowlers did in that first game. Keeping it tight, keeping it wicket to wicket. And the results are coming for them. Importantly, Pakistan's aggressive batters seem to be back in the hut. So they've been able to kind of keep the run flow at a minimum.
Yeah, talk about aggressor. They've got still the captain Fatma Sana to come. We know what she is capable of, but at the moment it's this partnership again. She sweeps it, but straight to the fielder. A new role, as I said, for Muniba Ali. Wonder how she will react to it. She couldn't do much in the first game. Because once you've played all your life as an opener, then suddenly come and play at number 5, it demands a different you. It demands a different approach. Pakistan making a few changes in the squad, so they'll probably have now using Muniba at number 6, in fact. So it will be very interesting to see how she manages this inning.
Yeah, experienced cricketer, isn't it, Muniba Ali? And no real argument now with the way Sadaf Shamaz and Gul Firoza have batted at the top of the order. They've had a lot of success. Reverse brought out once again by Sidra Amin, and again She's able to find the boundaries. It's been a very, very productive shot for her in this innings. She's played it with control and picked the deliveries that she wants to play that shot to really well.
Absolutely. Very smart is Sidra Amin. Understanding it, this one was way outside the off stump, so this shot's come into play. She can always be in control, as you said, once it's pitched outside the off stump. So slowly but surely, getting along. Sidra Amin on to 69 deliveries for her, 44. But my interest is on the other end, how Muniba Ali supports her for the next 8 to 10 overs. Najia Alvi, the wicketkeeper batter, she can do well. She is a good handy batter also. And then Fatma Sana and the bowlers to follow.
Yeah, so that's the end of the 29th over. Pakistan doing reasonably well, 140 for 3.
She's better. Right, 29 done for Pakistan, 140 for 3. They just lost Aisha Zafar, the in-form Aisha Zafar. I think that was a huge wicket. If we look at the situation of the game, because she was the one looking to dominate, looking to score some quick runs. And now again, this one is cut. There is a fielder. Oh, she does well, partially well, but still was not able to stop that boundary. It runs away for 4.
You lose delivery from Deumi Vihanga, giving that width to Muniba Ali, and she's able to find the gap really well. Nilakshika De Silva in the deep, sweeping. Unfortunately, just dives over that one. Not able to stop the boundary. So good start to this over, ideal start to this over for Muniba Ali.
Just releases the pressure off Muniba Ali's shoulder. He's struggling early on. And again, it's in the air, but away from the fielder. She might get another one. She does. So a couple of boundaries for Muniba and Pakistan.
You're not as controlled as the previous shot this time for Muniba Ali, but once again, that width on offer from Deumi Vihanga. She gets more of an edge, really, but it runs away to the boundary. So this is the type of over that can turn the tide for a batting side. They haven't been scoring quickly. They were going at about 4.5 runs an over, but a couple of boundaries suddenly pushing things up towards that 5 runs an over mark. And Muniba, she's got a good start now, 10 runs of 12 deliveries.
Yeah, it's about converting that start to a good inning, to a big inning. We saw in the previous 3 batters, they all got relatively good starts, but they could not quite convert it to a big one. I thought Aisha Zafar was in that zone, in that mood to get a big one. But she got herself out. Now change of angles for Demi, coming around the wicket.
You're talking about starts, Ali. It is important in this ODI format, isn't it? When you get in, that you make it a big score. You see similar failings in the Sri Lankan batting in that first game. A couple of 40s, a 30, but no one converting. I'm sure the coaching staff will talk about it to players. Of course, both of these teams coming into this ODI series after a T20 campaign, which they would have prepared hard for the World Cup.
Yeah, Pakistan also coming in this series after making a lot of changes in their side. Lots of new faces. Probably we will see them in T20 format. First 2 games, we've seen the regulars who've been around the team. But I'd really like to see Mahamaniz, who's a right-hand batter. Probably we'll get to see her in the T20s. Then Sarah Jabin also. She's on the bench for this game. All these youngsters being given opportunity. There's a left-arm spinner, Momin Riyasat. We saw her in the series against Zimbabwe. We talk about converting. That's where Sidra Amin is different from others. So yes, she takes a little bit of time, but she's very good with those conversions. 30 overs done, 149 for 3-year Pakistan ladies. She's looking for that cut shot again. She's got a couple of boundaries in the previous over, one a bit risky. That's where she fancies playing most of her shots.
Once again, that back and across from Muniba Ali, but not able to make contact. Sri Lanka keeping the attack on. They've got the slip fielder in. They've got fielders close to the bat. They don't want to give easy runs away to Pakistan.
Yeah, that's not a good delivery. All that pressure releases it, and they get Sidra Amin back on strike. They'd like to have Muniba Ali on strike more, just to put the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Just losing her line, Kavisha Dilhari on that occasion, straying down the leg side, and we've seen the Pakistan batters how well they play that sweep shot. It's been a very, very productive shot for them in this series so far.
Yeah, Sidra Amin just usually taking her time. A very rare bowler Kavisha is when she bowls both of leg spin and off spin. That's a rarity. We don't see much in international cricket, especially in women's cricket. It gets very difficult for the batters. They have to keep a close eye on her hand, which way the ball will turn.
Yeah, what I love about it, Ali, is that usually when you do see bowlers like that, say Liam Livingston, they change it according to the batter. So if it's a left-handed batter, you bowl the off spin, or right-handed batter, you bowl a leg spin. But Kavisha mixes it up to the same batter and doesn't become predictable. It's a good shot. Once again, Sidra Amin spoke about how productive that reverse sweep has been for her. She picks up another boundary. That's the third time she's found the boundary with that shot.
Yeah, the best part is she keeps a close eye onto it and then understands it's outside the off stump. Then she attempts that shot. That has been the trademark for her. Pakistan bring up their 154 now after 31. Right, Chamaria Thapatu now. She bowled 5 overs. She bowled the new ball today. Again, down the leg side, wide will be called. It's a very important passage of the game. In fact, the series, I would say, if Sri Lanka let Pakistan get to that 250 from here, then probably it will not be an easy task for them to chase it down. A lot will depend on Chamaria Thapatu, how she captains from here till the end, and then how she bats.
Yeah, absolutely. Ali, she's coming into this competition with a bit of form with the bat. Made a brilliant 100 against Ireland in that T20 World Cup. Unfortunately for her, the form of the other batters around her has been a bit suspect. Harshita Samaravikrama is one who generally has been a rock in that middle order for Sri Lanka. She hasn't gotten too many runs, so she'll need a couple of players there to support at the top of the order. So Vishmi Gunaratna, Hasini Pereira, Harshita Samaravikrama, they will have a big role to play today.
Absolutely, just to play around Chamaria Thapatu, because she is the main force that we see. It's just amazing that how a single player can change all that is happening in women's cricket in Sri Lanka, because she's been such a star for them. She's won the games for Sri Lanka single-handedly, many of them. Not been able to find the gap. Still remember the 100 that she scored against Australia. In Australia it was. In England, I believe, yes, it was. Just been corrected by Natali. It was a magnificent inning. So she has that ability of scoring those big runs, big hundreds every now and then.
Yeah, she's a special cricketer. I think globally, someone that you don't really see, that type of player who can change a game on its head on her own. But over the last couple of years, we've seen a few new batters coming through the Sri Lankan lineup. Vishmi Gunaratne, Harshita Samaravikrama. Most recently, Hasani Pereira, Nilakshika De Silva also getting runs. So they've been a little less reliant on her in the last 2 to 3 years. But you can't replace a player in the caliber of Atapattu. So she's always going to be, as long as she plays at least, the star of that batting lineup.
Yeah, Sidra Amin on 49. She stays on 49. 32 overs gone, 158 for 3-year Pakistan.
Kavisha Dilhari continues from the far end. She's been good. 5 overs, 18 runs she's conceded. Last over, just giving away that boundary to Sidra Amin.
Beautiful delivery, beautiful. Probably the best that we have seen from Kavisha in this inning. Coming in with the angle, just leaving the left-hander.
Drawing the batter out, isn't she? She's just getting Muniba to come out to the front foot and then turning the ball away from her. Putting that little bit of doubt in her mind. Now that delivery pitched in almost the same place. This time doesn't really have that kick. Puts that little bit of doubt in the mind of the batter.
And also Muniba is searching for that length so that she can cut the ball. That's where she seems to be very comfortable, playing in that deep point area. Every now and then the ball is tossed up to her. She gets in a little bit of uncomfortable position. And probably Kavisha has realized that where she needs to be, because in the previous over that she bowled, she was on the shorter end. But here she's bowling up to her, making her drive. That seems to be the plan against Muniba from her. Wrong line.
No damage done. You make a great point, Ali, about the adjustment to bowling a little bit fuller. It's something that Sri Lanka didn't really do in that first game. They kept with the original plans they had. It seemed like they didn't have a plan B on how to attack these batters. Here, realizing Muniba is very comfortable off the back foot. She's bowled fuller. So far, 4 dot deliveries in this over.
She's not going to get anything for free now. And Sidra Amin quickly understanding that the pressure might be getting to Muniba, just quickly having a word with her. Just that's all right, just hang in there. Stay there. Just don't lose it. Yes, there have been 5 good deliveries. She's bowled well. But you got to keep it there. It's important that she just carries on. Much better. Much better. She just drives one through covers for 1. A very good over from Kavisha. Just 1 run coming off it. She bowls a 6th. 19 runs for 1. Pakistan are 159 for 3 after 33. Right, Chamari Athapattu is in search of a wicket. As a captain, as a bowler. 33 overs, 159. Pakistan in a relatively good position at the moment. She sweeps one again. I mean, Pakistan can get 100 more runs quite easily without taking much risk from here on. Although if Fatma Sana gets going, they'll get more out of it. But still, at the moment, 100 is what they would be eyeing on at least.
Absolutely. Sana is going to be a very, very important part of this innings, as you said. She is someone who can really take on the bowlers very quickly. But these pair will now want to slowly get a move on. They've got to 160 in 33.2. They have an opportunity to push beyond that 250 run mark if they do kick on.
Yeah, she sweeps one. Cool, calm and composed. Sidra Amin brings up her 18th 50 to go with 600s. Scored a 50 in her first game, following up again with a 50. A very important member of Pakistan side, very experienced, and a quality innings by Sidra Amin.
Yeah, consistency is what we have seen from Sidra Amin. 50 she brings up in 80 deliveries, 6-4, so she's done a lot of running in this innings. I think the key is that she's picked the line of the ball really well here. We mentioned about the reverse sweeps. Every time the ball has been outside the off stump, that's when she's taken that risk, so she's assessed things really well out there.
Yeah, it will be now interesting to see now once she's gotten to her milestone of 50 runs, if the approach changes, because I'm sure the management or Wahab Riaz or Imran Fard would want her to go big but at a better rate from here on. Oh no, again a misfield. Not the first time that we're seeing in this Sri Lanka's inning that a ball has gone through the hands of the fielder. Yeah, she didn't like it. Chamari, you can just sense, you can tell.
Chetana Vimukti, the culprit. I think this is the second time that she's had a misfield of the bowling of Chamari Athapattu. Athapattu visibly annoyed. Have to do the little things right if you want to be competitive at this level. Full toss from Athapattu, but not much damage done. Muniba Ali just picking up the single to end that 34th over. Pakistan 164 for 3, and now the players will take a break for drinks.
Right, Pakistan are in a very good position, I would say. 164. They've lost 3 wickets, and it has been all Sidra Amin. Very cool, I said. Very consistent she is. And she's been very calm also. She's been very picky with the shots that she's played. She's been very good with those reverse shots. Not once but twice she's played that shot very confidently and got the boundaries out of it. And a very, very good inning. A very important inning as far as this game is concerned. In fact, the series is concerned. 80 deliveries for her 50. Aisha Zafar played really, really well. For her 49, she couldn't convert that to a big one. And now it's Muniba Ali's turn to with Sidra Amin as she's on 19 runs. What is it that, Natali, that Sri Lanka needs to do here other than picking a big wicket? And how and where is that wicket coming from?
Yeah, they have to pick up wickets. We can't expect to restrict this Pakistan batting lineup because they've got themselves into a great position. 164 for 3 they are right now. Kavisha Dilhari, she's the one who's really bowled well in this innings. She'll be the one Atapattu looks to pick up that much needed wicket.
Yeah, this is better. She's bowled well to Muniba Ali. But every now and then, I think that's been the concern. She's given that boundary delivery, both the bowlers in fact. Not much Kavisha, but the bowler bowling from the other end. Yeah, they may be hung up. She's been giving some boundary deliveries, so has Shamaria Tapatu been. So just need to be consistent with one line, one area, one plan, and then look to ball in that areas and let batters make a mistake, because from now here on, Pakistan will look to score some quick runs.
The consistency is key, and Atapattu, she has a lot of big decisions to make as the innings comes to a close. A good shot from Sidra Amin. Once again, this time bringing out the conventional sweep to pick up a single. Now, Pakistan's got 7 wickets in hand. For them too, it's time to make a decision. When do they start pushing that accelerator? Do they want to take things as they are until the 40th over? Or do they want to start now? They've got 7 wickets in hand, remember?
I think that seems to be the plan. The message must be a very clear message that how they need to go about in the next 5 overs. How many they want to get in next 5 overs. And then probably last 10 overs, they can count on Fatma Sanha and Najia Alvi to go big. But still, I would say no dot deliveries from here on. Don't worry, they will give you a few, because it has not been a good fielding day from Sri Lanka.
Yavishmi Gunaratne on that occasion at short extra cover doesn't gather cleanly, and it's cost Sri Lanka 2 runs. It's been an inconsistent performance in the field. Not the way they would have wanted things to go in this innings. Coming into the game 1-0 down in the series, you've got to put your best foot forward. And fielding is one thing you can control, isn't it?
Absolutely. You've just not been able to put enough pressure if you let go of these easy runs. As we come to the end of 35 overs, 168 for 3 are Pakistan.
It's a good partnership brewing between Sidra, Amin and Muniba. Using her feet, she did get her hand to it. And this is where it is. Change, convert those chances into realistic opportunities. A single to start with there.
Yeah, another half century for Sidra. She's consecutive half centuries for her now. A very calm and composed one in the first ODI. A lot better in terms of strike rate in this one. And now she knows they've done the hard work. They've put a foundation in here. Now it's about getting a big strong finish, get to that 250 that Fatima Sana alluded to. If they bat really well, they can even get beyond that. And then the challenge is for the Sri Lankan batters who have had their troubles.
Stays in his crease to play this one. And that cover fielder inside to stop that single. Always a good idea to sustain that pressure. And then a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this is good from Inoka. She hasn't been successful in terms of picking up a wicket, but she's trying her best to cover those angles, ensure that they don't get away with easy ones and twos. But what's been good from Pakistan is they haven't lost wickets in clusters. Every top order batter has managed to put a partnership together.
It was a good plan there. She took the mid-wicket fielder out, brought it at short extra cover. The short extra cover fielder went to short point and then kept that ball outside of off. Yeah, good line, good length and a good end to the over. 36 gone, 169 for 3. $169 for 3. Kavisha comes into bowl. Now the same fielder at covers, if you put her on the inner ring, you're then making a very simple case of giving a single. Dragging it from wide outside off. And a good looking shot there for Sidra Amin. Boundary.
Yeah, just an indication now that Sidra is looking to step on the gas. Kavisha has been bowling well. Good lines, good lengths. Well, this wasn't a bad ball too. Sidra Amin dragging that from outside off and sweeping it in front of square. Away from that fielder at deep mid-wicket. And this could just be a sign that these two might have had a discussion that it's about time they picked up the rate now. They've got batting to come.
Another towards the onside. That confidence that you get once you've started scoring runs. You're consistently hitting it off the middle of the bat. Just adds so much value, not just to your own skill sets, but to the team's confidence as well. Good use of feet. Has she got enough? Yes, a couple of bounces into the field. Muniba gets a boundary.
Very nicely done. Mid-off up in the circle. She only had to hit it hard enough to beat that fielder. Got right under the ball, used the feet. Very nicely done. And once you get past that fielder, and mid-off is really up there, Chamari. Not even on the line, but a few yards in from that circle. This partnership too now inching towards another 50. So once again, that point that I made earlier, they haven't lost wickets in clusters. Every time the partnership has helped them motor along.
A little bit of shuffling in the field. The use of feet was just perfect. And then sensibly takes a single. Looking for the second, are they? A big throw. No.
Now, this is very good batting and very good running as well. Good understanding between those two senior players, trusting each other's call. And from the get-go, they knew there was a double there. They hit it hard enough for it to go past the circle, and then running the first one harder, doing the basics right. Coming back quick enough as well. Muniba about to take up the leadership role for the T20 series. Spending time in the middle will do a lot of good for her.
I've liked her running, Muniba. She's always run the first one really hard, looking for the second always. That intent is great. 37 gone, 181 for 3. Look at those economies there. Rashmika has been expensive, 6.4. So has been Enoka. The rest have been sub 5. But then even when you talk about 5 and over, you're talking about 250. And 250 in women's ODI on a surface like this will definitely be challenging.
And that's exactly what Fatima Sana was looking for. When she spoke to you at the toss, she said 250 and above will be a good total.
Well, that's a risky sweep there. Actually brought her front leg in front of the stumps to take that sweep shot. Muniba, if she had missed, she would have had to walk back.
Yeah, lucky she got some glove or bat. We've been talking about the surface quite a bit. First ODI in the first innings we thought was a little slow, was holding up, but the way Pakistan women batted put those doubts to rest. And even today a similar looking surface. We had Ali in the morning have a closer look at it, and he thought there will be runs to be made, and Pakistan are testifying to that.
Good use of feet coming to the length of the ball, and will get a boundary.
I'll tell you what, these two with a very smart partnership here, not just good running between the wickets, not just setting the tempo, but also choosing their options very wisely. Again, mid-off up in the circle, she only had to get it past her, and once again using the feet to ensure that she gets to the ball. Sees Ramin on that occasion. Another 50 for her, another very good innings for her team, and playing her role to perfection. Being that anchor, being that batter that looks to play the entire 50 overs.
She's putting all the time that she spent in the centre to use.
She decided to play that reverse sweep yesterday. That's how early she got into position.
You can afford to try a couple of innovative, unorthodox shots.
If you come to a point now where reverse sweeps aren't that unorthodox anymore, Neil, batters around the world play it with so much conviction. Over the wicket, Enoka. Small difference in the angle here now. Maybe try to close off some space and width and try to be a bit more straighter in her lines.
Yeah, one of the reasons she's also got the long on back on the fence. Trying to attack the legs, middle and leg stump. You think one and they do another. 38 gone, 186 for 3. Kavisha will come into bowler 9th. Did that just hold on to the surface for a bit?
Yeah, she's been the only bowler that's looked good. Yes, Chetana did bowl those good bounces, but in terms of spinners, Kavisha has really asked a few questions from these batters. Just 1 wicket to her name. Oh, this went quick, off the edge of Muniba. 4 more.
Yes, she's been able to get those boundaries comfortably, Muniba. 34 or 47 for her. The ball gripped and turned away. And with that shot third fielder inside the circle, all she needed was to get the right placement.
She went at it quite hard. It was a thick edge and absolutely flew away. Wahab Riaz must be quite calm and relaxed with the way things are going right now. Also have Abdul Rahman and Imran Farad there.
Imran Farad, their batting coach, would be mighty pleased. Overthrows there. Who's the fielding coach?
I wonder why she threw it so hard. The run was complete. There was no need for such an aggressive throw. Somehow allowing them to get that extra 1 run. And this is what happens when the batters are going after you. Everyone's under pressure. Suddenly your decision making not so great. Yeah, look, the run was complete. Why did she have to throw so hard? Look at that. And Shamari is the one covering up the overthrow. Oh dear, I do not want to be the one throwing.
Driven straight to the fielder. She looks a little winded there, Muniba. Just go down, untie your lace, retie your lace, take a breather. Little tactics. She's running the hard yards. And making the bowler do the same too.
Yeah, she hit that in the gap and for a moment kept looking at her partner saying, is there option for us to go for another? But I think Kavisha did well. She's quick. Kavisha ensured that she kept it to just a single. But again, very smart batting. She got the boundary in the over. Have a double. More than happy to get a single and close this over off without any damage. And then a very good platform here. About to get to 200 in under 40 overs. That's a very good last in overs that they can really capitalize on. With 2 set batters as well.
Oh, she thought of one thing, but the bowler understood the language. And a very good comeback delivery by Kavisha in the condition. 39 gone, 193 for 3.
Bowling change coming right and over.
The skipper's brought herself back in. She'll be expecting to pick a wicket from herself sometimes, when others haven't been able to deliver. You want to take up the challenge upon yourself. Run on the first ball.
Yeah, good quick swingle. They have done very well in this partnership. Not just the boundaries, but also the running has been extremely good. Chamari, she did start with the new ball alongside Rashmika. Wasn't successful, different ploy, but wasn't able to get a wicket. Hoping here that she can somehow break this partnership, which is looking dangerous for Sri Lanka.
Oh, chance there! How do you miss such opportunities? These opportunities are not coming in very easy, and then you make a mess of the fielding too. This is insult over injury, and Atapattu is fuming.
Oh dear. This is comical. A good delivery from Chamari, lots of flight. She came down the track. Could have been a catch or a stumping. The keeper misses it first. And then a disaster of an effort from Devmi Vihanga. She's been criticized for her fielding previously, and this will not help her case. She had a stutter when she chased it down, and then when she eventually did put the dive in, couldn't really hold it back in. That's probably the worst bit of play you've seen from Sri Lanka in the last two ODIs. This one stayed low, but once again away from the stumps. Chamari Atapattu is not a pleased woman right now.
You really cannot afford to make these errors. Very good delivery though. Stayed low, millimeters away from the stumps. You got to support your bowlers. And not just because she's your captain. Invariably, the bowlers are doing the hard job. The fielders need to support them one after another, every single delivery. Try and create some pressure on the batters. Make them commit those errors. Giving away boundaries to singles into doubles, no, that's not going to help.
Yeah, in defense of Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket-keeper, that did get a bit of bounce, that delivery. So she was also taken by surprise. However, you should expect those. As someone with gloves behind the stumps, it was a really good opportunity to get a wicket there. Very close to her, opens the face of the bat, guides it past third. This could run away as well. But a good work down in the deep. They might come back for a third as well. Very good. This is brilliant running.
This is inspirational. And applause coming in from the dugout, from literally everyone, and rightly so. Especially for Sidra, who's been there for a really, really long time. In this heat, she's running the singles and doubles, and not just for herself. She's running for a partner as well. And this time running a 3. Fantastic. 9 runs of this over already. One more delivery to go. And a single to get done with the over. 40 gone. It's 203 for 3. good little breather for both these batters there, Sidra and Muniba. Got the fluids in, electrolytes with those. Deumi will come into bowl. Making that announcement way early. And got a single.
Yeah, Deumi did make the change when she saw her switching. Dropped it short, but she still was able to get some bat onto it and get the single. And Sidra's the kind of batter, you tell her to stand at the non-striker's end the whole day, she'll do it with pleasure. Ideal partner you want to have as a batter.
And Muniba's done her job well as well. Striking at a good pace. 4 boundaries already. And when she doesn't get those boundaries, she looks for those singles.
Sri Lanka needs something here, a breakthrough, some inspiration in the field, maybe something special to lift themselves up again. Every time they've picked up a wicket, they had a little phase where they thought they could apply the squeeze and create some pressure, but somehow partnerships have come for Pakistan. And because they've played good shots like this, the shot selection has been extremely impressive from Pakistan.
Well, indeed, against the spinners, they've been able to gauge and spot the length right. Barring that one delivery for Aisha Zafar, she just couldn't make anything out of it. Oh, beautiful. Very well bowled there. That line was immaculate. And Muniba almost sensing that she's somehow got a life there.
Yeah, more of that, please, is what Chamari Atapathu will be telling her spinners. This one had a bit of bounce. That one stayed low, the previous one. Complete opposite. Muniba looks perplexed. You can tell on her face.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of straight batted. Oh no, she goes for the sweep. Why not?
Come on, Neil. Did you even watch the first ODI? That is the release shot. The sweep shot is the release shot. 41 done. It's 207 for 3.
Oh, these visuals. I so want them on my computer screen savers. Good use of feet there by Muniba. If I can't get these visuals, I'm taking the drone operator home.
Or you could come back more often for a nice vacation to Sri Lanka. We'll be more than happy to host you, Neil.
As long as you have the drone operator with you.
Yeah, he's done some great work. Brought us some amazing visuals. So kudos to our drone operator, giving us a real bird's eye view of Surya Vava and its surroundings and this beautiful, majestic stadium that stands right in the middle of all the action.
Aerially played this time. She cannot touch the drone, but will definitely touch the boundary.
Fantastic. Once again, shot selection brilliant from Sidra. Left arm spinner coming around the wicket. And that is an exhibition inside out shot. Gets to the pitch of the ball, not too close, enough for her to have enough room. And a simple loft over covers. Couple of bounces into the fence. Nicely done.
The way these two are batting, the only thing more pleasing are the drone visuals. I'm telling you, the drone operator is getting a pay raise after the appreciations we are throwing in. An appeal, and the umpire is not impressed.
Yeah, very polite inquiry. Just a little bit of doubt. But interesting, this Kavisha has 1 over left. She was bowling quite decently. She's brought back Inoka Ranavira. Yeah, there was nothing on it. Played it too early.
Use of feet there. Straight to the fielder. Kavisha putting her body behind the ball. Sometimes the coaches will tell you that put your body behind. She literally put her body behind it.
Yeah, with all that has gone on today, no more risky assessment of the field. Do the basics right. Now they've got 5 overs left from Rashmika. Chetana has 5 left, who's actually bowled well. It's 1 off 18, the fast bowler Chetana. For some reason, Shamari seems to be relying on her spinners to bowl through these first few overs in the last 10. And somehow Pakistan managed to find a boundary every over. That's keeping them going.
Yes, no, and they'll stay. End of the over, 42 gone, 213 for 3.
$213 for 3. Pakistan are in a very good position, and if you see the shadows of clouds coming all of the ground, probably a breather for the players. As Sidra Amin plays another sweep shot just for 1. How well Muniba has supported her. 44, she's picked up in her scoring rate.
This pair both starting off slowly, but now they've got into a really comfortable position. As Samir mentioned in the previous over, they seem to be picking up the boundaries in every over.
Yeah, another single. Yeah, I got a feeling that Sri Lanka, they've missed out. Yes, fielding, but they don't have a real X factor as far as bowling is concerned. A bowler that captain can go to break the partnership. That go-to bowler, I think that has been the missing link in Sri Lankan bowling lineup.
Yes, they've looked pretty flat, haven't they, over the 2 games so far with the ball. The previous game, slightly understandable. Defending a total of 210 is always going to be tough. Today as well. They've been good in spurts, but not consistently. Big appeal by Devmi Vihanga. Umpire Dedunu Silva nodded her head.
Yeah, that's what I thought also. It's slower in pace, pitched in line. That's very close. That's mighty close. For a second I thought, yes, she's nodding her head. But the finger never came out. I'd say Sidra Amin has been very lucky as she goes towards that mid-wicket area. Just 1 more run. They're happy just taking singles at the moment. I wonder if Sri Lanka would want this partnership to break, because that will bring Fatma Sana into play. Because at the moment they're just getting 1 boundary and over, a single here or there. But once Fatma Sana comes in, we'll see lots more fireworks. So you see a lot of dot deliveries, just 3 coming off it. Of this over, 43 gone, 216 for 3. Chamari Atapattu, she's moving around everywhere. You see her in the field at all the hot spots. At the moment, she's now moved herself to long off. That's where she wants. She knows that Sidra Amin plays that area through extra cover, that long off area. She's looking for some inspiration from somewhere, somehow, to get a couple of wickets. See, another dot delivery. I think that's where Pakistan has missed out. Lots of dot deliveries.
You make a great point, Ali, on whether Sri Lanka would actually want to break this partnership. It's a bit of a dilemma. As you said, Sana, definitely a much more powerful batter than the pair that is out there. That's a great shot. Great shot, Sidra Amin. Chamariyatapattu in the inner ring at mid-off have opted for the deep extra cover instead, and Amin finds the gap past the bowler.
Yeah, that surely was a powerful shot, and for a reason. Chamari brought herself inside the circle. At the start of the over, she was at the boundary line. She decided to come inside the circle, and now probably she's gone back, but the damage has already been done. A boundary has already been hit. The pressure has been released. Pakistan has been moved to 220. Just those little moments, little decisions that you take.
It's just something also that you have to keep an eye on who you're bowling to. When setting that kind of field, Sidra Amin hasn't really gone over extra cover. We haven't seen that shot from her as often as you would expect if you're going to use a deep extra cover. Whereas she has hit a lot of shots down the ground, has shown a bit of power down the ground. So ultimately, Atapattu making the right decision, or making the decision to put mid-off back, but boundary already got.
No, that's probably gone. Yes, she's given it out. Munib Ali looking for some quick runs, looking for some big shots. Have lost the balance, have lost the wicket too. Inoka getting her first wicket, and Sri Lanka getting their fourth.
You had to go for it, Muniba Ali. As you said, there's no need to look for singles and give away dot balls in this kind of situation. They've got the wickets in hand. They've got the batters who can score quickly in the dugout. So she had to go for it. A good innings comes to an end. She's got 45 off 62. Pakistan now 221 for 4.
Right, Fatma Sana, the captain, the most dynamic player of this team. 789 runs, strike rate of 81 with the highest of 90. Yeah, she'll be very busy. She'll always be looking for some runs, some quick runs, some big hits. You'll see a lot of fireworks once she is into play. And this is what happened. Munib Ali wanted to go big, a bit of a nothing shot in the end. It was way outside the off stump, and looking to heave it over long on or mid-wicket area. Was never in a good shape. Lost her balance and lost her wicket too.
A premeditated attacking shot, wasn't it? She was looking to hit it in a certain place without considering what the direction of the ball was. Nevertheless, successful over for Sri Lanka. 6 conceded, but that key wicket breaking that partnership from Inoka Ranavira. Pakistan 222 for 4 after 44. Deumi Vihanga in for her final over of her quarter.
Yep, up and over. Quite easily done. Comfortable. That's not the line that you would be bowling to somebody like Fatma Sana. She'll hit you every day for easy boundary.
Yeah, not a great start from Deumi Vihanga. Straying down the leg side. Fatima Sana, she started off brilliantly. Off the strike of her first delivery, and now she gets a boundary of her second. Vihanga brought into this team to replace Nimasha Mipage has not had a successful outing today.
And she's into her 10th over, giving away only 46 runs, but without a wicket. Once you come back in the side on a surface which has a little bit of turn, the captain expects you to get some wickets, but that has not happened. Pakistan have managed her very well. Fatma Sana, as I said, she'll always be looking for runs.
Vihanga brought into the side to be that incisive bowler we were talking about that Sri Lanka was lacking, but hasn't really produced that many chances with the ball.
Another single. Sidra on the other end is quietly looking to get to her 100. She's 82 at the moment. We haven't seen a leg spinner or a left arm wrist spinner being introduced in Sri Lankan women cricket. Not many that we've seen. It's so important to have that X factor, that wicket taking option to the captain.
Now that is a key area that Sri Lanka have lacked, that wrist spinning option. We haven't seen that many wicket taking leg spinners.
Yeah.
But has been a very young left arm wrist spinner who was tried in a couple of World Cups. Shashini Gimhani, only 17 years old. That's over extra cover. Misfield once again, Nilakshika De Silva, but that doesn't cost them. Just the two from Pakistan. Deumi Vihanga completes her quota. 51 she conceded with no wicket. Pakistan after 45, 231 for 4. Sri Lanka's bowling performance so far. 6 bowlers used. Deumi Vihanga, the only one to have completed her quota so far. Inoka Ranavira continues. It's a good delivery. Good delivery. Right at the stumps. Fatima Sana does well to get it away.
Also, the ball keeping a little low on this occasion from Inoka. Every time she's hurried on, she's bowled at some good pace. Fatma comes down the track straight and a boundary. She was eyeing that area. Even the best of Sri Lankan fielders couldn't get to it.
It's once again a boundary in that long off area. This time from Fatima Sana. A lot of power in that shot. Atapattu, not the quickest in the field. Not able to cover enough ground to get to it. So another good start to an over.
She goes on the onside this time. This makes her so unique, the ability to move around in the crease and the variety of shots that she possesses. That's make her so unique for Pakistan cricket, Fatima Sana. And on the other hand is Sidra Amin, the ever consistent Sidra Amin. And looking for the gap, couldn't find it.
I mean, we'll be looking at those next 16 runs, but at the same time, we'll want to score quickly, get Pakistan to as many runs as possible in this innings.
And again, she attempts her favorite shot, the reverse sweep. Yeah, you talk about getting some quick runs. The best that she can do is, if she's not finding the boundaries, give the strike back to Fatma Sana. Let her get those big runs, big sixes going. Because once you play those dot deliveries, it just puts the pressure on your partner. And you don't want to lose Fatma Sana here. All smiles in the camp at the moment. Pakistan in a very good position. She goes again downtown. This time it's been cut off. Very well done. Just restricting the batters to only one.
Now that's excellent fielding from Kavisha Dilhari in the deep. Good stop and then ensuring they don't pick up the second. Also a direct hit to complete things. No damage done for Pakistan. 46 overs done. 238 for 4.
To get as many as they can. 238 at the moment. Ideally, they would be now eyeing towards 260. Fatma Sana surely has the potential to go over that and above that score also. And now towards her onside, towards the wind, that will fancy that area. Kavisha Dilhari bowls a leg spin at a good length, at a good pace also.
Dilhari into her final over of this innings. Perhaps the pick of the Sri Lankan bowlers today, despite the figures not really reflecting too much success. She's bowled well, used her variations really well.
And not just bowling, Natalia, also the fielding part. I think Kavisha has been a live wire. She's been everywhere. She's been very quick. As we spoke earlier, that it has been a disappointing outing as far as fielding has been concerned, but she is definitely a difference in the side. That variation again, bowling that leg spin to the right-hand batters.
She's shown a lot of control, hasn't she, with that leg cutter or leg spin that she's been bowling. Generally uses the off-spinner as a stock delivery, even against the right-handers. The Sri Lankan dugout. Jamie Siddons, coach, taking over just before the Women's T20 World Cup in June. That's a good shot. Fatima Sana straight over the bowler's head once again. And again, she finds the boundary.
Yeah, she flat bats it this time. It wasn't that short, but those quick arm, that bat speed also very quick. Understanding, picking up the length and just flat batting it straight down the ground for 4. This is a good shot. That's why I said she's got lots of variety as far as big hits are concerned. She can go all over the ground. It gets very difficult for the bowlers to ball at her. This time she pulls. She couldn't find the gap, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, she's picked up length really well in her short innings so far. Kavisha Dilhari just a little bit on the short side in this over. She missed out on the first delivery, but the second time she faces her, she knows she has to go back.
Again, beautiful. That is extraordinary batting. This is marvellous from Sidramin, finding the gap perfectly well. She moves to 90. Pakistan moves to 249 in 47. You've been asking for extra. Yeah, brilliant shot. The last one from Sidra Amin. Yeah, there was very little gap available and she found it. It was in the air, but that's all right. At this point in the inning, you're allowed to do whatever you want as far as you're getting runs. Fatma Sana again coming down the track, finding the gap. This is incredible batting. This is extraordinary from Fatma.
Excellent from Fatima Sana once again. Key has been that she's been able to find the gap every time she's tried to go for a boundary. This time, square on the off stump, but you've got to say, Ali, it's been poor bowling by the Sri Lankan spinners. Short, width given. Once again, on the shorter side, Sana on one knee picks out the fielder in the deep. She'll be disappointed with that because it's not been good bowling. It's also interesting that Sri Lanka have not gone to the pace bowlers so far in these death overs.
Yeah, against somebody like Fatma Sana, I don't think so that would be such a good idea because we know what she's capable of against seamers. Sidra Amin, on the other hand, quietly giving the strike back to the captain Fatma Sana. And Pakistan would be a very happy side at the moment. They were eyeing 250. They're already now to 255. Imran Farad, the batting consultant, alongside Wahab Riaz, the wicketkeeper also in the frame. They all be a very happy side, very confident side at the moment. Straight to the fielder, just one more run.
Yeah, with this performance, Ali, I think there's a conversation that needs to be had about what has changed about Pakistan's batting in ODI cricket in particular. The 3 series they have played in the Women's Championship so far, the batting has been really prolific. But we haven't seen that reflected in the T20 format. So what are they doing differently here that's enabled them to be so successful?
Absolutely. I think the main reason is that Pakistan in ODI side have batters like Sidra Amin who are very cool and calm, who can play long innings, big innings, who can play till the 50th over, and she's showing it in consecutive matches. Plus Pakistan have the depth in batting, but in T20 side, especially the World Cup campaign, there are lots of youngsters been included in that side. But Pakistan ODI side is more of a settled side. Yes, they've made changes in that side also after the T20 World Cup. We'll talk more about it. 48 overs done, 257 for 4.
So Chamari Atapattu brings herself back into the attack. 42 runs she's conceded in 8 overs. Looking at the field. Square leg coming into the circle. And the extra fielder put into the deep on the off. Sidra Amin comes down the track. And she's found the boundary once again straight over the bowler's head. She moves to 96, so one shot away from what would be an excellent century.
Absolutely sensational stuff. She's found the gap, and the areas that she's chosen this inning has been just remarkable. She's shown the variety, the sweep shot, the reverse, the down the ground shots, and now the death touch also, getting her a single, yes, quite easily done in the end. Once a batter is in that mood, that zone, when she's playing all those shots and it's coming for you, it gets very, very difficult for the bowlers to where to bowl her, which line and length to bowl her.
And she's got boundaries on either side of that long off fielder. She's hit it straight over the bowler's head, but she's also got that extra cover stroke where she's got a boundary in the past couple of overs. So some doubt in the bowler's head. It's gone up in the air. Will that be taken? Yes, it is. Rashmika Sewandi takes the catch. Atapattu with the wicket. Fatima Sana, 25 of 17 is what she can get. She had to go for it. Didn't make the connection that she would have liked. Sri Lanka pick up a crucial wicket.
Absolutely, you called it right. It's a very crucial wicket. She can do a lot of damage in these last few overs, looking for another big hit, looking for glory. But not to be, didn't get that timing, didn't get the connection right. Hit it more in the air rather than the distance. Fatima Sana, a little cameo from her, 18 ball 25. Pakistan 5 down, 262. The wicketkeeper batter, Najia Albi, for last 9 deliveries of this innings, and straight away she comes down the track. Gets one. Wanted to come back for the second. Sidra Amin not interested at all.
He gets a full toss with the first delivery, but not able to make the most of it. But best result for Pakistan, single. That's the dismissal once again. Fatima Sana just not able to get the middle of the bat for the first time in this inning, in her innings, you've got to say. And a decent catch from Rashmika Sewandi coming forward from deep mid wicket.
Sidra Amin sweeps again for one. Wonder how many runs she has scored behind the stumps at sweeping, reverse sweeping or conventional sweeping this time. Many, I would say, in this inning. She moves to 98, and that has really disturbed the line and the length for the bowlers. They just somehow couldn't find the way where to bowl at her, which is the right line to be bowling at her. And now it's up to Najia Albi now. Down the track. Just one run. We come to the end of 49 overs. It's 265 for 5. Yeah, very happy camp. Wahab Riaz, Imran Farhat in the background. They must be very confident for the total that they posted so far. Still 6 deliveries to go. Another 10 runs will take them to 275, which with the Pakistan bowling line should be a very, very good total.
Yeah, absolutely. Already a very, very competitive total. Pakistan, we saw some variable bounce from this track as well. Chetana Vimukti into the attack.
Yeah, just one run. She's happily giving the strike back to Sidra Amin, who's on 98 of 118 deliveries. Eyeing for yet another ODI 100. She's just mastered the art of scoring hundreds for Pakistan women at this level. She's somebody you can always count on. Very dependable batter for Pakistan. 98 she is. Looking for a second. She might not get it. She might not get it this time.
No room provided by Chetana Vimukti there to go for a big shot. Sidra Amin would have been looking ideally for a boundary to go to her century. There you go. She comes down the track. But really, nothing in that delivery that she could have capitalized on to get a boundary.
Najia now to face. Plays it towards onside. Just one more run added to the total. They're happily taking the singles at the moment. It's at least better than the dot deliveries.
It's been a good over from Chetana Vimukti. She's kept that leg stump line, but crucially hasn't strayed yet. Hasn't gone down the leg side. She's kept it at the batter. Another opportunity now for Sidra Amin on 99.
119 deliveries, 99. Sidra Amin. She cuts one for one. Yes, she completes her 100. What a fabulous inning from Sidra Amin, 7th of her career, showing why she is the backbone of this Pakistan side. Doing it in some fashion. Whenever the team needs, she raises her hands and delivers for the team. This one surely will rank very high in her number of centuries that she has scored.
A fabulous knock from Sidra Amin. Started off very slowly in that rebuilding phase for this Pakistan side after the openers were dismissed cheaply. She's just kept going. 13 fours in that 100 of 120 deliveries, a strike rate of 83.33. She's never really given the Sri Lankan bowlers a chance against her, and as you rightly said, been the backbone of this innings.
Yeah, not just the inning, but for Pakistan's batting lineup for a long time. And Najia Alvi goes up and over quite easily. A much needed boundary for Pakistan and Najia. They get to 273 now, in fact.
And Najiha showing her class as well. A premeditated shot, but she's able to use the pace from Chetana Vimukti to get it over that fielder at short third. Pakistan now getting to that figure 275, just 2 runs away, 1 delivery to go.
Right, the last delivery of this inning. 273. Make it 274. She's looking at the umpire, pleading for a wide. She's not going to get it. She moved way outside the off stump. She still cannot believe it.
Here's a replay. Moving outside the off stump. Well, that could have been called a wide. Umpire Rati not moved with the batter moving on to the off stump, but nevertheless a good total for Pakistan, 273 for 5. Nice to see handshakes all round from the Sri Lankan cricketers. They realize what a good knock that's been. Ali, you were out there earlier today. Not the easiest conditions. It's very, very hot and humid, but she's batted through to get that score of 100 and get Pakistan to what looks like a really good total.
Absolutely incredible inning. It's not been easy out there in the middle. It's hot, it's humid, and she's stuck to the task. She's just glued to one end. She understood what is required of the senior batter. Pakistan did lose an early wicket, courtesy to run out. Then Gul Firoza went. Then there was this partnership between her and Aisha Zafar, and then afterwards the partnership with Muniba Ali. But Sidra Amin was just there at one end, and the ability to play all around the ground. She's shown her variety of shots that she possesses as she brings up her 7th 100 of her career of 120 deliveries. She started off slowly but then picked up with that strike rate also. Aisha Zafar scoring 49, 45 from Muniba, Fatma with quick fire 25, and up top the order it was Gul Firoza scoring 27 and Sadaf Sams scoring 12 runs as Najia stayed not out, scoring 8 runs. Pakistan got to a very good total, very competitive total of 273 for 5 in their 50 overs.
Sri Lanka's bowling, nothing much to write home about. Kavisha Dilhari perhaps the best with the ball. 10 overs, 53 runs for 1 wicket. Wickets for Inoka Ranavira, Chetana Vimukti and Chamari Atapattu as well. And that 1 run out to start things off. But Atapattu will not be happy with the performance in the end. Surprised also not to see Rashmika Sewandi bowl more than 5 overs. She started off well, started the innings off well. Nevertheless, 273 is what they conceded with 7 extras.
Right, let's have a look at Pakistan's inning, in brief, Sadaf Shams started off with some quality boundaries through offside. She would looked for a big one.
Yeah.
These were the two boundaries. Gul Firoza on the other hand, she started off
Again,
with sweep
sweeping
shots.
it and
Some excellent shots until this happened.
she's looking for that one. She needs to hurry, direct it.
She kept running and kept her partner run out from the other end. Sidra Amin then started off her inning with some boundaries. Gul Firoza, she's carrying on with her with the form. She continues to hit some boundaries. Pakistan batters, they surely have shown the variety that they possess all around the ground. They can play those sweep shots, those cut shots, those drives, you name it. Pakistan batters have shown that. Aisha Zafar looked to be positive on the very first instant that she came in. She got an opportunity also. But Sidra Amin, on the other hand, was just living on another planet.
Yeah, that partnership between Zafar and Amin was crucial to this Pakistan innings. And you've got to give some credit to Aisha Zafar as well. Scored at a quick rate. Ensured that the Sri Lankan bowlers were put under pressure right throughout. And as you said, Sidra Amin just made herself a nuisance to the Sri Lankan bowlers. That was the wicket of Zafar, where Sri Lanka had a little bit of an opening. Kavisha Dilhari with that wicket, but once again a partnership was built, this time between Muniba Ali and Sidra Amin. That experience of the pair coming to the fore. They started off very slowly, very tentatively, but once they got in, they didn't give any opportunities to Sri Lanka, found the boundaries regularly and put on that platform from which they kicked on in the end.
Sri Lanka's been very flat as far as fielding is concerned. They've missed out on an X factor as far as bowling is concerned also. And Pakistan batters making use of it, taking all the opportunities that came their way. Muniba looking for some big hits, looking for glory, lost her wicket. Then came Fatma Sana with some quick fire, 25 runs to her inning. She possesses some power. She flat bats one through the gap, straight down the ground. Sidra Amin, well, she was just magnificent. The way she was hitting the ball, the way she was finding the gap. And we saw that why she's such an important member of the side. Fatma Sana looking for some big runs, lost her wicket also, but you cannot blame her. She had to. Naji Alvi in the end got a boundary, a very fancy boundary. And in all that, Sidra Amin got to her 100. Well, Rhino presents Sri Lanka versus Pakistan Women's, powered by Honor, second ODI. This is what Sri Lanka would need to get to. 274 runs of 50 overs at 5.48 runs per over. That's coming your way right after the break.
Almost 2 p.m. here in Hambantota, the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium is where we are for the second ODI for the Rhino presents Sri Lanka versus Pakistan Women's 2026 powered by Honour. The second innings coming up shortly. We've had the first innings done and dusted where Pakistan batted first, having been put on a very competitive total of 273 for 5. Obviously the chief architect of that innings being that number 3 backbone of the team, Sidra Amin, with a brilliant century of 120 deliveries. Some contributions from Ayesha, Muniba and Fatima with a bit of a cameo there. 25 of 18 and a total that looks quite good from what we've seen from that first ODI. 4 wickets to the bowlers. Chamari picking up 1, Chetana 1, Inoka 1 for 60 expensive, and Kavisha was impressive in phases, but all of them had a lot of work to do in terms of disciplining their lines and lengths. 1 run out in those 5 wickets as well. So once again, trouble for Sri Lanka's bowlers and not having learned lessons from that first ODI. A brilliant 100 from Sidra Amin has helped Pakistan get to 273 for 5. Ali Yunus alongside me for these first few minutes of the chase. Superb stuff from Sidra.
Absolutely. She was just cautious early on in the inning, but she was good. That she has in her armory. It was such a brilliant inning, a much needed for Pakistan. They have to win the series, and Pakistan are in a great position because of her to be here, in a chance that they can win the series here today in the second ODI.
Yeah, a chance to repeat history as well. The last time Pakistan went towards Sri Lanka was in 2018, 8 years ago, and they won that ODI series 3-0. So here's a chance for them to go on and repeat that. Of course, Sidra Amin once again being the backbone of this team. A half century in the first ODI, a century in the second, as we watch the 2 umpires making their way out to the centre. Deduno De Silva and Vrinda Rathi, the 2 on-field umpires, as we watch and wait for the Pakistani fielders to walk out to defend 273 runs. They'll be quite pleased with what they've done as a batting unit. Ali, what will Wahab and the rest of the coaching team be saying to the girls now to go out there and defend these 274 runs?
Yeah, the message should be quite clear that yes, you've done first part right, but they still have to play good cricket in the second part also, because they know that Chamari Athapathu is a very dangerous player and she has all the capabilities of taking the match away from Pakistan. If she gets going, we know that she can hit those big hundreds. So if they can get Chamari Athapathu out early in the inning, I think that will ease up the nerves. But still, they got to play good cricket in the 50 overs to come and do those 274 runs. Pakistan definitely on top at the moment, but we just never know with Chamari Athapathu.
Yeah, for the longest of time, at least in my recent memory, the conversation around Sri Lanka women's cricket has always been around that woman on your screen, Chamari Athapathu. She's such a vital piece of the puzzle, so much so that when she does well, the entire team lifts themselves up, and that's why she's become an important part of the batting unit especially. She can really change games single-handedly. 4,200 runs with an average of almost 35 and 900s to go with that 195 not out, a very memorable innings. Well, as much as Sri Lankans love her, as much as she's been such a brilliant seasoned campaigner for the team, she herself and her teammates will know that they have to now start looking for other heroes. Now, will Sri Lanka be able to find those heroes soon? Here's an opportunity. 274 to chase. Will they rely on her, or will the team put their hands up and say, we've got this too?
100%. I think she's sort of a leader. You know, when they say that who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the ways to others. And probably she's been around for a while now. It's about time that others, as you said, and Vishmi Gunaratne, she's got the potential, she's got the average, but she can always better that average. She scored 100, so that's a good sign for Sri Lanka. But they will be up against a variety of Pakistan bowlers. To start off with Fatima Hasana, best of 5 for 39. She's got 83 wickets at this level. So Pakistan have a good variety which was missing in Sri Lanka's bowling lineup. They've got a left arm spinner, they've got an off spinner, they've got a right arm wrist spinner also, a left arm fast bowler, a right arm fast bowler. So they've got all bases covered as far as bowling variety is concerned.
It's a buffet of choices for the skipper. Here we go then, Fatima Sana to open the bowling. In swinger straight away that she did trouble Vishmi Gunaratne in that first ODI, moved the ball both ways, and Vishmi was caught with some lacking in her footwork.
Yeah, somehow the umpire is not quite happy with probably the follow through of Fatima Sana. This came in sharply but a little high, I would say. But it's good for a sign. You probably look at that movement, the follow through of Fatima Sana. She ran straight in the line, so that's why just politely telling Fatima to just be careful with that follow through.
Yeah, if you want the LBW decision, let me have a look at it, says the umpire. There's a slip in position now. Vishmi, we saw in that first game, had some trouble against Fatima's movement. You have to be wary. She got the in-swinger first ball. Won't be surprised if she looks to take it away now. A little too wide on that occasion. Just loses her line a little bit.
Yeah, quickly just looking at her follow through again, Fatima Sana. Probably she's not happy with the foot where it's landing. She's not quite happy with it. This one was a little too wide for Fatima Sana's liking. It's very important that you show the consistency. You just don't want to be very predictable bowling on either side, bowling those in-swingers and then out-swingers. You got to have that mystery delivery in your armory that let the batter keep guessing which ball is coming.
Next delivery from Fatima Sana. Nice and straight.
It's good that she's got a slip in place, Fatima Sana. Good attacking, positive captaincy from her.
Yeah, that's much better. She did get a bit rattled after the umpire told her of the first delivery that you're coming in my side, and that can happen to you as a bowler. You're suddenly now thinking about not landing in the wrong areas, but now she's got it right with this delivery.
Yeah, it surely gets to your head as a fast bowler. Keep looking at where your foot is landing and where the follow through is, because she started off with that great in swing up to Vishmi. But Fatima Sana must understand her role is very important as a leader.
Much fuller on that occasion. Vishmi is able to get that drive going, but won't be able to open her account with the bat. Just a one run so far with that wide. Otherwise, Fatima has been pretty accurate. And that's been the strength in their bowling, even from that first ODI. Discipline, lines and lengths.
Yeah, they are a quality bowling side, and Pakistan have generally always been, although Pakistan are without their ace bowler in this series. Sadia Iqbal not 100% fit. She's not in the side. Imagine the variety Pakistan have if she's included in the side.
Getting behind that. Finally, will get one into the gap and open her account, Vishmi Gunaratne, which brings the superstar from Sri Lanka, Chamari Athapattu, on strike for one last ball of the over.
Yeah, this will be a good battle. Interesting battle between the two captains. Fatima understands how important the wicket would be for Chamari Athapattu. That's why I say she never takes a strike. She's always on the non-striker end whenever the innings starts. She just wants to have a look around which way the ball is swinging, because she's such an important wicket for Sri Lanka that you just don't want her to be guessing that which way the ball is swinging. So just to be in a comfortable position, and when she gets going, there are no better sides in cricket.
Absolutely, one of the fiercest strikers of the ball in women's cricket going around. I'm sure Fatima will have a lot to talk to Chamari about off the field as well. They're sharing some time together, because she's herself headed Fatima Sana to the 100. A brilliant opportunity for her and for the development of her game. Chamari, as we know, has spent time in a lot of the women's leagues that are going around, so there'll be a lot of information and learning that'll happen between each other. Nice and straight, and Chamari will just watch this off. Good first over. 2 off it. 2 for none after 1. Tasmia bowled well, left armour in that first ODI. Was a bit wavered early on, couldn't control her swing too much, but she came back in that second spell quite nicely. Left armers will always find some movement regardless of the conditions, the natural angle, making life difficult for the right-handers especially.
Yeah, Tasmia Ruab, she's shown a lot of promise for Pakistan, and good for Pakistan that they've been consistent with her, giving her consistent opportunities. She comes from a place called Jung, near Sargodha in Punjab area. We haven't seen many cricketers come from that area, so lots of credit to Tasmia from breaking the shackles and coming and playing at international level for Pakistan. And I'm sure everyone, all of the city must be very proud of her for the effort that she's making to make it to Pakistan level, because Pakistan still, there is no proper structure of women's cricket as far as these cities are concerned. So all these girls, well done to them.
Nice line that. Not much which we can do about it. It's so amazing when you get these heroes from your own communities. It can inspire so many others to take up the sport, to dream big. And these girls are loving those younger girls to also dream. And if she could make it, so can I. And that's all you need sometimes. Heroes to look up to.
Absolutely. And it gets even more tougher when you don't have a proper structure for these girls.
Push down towards mid-on. They'll take the single quickly. It was a bit slow to get to that one. And I think this is something the Sri Lankan batters will have to do a bit better. The strike rotation in that first ODI was a bit lacking, especially through those middle overs. Lots of defensive strokes against the spinners. Credit to Pakistani spinners. Aroob especially, and Nashra, had really put a stranglehold on the batting. Today they'll have to learn their lessons. And you won't find a boundary every over, but at least keep the scoreboard ticking, get those 4-5 runs every over.
Yeah, that should be the plan. And then they hope that Chamari gets going and get a big one. 195, her best total. So that shows that she's had a habit of scoring big hundreds. Not just hundreds, but big hundreds. That is very important for the batters to understand. That if you get to 100 and you have enough overs to get a bigger one. Just don't lose your wicket after getting to that milestone. And she is somebody who likes scoring big, likes to be in the headlines. That's what you want to see.
She's certainly a headline maker, that's for sure. And she got off to a decent start as well, got 46 in that first ODI, but was playing slower than her usual self. Got out to a sweep shot. Yeah, bit of width, she loves that. There is protection, Pakistan know her strengths. But yeah, Tasmia doesn't want to be offering that much width to someone like Chamari.
Yeah, also not much pace. She won't find much pace from Tasmia either. Because I know that she's somebody who likes space, likes the ball coming onto the bat, and then she can rock it back on the back foot and hit through covers. Here also not much space. Probably she would looking to go over the point area. That flew towards that maybe wide-ish third.
Nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. They should be able to cross over. And they do. 2 overs done, it's 5 for none. Life in rural Sri Lanka looks like this. Some beautiful visuals we've been seeing throughout the day. The stadium is really in the middle of some very lush green forests. I hear you've seen some exotic animals around here, Ali.
I'm still waiting. I do
We saw
plan.
some peacocks on the way today.
I did. Early on, just outside the stadium, in fact. But I'm still really looking forward to go to a safari, probably in a break day tomorrow, maybe, or a day after tomorrow. Really looking forward to it.
Sounds around here, that's for sure. Cut away upishly. Oh, that was unfortunate for Tasmia. She just finished her over, gone to third, and that ball takes a spin and spins away from her for a 4.
Yeah, the captain won't like it. We've seen a few misfields in Sri Lankan fielding inning, but Pakistan also starting off that overran it, could not really keep the eyes on the ball, and then the spin taking it away from her, further away from her. So, but Sri Lanka won't mind it.
Yeah, they'll need all the luck that they get their way. Big total to chase. Good start to get. That is much straighter from Fatima Sana. Back off a length as well. Wishme will comfortably push that off the back foot.
Yeah, and it's important that Wishme starts well, get some quick runs, because that will allow Chamari Atapatu to just settle down, so she doesn't have that pressure of scoring runs from the very first delivery. So it's important this partnership, and Wishme's role, I guess, for Chamari to score big is very important.
It's always about partnerships, isn't it? You can be the best batter, but if you don't have an ideal partner to bat with you, it becomes very difficult. Straight to point.
I think that is the length that Fatma is looking to get some swing from. Yes, it can be risky, because if you don't get swing, you're asking for trouble. You will be hammered all around. But then those risks will create those opportunities also. If the ball swings from that length, the slip fielder will be in business. But this is a beautiful view of the stadium, just covered around. It's all a jungle, you would say, forest all around.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Majestic scenes. And just on the lengths that we've been talking about so much, that's also fuller from Fatima Sana. I guess on any wicket, Ali, as a new ball bowler, you have to be daring to be a bit full to find out if there's any movement at all. Because that's what will get you wickets. You can bowl fast and back off a length, but that's not going to be a wicket delivery unless you're playing in the Perths or the Wakas. But here on Asian conditions, if you do get movement, it'll be early on, and then you have to be daring enough to go fuller. Yes, you might get driven for 1 or 2, but you have every chance of picking up that edge.
100%. I think T20 cricket has changed that a little, but in this longer format, you always stick to that. It's pitching outside the leg stump. She's not going to get that, although it's a very long, hard appeal, but definitely pitching outside the leg stump.
Very hopeful from Fatima Sana.
Yeah.
She was not going to get that pitching outside leg, and look where Chamari is batting. Her stance is outside the leg stump, so no way she's going to get that.
Interesting, very loud and very long appeal from Fatma and the wicketkeeper behind her, JLB. Probably hoping that they can get Chamari out like this, but this one, have a look at this. You mentioned it right, the stance. She's already standing on the 4th or the 5th stump towards the leg side, and then the ball really pitched outside, way outside the leg stump.
Well, you can put pressure on the batter. You can also put pressure on the umpire early on sometimes with loud appeals. But very good bowling. Again, not giving anything for Chamari to work with. There's another over done. Things going by very quickly here from Pakistan. 3 done, 10 for no loss. Tasmia Rubab bowling her second, starts off with 1 down the leg side, won't be called a wide because there's a new rule now, just to remind you, there is a line on the leg side as well, and if you're within that, even if you're close to the leg stump, you're not going to get that wide. So gets away with that one, Tasmia.
Yeah, something for the bowlers.
Finally.
Finally, yes. We've been talking about it. It's a batter's game enough already. As you said, something for the bowlers. Yes, it was probably inside that reddish line that you can see right next to the stumps. But this is a good confident start by Pakistan. They've not let these two batters score freely. They're bowling in the right areas, right length. That's what you want to see. Just keep bowling in that right areas. Be consistent, be patient enough to be bowling in those areas.
And this is a much better start from Tasmia as well. She did get some movement the other day, but she was struggling to control it, especially against the right-handers. There was a wave movement. And at Hamadari, you'll always get that early on. There's a breeze, the ball is new, it's lighter, so it does move around.
Yeah, that's why I was a little surprised by Chamari Atapattu's starting off with a spinner. I thought early on at the pitch there was a little bit of moisture available. She won the toss, she bowled first. I was hoping that in this breeze, with moisture, she'll start off with the two fast bowlers. But to my surprise, she started off an off spinner that let Pakistan batters settle and get off to a good start. Although they had a run out early on, but still, they were off to a good start.
Pulled away, shorter in length. Wishmi took no time to read the length early and pulled it away for a boundary very, very quickly. First boundary for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, erring in length, Tasmia Rubab, shorter one. And with no pace at all off the surface, she's always gonna be hammered. Have a look at this. This one was easy pickings. There was a lot of muscle involved in it. She forced it towards mid-wicket area and got that boundary. Will give her a little bit of confidence. This is a good start by her. 17 deliveries for her 12 runs.
I'll have to correct myself. That was a second boundary. In fact, the first one was off that misfield against Fatima Sana. Yeah, they'll have to be a little bit more positive in their batting, Sri Lanka today. Cannot go into a shell like they did. It's a big total they're chasing, and they'll have to have a good start to be able to stay in the game throughout. Too short again, pulled behind fine, and that's gone all the way for a maximum.
Yeah, it was just a top edge from Wishmi, but she will take it with both hands. 4 overs done. Have a look at this. What happened? She shuffled across. More of a, coming from a toe end of the bat, but from the upper part of it, still just pace taking it away all the way for 6. It's the runs that matters. 4 done, 20 for none.
Not often that you see that the team has made 20 runs and Chamari is only on 1. Wishmi doing the heavy lifting so far. Oh, brilliantly bowled. What are they asking for? It is the edge they're asking for, and they've got it. Brilliant delivery. Not much Chamari or anyone for that matter could have done about it.
That was marvellous. Marvellous from Fatima Sana. She's been rewarded of some consistent line and length. That was beautifully bowled. Great line, great length. There's nothing Chamari could have done about it. That is a massive, massive wicket for Pakistan. A huge wicket as Chamari Atapattu, the captain of Sri Lanka, she'll have to walk back. And I believe she was a little too cautious in this inning. Sri Lanka lose their first on 20.
Well, this is a true test for Sri Lanka women's cricket now. Chamari is out early. Harshita Samaravikrama comes out at number 3. Interesting move this. It was Hasini Pereira who batted at number 3 in the first ODI, but a promotion for Harshita, who herself has been slightly out of touch lately. She made some headlines a few months ago with some very good innings, but an opportunity for her now to try and come back into form, and more importantly, get a win for Sri Lanka without depending on Chamari. Well bowled once again, takes the edge. Bit of bounce as well, gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, you make an excellent point when you say that this is an opportunity for Sri Lanka to get a win without Chamaria Tapatu scoring heavily. I think they've been too much dependent on her, and once she gets an unplayable delivery like this, there's nothing much you could do. And look at the expressions from the non-striker end, the batter on that end, Vishmi, showing that she's the disappointment that she has.
Which is what you don't want to see, really.
Yeah.
Even from your body language.
Absolutely.
The rest of the girls don't want to show that, oh, we're depending so much on Chamari.
And almost everybody in the cricket circuit now knows that you get Chamaria Tapatu out, you get half of the team out already. And Pakistan have a great opportunity now here to seal the deal, to seal the series, win the series here. But again, it's an opportunity for somebody like Harshita, Vishmi, and Nilashki De Silva, all these others, even Kavisha Delahari, all these young batters to come to raise their hands. That okay, fine, yes, we have lost the captain, but we have not lost the game. We will raise our hands, we will do it for the team, for the country, for the pride. Here's an opportunity for all of you.
Yeah, we've said this before also, that there's no lack of talent, that's for sure. They certainly can do it. It's just a matter of belief, backing yourself, know that you've got what it takes. A little bit of a push and support from those inside the dressing room. Pakistan, for now, right on top. Fatima Sana leading the charge with the ball in hand. Nicely defended, to very good deliveries. Fatima to the left hander, she's bowled some brilliant lines.
Yeah, she's getting that swing in the air also, and seam after pitching too. So that's a good sign for Fatima, and not good signs for these young batters of Sri Lanka. Even remember in the first over, it was the second or the third delivery that she bowled to Vishmi that came in sharply. Since then, Fatima Sana has been brilliant, just sticking to the right areas, consistently bowling in those right channels.
That's Fuller, straight to the fielder. Mehani there, she'll be useful with the spin, bowled well in the first ODI as well, alongside Nashra and Aroop. All three spinners, in fact, put in some great work. Really made use of the conditions, slowed it down. Not much batters could do.
Yeah, not to forget, there are little contributions from Aisha Zafar as an off spinner too. She can be very handy also. So Pakistan, as I said earlier, has got lots of variety in their bowling lineup. They've got a good bench strength also. You'll see the likes of Tubasan to be playing in T20s. And then there will be Momna Riyasat, she's on the bench, left arm spinner. Sadia Iqbal, when she comes back, she will be the part of the team. So Pakistan have got lots of young talent coming up as spinners, and you will be, I don't know if you've seen that Pakistan under 19 or versus South Africa under 19 side. Pakistan have got 3 or 4 very good quick left arm fast bowlers. Sharbano to be one, there's Manur Zaib. I think Pakistan has got a great future as far as fast bowling is concerned.
Oh, that was very sharp movement inward. When you speak of the future of fast bowling, Pakistan have a very good past as well for fast bowling, not just in women's but also in men's. 5 overs done. It's 23 for 1. That's the problem. Tasmir Rubab now into the third over of hers. Her and Fatima Sana opening the bowling for Pakistan. You were speaking of that Pakistan versus South Africa under 19 series at home. Pakistan lost at 3-2, but it was a very good tournament. I'm sure there have been some great finds. You were in the com box, so you must have had a close eye on some of the upcoming talents in the women's team.
Yeah, definitely. I was really pleased to see young talent coming through the system, through the ranks. Because remember, South Africa under 19, they're a world number 2 side. They were in the finals of the World Cup. They lost the final of under 19 World Cup. These girls, so winning 2 games out of 3, and in fact the last game it was rain affected. Had that been a proper game, might have been a different story. So it was pleasing to see young fast bowlers. There's a spinner, and then there is an all-round cricketer also, Zufi Shah. I think she's very impressive. The captain herself. So if they're in the system, I think you will soon see them in a bigger picture, in a bigger team. A year or so, I think they should all be ready.
Always bodes well for the team when the younger teams, the under 19s and the A teams are doing well. And kudos to the boards for Sri Lanka and Pakistan. There are a lot more A team tours and development tours that you're seeing these days. That's down the leg side. This left hand, right hand combination is troubling Tasmia a little bit. Just can't seem to get her lines right, as opposed to Fatima Sana, who was pinpoint accurate in her 2 overs.
I think she's trying a little too hard to get the swing. In the first couple of overs, she was sticking to the basics, bowling in the right areas consistently. And somehow I get a feeling in the 2 deliveries that she's bowled in this over, she's trying a little too much to get a wicket.
Cut away. Bit of a misfield. Will get a single. Yeah, just touching on under 19 and A team. Like I said, cricket boards have put a lot more focus on getting those teams also a lot of exposure, getting teams over. We had New Zealand A women's team come over recently. Our co-commentator Estelle was covering that as well. And that gives you an idea of what to expect in the future.
Absolutely. Not just the boards, but I think ICC also is playing their part in organizing these young girls. I hear there is a Tri-Nation also coming in Pakistan that includes Sri Lanka and West Indies under 19s at that level. So it never used to happen earlier. It just started off happening, these Tri-Nations and bilateral series being organized by the boards. It's good for the future of the game.
And what it does is, for those young girls and the boys, it prepares them for that international and the top level, because suddenly they don't find themselves in the deep end. They've been there, they've seen those, they've traveled with the teams, they've seen the talent ahead of them. It's a very smooth transition for a lot of them. Lovely punch off the back foot, but once again, a misfield from point.
And that too from one of the better fielders of Pakistan, that's Saida Aroop Shah. She's known to be a gun fielder, but probably she's seen Sri Lanka field a little too deep. Too deep.
Contagious.
Contagious it has become now, rightly so.
I look forward to seeing her with the ball. I thought she was very impressive with the wrist spin. As it is, wrist spin is such a difficult art, and the control she provides, absolutely fantastic. Last ball of the over. Oh, got a little too close to that one, Vishmi. Yeah, that is called a wide eventually. It was too far to try and cut that away.
Yeah, she wasn't that happy, Rasmia, with that call. And now we can see why. That was always going away from the batter. She's bowled a couple of wides in this over. Given away 18 runs without a wicket yet.
Off the back foot again, but won't take a single this time. A dot ball to end what has been a long over from Tasmia. 6 done. Sri Lanka 29 for 1. Fatima Sana will bowl her fourth over. She's been the wicket taker, that of Chamari Atapattu, the big one. Short and pulled away. Ace protection down there. Harshita will pick up a single.
Yeah, just pulling back the length a little. I wonder what's going on in her mind, what she's trying to do, because pitching it up that length, but where she got the wicket off Chamari Atapattu, she was very consistent, and that worked for her. I think she needs to get back to the line, to the same length, because she's getting assistance from the conditions, and she needs to be consistent with her line, with her length, and she will be successful. She's bowled beautifully so far.
Inward movement again, but Vishmi is quick to turn that around towards deep square. They won't mind conceding these ones inside the power play. They can block off the boundaries, frustrate the Sri Lankan batters. That's when the mistakes will start coming.
Yeah, they've done so well so far. 31 in 6.2 overs. And when you look at the target, 274, Sri Lanka surely needed a good start. But once the captain goes back, the team gets into a shell, and then probably they're looking for another hero in this inning, and probably may this be the inning for somebody else to stand up and deliver for the team.
Yeah, there's some very fine batters in there. Harshita right now, Hasini also been in form. Oh, what was that? Almost like a late reaction. Saw the swing and turned the bat at the last moment.
Yeah, I think the pace also, decreasing on pace, it was a slower one, yeah, into the surface, but she checked it well on time, and then she wanted to just flick it towards onside. It's good that she's seeing the ball well, understanding it, because it's never easy when bowlers bowl those slower ones these days. They've got all the tricks going on, all those slower one cutters, back of the hand, knuckle deliveries. So you need to keep your eyes on the hand of the bowler now.
Nicely on top of that, it's in the gap. Bit of a chase for both the fielders. Should come back for the double quite comfortably. Harshita is a positive cricketer. She looks to stay busy. She looks to get those quick ones and twos. And if they can keep that momentum up without losing a wicket for the next maybe 10 to 12 overs together at least, they certainly make a game out of it.
Yeah, they got to learn something from their opponents, how Pakistan built up their inning. What they did, because they lost an early wicket in form of Sadar Shams, who looked really good. Then they were a little partnership, then a big partnership, then little partnership. So probably they would be looking at what Pakistan did, and if they can apply this same sort of tactics here in their batting lineup, build little partnerships, and then hope that one of them can get a big one and others can play around that one better. There's no way that they cannot get to 274.
And the advantage also is that they know what they're chasing. They're not setting a total, so they can take those calculations, assess where they need to be at the end of a certain amount of overs. Gives you a solid plan on how you want to go. Driven very nicely. One for the cameras, that shot, but won't fetch her any runs. 7 done. Sri Lanka are 33 for 1. Mics are off, guys. Thank you.
.33 for 1 after 7, and introduction of spin as Hani will come in with her right arm off break.
She was excellent with the ball in the previous game. Really put the brakes on the Sri Lankan batting order.
slip in position for her. Very first delivery, pushing the batter on the back foot. I wonder what will be the ploy over here from the spinner. Will they be looking to give in some more flight to try and challenge the Sri Lankan batters to use their feet?
Yeah, that's certainly what they did in the previous game. They looked to attack, not just bowl flat or fast, trying to extract as much as possible off this pitch. They had a lot of success with that ploy as well, so I'd expect something similar here as well.
Again on the back foot towards the mid-wicket region. The length is slightly on the shorter side. Given that flight, just a little push further up.
Yeah, Hani settled very quickly in the previous game. Settled into a good line and length right away here, as you mentioned. Perhaps slightly on the shorter side. Hasn't really gotten the ball up yet.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly she adjusts her lengths. The lines are fantastic.
So once again, Harshita Samaravikrama playing that on the back foot. Hasn't done much damage at that length, but the wicket taking options probably when you're bowling up fuller.
With a few such deliveries, if she's planning to set the batters up and now come in with a quicker one onto the pads. Last ball of the over. Maybe an arm ball. Defensively played out. First over comes to an end from Hani. 8 gone, 36 for 1. Wishmi will be on strike, 23 of 26. How does the Sri Lankan side adjust on the fact that they've lost their skipper early?
Well, they do have to take a leaf out of the book of Pakistan. The way they batted, they lost their openers early as well. Middle order batters have to put their hands up. And we've seen contributions from these batters in the recent past, over the last 2 years, as I mentioned. Sri Lanka's batting has not been as heavily reliant on Chamari Atapattu. Yes, she has been the star and the big scores have come off her bat. However, you've had good contributions from the likes of Harshita Samaravikrama, Nilakshika De Silva down the order. Hasini Pereira has come into some form. So today is an opportunity for these batters to show that they have the capability to compete at this level as well.
Beautifully driven. Oh, well tried. The attempt was nice, but the result in favour of Sri Lanka. Boundary.
Good shot from Vishmi Gunaratne, going straight behind the bowler. She has looked a lot more fluent today. The previous game she did get to 28, but it was a very scratchy innings, a lots of inside edges, outside edges. Today she's looked a lot more fluent, timing the ball really well. Looks like she has gotten a little bit of form under her belt with this knock.
Yeah, important for someone to take up the responsibility. It's a big total that they're chasing, 274. I like the fact that the Pakistani girls are putting in massive efforts in the field, putting in dives, trying to put their body behind the ball.
Yeah, they've certainly been the better side in the field in these two games so far. Of course, a couple of misfields here and there, but in total, they've stopped a lot of runs. And I think even in that previous delivery, it may not have stopped the single, but it still puts that doubt in the batter's mind because the fielders are so good inside the circle.
Good looking drive. Straight to the fielder.
Now this is an area, Neil, I think Sri Lanka really lacked in the previous game as well. They played a lot of good shots, timed the ball well, but kept finding the fielders in the inner ring. And that cost them at the end of the day. If we compare that to Pakistan, especially early on in the innings, found the gaps really easily. And that's why they were able to get off to a good start today as well.
Aerially played. No need for singles when you can strike boundaries.
Not the most convincing shot from Harshita Samaravikrama. He's not someone who really tries to play the ball over the top. This time, gets the ball a thick outside edge almost over the fielder at backward point, and it races away to the boundary. So runs count in the end, she's gone to 10 of 18.
Fatima's conceded 9 of this over. And a dot to finish. 9 gone, 45 for 1. Only one wicket to fall so far, and that is the big wicket of the skipper. That too in a mammoth chase like this. Nothing to take away from all the other talents that Sri Lanka has on the cards tonight. But one will have to understand the psychological advantage that Pakistan hold after picking that wicket of the skipper. Meanwhile, Hani will continue.
Yeah, certainly getting the wicket of Atapat to any team is a big relief because you know the damage that she can do with the bat.
A single there. You're talking about singles, or rather the lack of it by the Sri Lankan batters. I reckon a little part of it has to be credited to the use of feet, or rather the lack of it. We've seen Sri Lankan batters staying in the crease and playing from there. Cricket is a game of angles. You need to create the angles, probably just about half a foot forward, half a foot back, and you'll be able to get the ball to move away a yard to the left or the right of the fielder. So now the same shot, if she had gone just slightly on the back foot, change that angle, would have been able to pierce the gap. The same thing by the Pakistani batters. They constantly use their feet. They came up to the ball, to the length of the ball, playing that shot. Alright, sweep coming in. Just a single.
Yeah, another great quality to have as a cricketer is the ability to adapt to what is in front of you. I think Sri Lanka in both games have just not been able to learn from how Pakistan have gone about things. As you rightly mentioned, they were busy at the crease. They used the reverse sweeps, the sweeps, they came down the track. They didn't allow the Sri Lankan bowlers to simply keep bowling at them. Whereas Sri Lanka in both games, particularly in that first one where they did get stuck in the middle overs, stayed in their creases, allowed the Pakistani spinners to just keep bowling the same lines and lengths. So that is a ditch they would not want to fall into today as well. Quietly, this pair has gone at nearly 5 runs and over. So it's a reasonable start from Sri Lanka.
10 gone, 48 for 1. Alright, so the power play has been signalled. On-field umpire Rinda Rathi. And it's going to be spin from both the ends as Nashra Sandhu has been called in. Look at those numbers, 120 wickets and an average just under 27. Economy under 4.5. Phenomenal talent. Shot mid-wicket in position. There is a slip and there is a shot cover. We'll get a single on that one.
And Nashra Sandhu was excellent in that first game as well. I could say that about all of Pakistan's spinners, but she's been that wicket-taking option for them. Left arm spin. And the pace in which she bowls with makes it very, very difficult for the batter. She bowls so slow that all the power has to be generated by the batters. And that's where Sri Lanka have struggled. A lot of these players are touch players. They're not big hitters of the ball. So against someone like Sandhu, it's not very easy to score quickly.
Yeah, use of feet there. Now if she had stayed in her crease and played the same shot, the ball would have gone to short mid-wicket. Used the feet, came to the length of the ball and played it a little straighter. And that's something that both these batters will have to look at. But you're right, touch players, one of the best ways to counter them is to put in those close-in fielders who will stop the singles. Long off will cut this. Just a single.
Bit of disturbance to the fielder. I believe the drone caught her by surprise, but good bit of fielding in the deep. Along on Vishmi Gunaratne going over the top, but not able to find the gap this time.
Going for the sweep. Big appeal, but there are smiles and giggles on the field because they know that there's no merit in that call. Harshita came way long outside of the off stump. Again, good use of feet. A yard onto the left of the short mid-wicket fielder and a run to end the over. 11 gone, 52 for 1. Hani will continue. Poor line. Oh, lucky that she didn't get punished.
Yes, Samar Vikrama will be disappointed with that. Her bread and butter shot, the sweep shot, which is not able to find the gap. Gets it straight to the fielder again. That point I made before about finding the gaps. Sri Lanka just not able to do it so far.
There, a chance created and executed. The chase is still on, but will the ball teasingly go over the rope? Yes, the indication's on. It's a 4.
Premeditated little lap sweep from Harshita Samaravikrama. We're talking about how you can't allow these bowlers to just keep bowling to you. This time, laps it over the top. Would have been an opportunity if Firoza was able to get a bit more height into the jump. Good attempt, good anticipation from the fielder at slip. A real teaser, wasn't it, to the boundary. At the end of the day, the ball wins by the barest of margins.
Oh yeah, the anticipation was absolutely point on, and because of which now the slip has been removed. To the short third.
Yeah, slip removed and immediately she gets an outside edge. Of course, unlikely that would have gone anywhere near the slip fielder.
Gorgeous views of the neighborhood of this ground. They're getting their singles now, getting them comfortably. Yes, a boundary on the very first delivery. And post that, even if you get a couple of singles, you don't need to do anything out of the box here. Going at a good pace, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that was a feature of Pakistan's innings as well. Tended to get the boundary early in the over.
A good piece of fielding there. Very good stop there.
A little bit of a stutter in the middle between this pair. We did see some suspicious running from the Pakistan batters as well. This time Muniba Ali, her fielding just creates almost a half a chance. No damage done for Sri Lanka.
But this time, it's going to be the boundary rider who'll stop this. What the Sri Lankan batters are doing very sensibly is they're milking the overs, getting those singles through. 59 for 1 after 12.
Guys, lefty strike है. Point छोड़ देना point. गुल तुम इधर क्यों आ रही हो गुल? Point पे जा रही हूँ. Righty है lefty है. गुल पीछे भी एक fielder है. गुल पीछे भी एक fielder है इधर आओगी. यार यहाँ fielder short हो गया सामने. थोड़ा खुद देखो ना. यार वो देखो ना ये पीछे fielder है. आयशा बाजी point बने. मैं हूँ point यार. तो फिर इधर आओ ना. मम्मी extra cover. Come on guys थोड़ा जागो ऐसे रन बन जाएंगे जिस तरह सब एनर्जी शो कर रहे हो. शाबाश गाइस जरा बॉलर को सपोर्ट करो यार शाबाश.
This is the place. Ali Yunus, our co-coms, is already
चल यार हम लेट हो रहे हैं यार.
gung-ho about it. Probably would have done some bookings as well already.
It's a great place to travel around, see some animals in their natural habitats. I tell you guys, Tambula will be another opportunity. Lots of national parks, lots of nature reserves around Minneria, that area. So you're in for a very exciting trip, I can imagine.
Oh, indeed. I came to the Elephant Sanctuary in 2012. Came here for the T20 World Cup that was hosted by Sri Lanka. And one of my visits was the safari. Incredible to be oh so close to these gentle giants, the elephants, in their natural habitat. It's just incredible. So many stories, so many narratives we took home from here.
Meanwhile, Arub Shah into the attack. On the com box end, she was excellent in the previous game. I know I've said that about every one of the spinners that have turned out for Pakistan today, but she really was very, very good with her lines and lengths. Didn't give anything away to the Sri Lankan batters.
She bowls those tight lines. And you're not wrong in appreciating the efforts of the spinners of Pakistan. They did really turn up in that first ODI, restricted the Sri Lankan batting. Sri Lanka had a fantastic start, but despite that, consistently picking wickets. The enormous number of dot deliveries that put pressure on the Sri Lankan batting.
And what was good to see from them was that Umehani was able to get some extra turn and bounce. Arup Shah, despite not getting that much turn on the ball, she was still so accurate that it was very difficult to get her away. Created that pressure always so that someone from the other end could pick up wickets.
Well, yeah, it's a very old adage that bowlers hunt in pair. That's exactly how it is. One tries to create immense pressure by bowling those tight lengths, tight lines, not giving runs. Then when the other one comes in from the other end, they try to do something silly and go. 64 for 1 after 13. .64 for 1 after 13. And Fatima is persistent with an attacking field set. Yes, no slip, but still that short mid-wicket. And the cover on a single stopping position, always good.
The sweep brought out by Harshita Samaravikrama. She has been out of sorts in the last few months. Didn't have a great World Cup. Has struggled in that middle order. Gets a promotion today. Been a slow start, but she'll be happy. She's got to 23. Now it's time to kick on. It's time to push to a bigger score. Same with Vishmi Gunaratne. She's looked a lot more fluent today than she did in the previous game. The opportunity is here. We've got 37 overs remaining. Plenty of time to make a name for yourselves today.
Yeah, one has to put back those bad days because just as you cannot live on your laurels of the past, you should not be looking at those bad days as a part of your identity. Fresh day, fresh guard, and go out and perform to the best of your abilities. Because the more you think and live in the past, thinking that, oh, I had a bad series, a bad World Cup, that's never going to help you out. It's going to drag you down in that ditch further. Very good running there. Now this is something that will create pressure, and pressure gets you runs, overthrow and a boundary added to the total.
You're lucky on that occasion with the extra runs, but as you said, excellent running between the wickets. This pair, they've put a couple of good partnerships together in the past. I wonder, yes, it did take the batter's body, ricochets off her and down to the boundary. Generally, we don't see players running for overthrows like that, but this time it's all the way to the boundary, so Sri Lanka will happily accept the extra 4 runs.
.50 runs partnership between these two, and has come in good time. Just of 57 deliveries. Make that 58.
We've spoken about not finding the gaps, trying to move on, but just quietly they've moved to 5 runs and over. They're moving this chase along at a decent pace.
A dot ball to finish the 14th, 70-1.
गाइस यहाँ से मैच नहीं छोड़ना यार, शाबाश। तेरा सब अच्छे लग रहे हो, तेरा सारे तगड़े रहेंगे। हानी कवर बनी हो।
.50 partnership between Vishmi and Harshita. Some good signs this for Sri Lanka as they look to chase down 274 put up by Pakistan. Aroop gave a lot of nightmares to the Sri Lankan middle order batters in the first ODI, and here she is to bowl her second over. Leading edge just away from the fielder as this partnership continues. Vishmi on 41 now with Harshita, the left-hander, proving to be a good partner. A real opportunity here, Ali, for Sri Lankans, the middle order of Sri Lanka's batters to make a statement.
Definitely, and they look committed. The good part is that they're not letting the pressure get to them. They're taking those singles, they're rotating the strike, unlike Pakistan. Pakistan did go in the shell. When Pakistan were batting, there were lots of dot deliveries. But what these two have done well is they've not played many dot deliveries. Yes, Harshita has taken a time, but still it's not that bad. Because Vishmi, on the other hand, she's playing beautifully. So what they've done is not let the pressure get to them of those dot deliveries.
As we were discussing off air, one of them has to play like Sidra did. Ride out the early pressure. Just keep the scoreboard ticking and go on to get a big one. One of them has to bat the 50 overs, and it seems like at this stage, it's got to be Vishmi. She's been out there the longest time. These two are putting on a good show, left-hand, right-hand combination. It's also not going to be easy for the spinners to be bowling to these two.
See, they'll keep on taking those singles. Already 3 in the over. That's what Pakistan didn't do at this time. There were too many dot deliveries. So this surely goes in the favor of these two, Harshita and Vishmi. And if one of them, yes, can go and get 100, surely they will be in a chance to win this one. And that will be a remarkable victory if they're able to do it without the contributions of the captain.
And this is also missing in the first ODI, Ali. Sri Lanka really struggled after the first opening partnership. Just couldn't get the ball out of the square. Too many dot balls in that.
You see, it happens in cricket that it brings sometimes, when you're pushed against the wall, it brings out the best in you. And probably is a situation for Sri Lankan batters. They're one down in the series there. They lost their captain. So yes, it might bring out the best in these two and the batters to come.
Uses the feet but can't get it past the bowler. 3 runs off this over. 15 done. Sri Lanka 73-1.
फाती फाइंड हर्ड हट जा ये क्या किया हर्ड में नहीं
15 overs done. Sri Lanka 73-1. Looking good at this stage. Pakistan were an extra wicket down and 10 runs behind. So confirming the fact that Ali was just mentioning in the previous over that they were a little slow at this stage of the game. As we watch Nashra Sandhu bowling her third over, she picked up 3 wickets in that first game. Also was the best bowler 8 years ago when Pakistan visited Sri Lanka. So she seems to be enjoying bowling in these conditions.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the prolific bowler for Pakistan. And the best part about her is the variation in the pace that she does. She quickly adapts those to the conditions. She understands it. She's experienced enough. She's got the variety. And the best variety in her, in my opinion, is the variation in the pace. Like if it's a slower one, if a slower surface, she'll even bowl slower. And then if there is turn available, she'll get the ball to turn also. So that's the sign. These are the signs of a good thinking bowler. And Nasha Sandhu for all these years has shown lots of promise and lots of performances for Pakistan. I still remember one of her spell in Lahore against South Africa. She took 6 for in 3 or 4 overs. She just rattled South African batting lineup. Pakistan won that game. So she has that ability to adapt to the conditions very quickly.
Yeah, much better against her today. The Sri Lankan batters, they seem to be showing some intent, and that must have been a conversation. Look, 3 singles in these 3 deliveries. I'm sure after the first ODI, Coach Lendl Simmons and the rest of the team must have sat them down and had a long conversation about rotating strike, not getting bogged down under pressure. Don't let the bowler dictate terms to you.
Yeah, she finds the gap beautifully. Finds the boundary too. This is superb batting. Excellent use of the feet. Getting to the pitch of the ball, then placing it through the gap for 4.
Yeah, use of the feet has been a feature of this partnership between these two. Now, one way to counter the turn is that, and also finding boundaries off it. So very good signs for the Sri Lankan middle order. Harshita picking up another boundary. This was quicker and shorter. Usual response from a spinner after getting hit for a 4.
Yeah, the variation in the pace again from Nasha Sandhu. Just a few moments ago, you showed me the difference between the two sides. We'll get back to it because this is the last delivery of the over. 16 overs done, 80 for 1.
गाइस अपने प्रोसेस में रहो, वो लोग खुद ही विकेट देंगे. जरा शाबाश. अपना प्रोसेस नहीं छोड़ो जरा सारे. शाबाश. मुन्ने तुम थोड़ा बाहर निकल सकती हो.
Aruba and Nashra now bowling in tandem. Defensive on that occasion. You were talking about the comparison at this stage between the two teams.
Yeah, she showed you the graph of 10-run difference. I think that difference, that those 10 singles are the difference that this pair has already taken inside 16 overs. There's a difference of 10 singles between two sides. That shows that these two batters are confident. They're playing the spin well. They're moving around in the crease well. They're comfortable taking singles, rotating the strike. That's where the difference is. Yes, Pakistan did hit a few boundaries in between. But the batters who were taking singles, I think that's the ability that you want to see at this level in this format.
Nicely cut away. She got a hand to it. Otherwise, that was running away to the boundary.
Again a single. In fact, remember in the previous over of Nasha Sandhu, they took 3 singles and then a boundary. So suddenly that 3-run over becomes a 7-run over or an 8-run over. So that's what probably they would be looking at here. A good fielding effort from Gulfiroza. This could have easily gone for a boundary. So this partnership is very confident looking partnership.
And the fielding could just make all the difference here. Quite a few lapses from Sri Lanka in the field, but Pakistan been a much better side on the field at least. But this is turning out to be a good contest. We're having a game on our hands. As long as the Sri Lankan batters can keep doing this, drag the game right until the end, really have a good game on our hands. And if they've managed to win this, it's good for the tournament because then we have a final on the 28th. Off the back foot into the gap.
अभी भी थोड़ा आगे से
Yes, you say Pakistan have fielded well, but I would say I think Sri Lankan batters have found the gap well. They've not played it in the hands of the fielders. They found the gap and they've run well between the wickets. So probably, in my opinion, they're just neck to neck as far as these middle overs are concerned. Rather, I would say Sri Lankan batters have done better job in these overs. Yes, the end result was better, but these middle overs, see again, just easing it for one towards long on for one. That's a huge difference between the two sides as we come to the end of the 17th over. 84 for 1 is Sri Lanka, and it's time for everyone in the ground to have a drink break.
Here's a look at what has happened so far in this innings for Sri Lanka, chasing down 274. 84 for 1 is where they are at the end of 17 overs. The players have just taken drinks, but it's been a good session for Sri Lanka despite the early loss of Chamari Athapattu. It was Wishby and Chamari who opened the batting. A couple of good-looking shots by Wishby to start things off, 2 boundaries. That was a 6. And then this brilliant delivery to Chamari Athapattu from Fatima Sana Khan. That was the only breakthrough. And after that, Harshita and Wishby have put on a brilliant partnership. Some very good strokes, some very good rotation of the strike, quick singles, shots in the gap, overthrows as well. Has all contributed to Sri Lanka in a very solid position right now. And a foundation has been set for them to chase this 274 down if they continue to bat smartly, much to the delight of the dugout so far. Here we go then. This is back live. Opens the face of the bat at the last moment and gets another single. So the good work will continue between these two.
Yeah, breather for Pakistan women maybe. It was a good time to get together, think what needs to be done. What needs to be done to break this partnership, which yes, it may not look that dangerous at the moment, but trust me, the way they are maneuvering this bowling lineup, especially the way they are playing Nashra Sandhu, Pakistan's ace.
Nashra now around the wicket to the right hand, and that's always a challenge when you're bowling to a left hand right hand combination. You constantly have to change your angles. Oh, a risky sweep shot that has gone behind the keeper. That could have easily hit the stumps on the way, but Vishmi has gotten away with that. They'll come back for the double.
Yeah, she's moved to 48 now. 48 well-made runs by Vishmi. And that break coming at a time where Pakistan needed it. Probably just come together, everyone, get a suggestion or so from the senior player that what needs to be done to break this partnership, because this partnership surely is looking very threatening. And it's just the way they are playing Nashra Sandhu, the way they're managing her, because Nashra Sandhu is Pakistan's ace bowler, and it seems to be there is no problem for these two to handle her. Just picking up singles on their will, rotating the strike. Pakistan need to get one wicket at least here.
Vishmi's on 49. She comes back on strike. Here's an opportunity for her. Shy at the non-striker's end, but Harshita was always going to get to it. Yeah, whatever Jamie Siddons has told the girls after that first ODI seems to have worked very, very well. There's been a complete shift in the attitude and the approach of the Sri Lankan batters. With Vishmi, after a struggle in that first ODI, she's back in the squad and back among the runs, which is great signs for Sri Lanka cricket. 49 of 53, chance for her to get to her half century. Well, she'll have to wait, as that is the end of over number 18. 89 for 1.
शाबाश गर्ल्स लेफ्टी है
89 for 1. Going along quite nicely now, these two. A very good partnership for Sri Lanka between Harshita and Vishmi. As Aroop continues, wrist spin for Pakistan. Down the track again, can't stop that. Thought about stealing a single, but Fatima Sana's quick to clean that up.
Yeah, and they were quick to realize that there was no run available. The worst they can do to themselves is run themselves out. That's the last thing that they want at the moment.
Almost every ball now, Harshita looking to use her feet. It could be something the bowler could plan around. But whenever she's done it successfully. But now's an opportunity for Vishmi to get to her 50.
Yeah, because we haven't seen much turn from these spinners. Just one odd delivery turning, but not much turn.
Oh, it's a quick single, but they'll get across. She was out of the team because of a wrist injury, Vishmi. But she's come back very, very well. Out of the team, but never out of touch and never out of runs. A very well compiled half century, just when her team needed her to put her hands up.
very solid, very composed, and full of aggression in it, full of commitment. That's what you want to see from a youngster. The commitment level that she's showing, that she wants to do it for the team. Yes, the captain is out. Who's going to do it? I'm going to do it instead. And that's a great sign for Sri Lankan cricket. If she's going to do it and if she's able to win the game for them, it will be huge. And again, using the feet. We spoke about it earlier. There's not much turn. So they can always use the feet and get to the pitch of the ball and ease those singles.
Nicely driven in the gap. She's just come such a long way, Vishmi Gunaratne. We still remember when she made her debut. Was in her teens. Had to take leave from the cricket to go do her exams at one point. But here she is, becoming an important part of this team and putting her hands up and saying, there are better cricketers, there are better batters in this team. The reliance on Shamari has to go off, and it's slowly coming off. As Estelle did mention also earlier, there have been performances from the likes of Harshita, Hasini, the Lakshika De Silva, but just needs to come more regularly. 19 done, it's 94 for 1.
Shabash girls.
A target of 274. One of the opening batters had to go on and get a good start, and it was Vishmi Gunaratne who's done that. Early boundaries in the innings gave her a lot of confidence after a stutter in the first ODI, but as she's progressed in this innings, she's looked rock solid with every ball she's faced. Back live now, as Harshita continues to provide that anchor and support for Vishmi.
Yeah, gradually, slowly getting to where they want to be, and that is 274. That's the target. It's always good to have target in front of you. Again, a sweep shot. They're being very comfortable playing those sweep shots now. They come back for the second. Probably they would have seen Sidra Amin use that sweep shot, reverse sweep. Even Gul Firoza did it to her best, not for much, but longer time, but she did it also. And the best part is they're not hitting it hard. They're just timing it, playing it with soft hands. That's why they're just rotating the strike on regular occasions.
Yeah, they're using the sweep shot a lot more than they did earlier.
Fatma.
It's also a lesson they've learned from Pakistan's batters. In fact, Gul Firoza, you mentioned that first ODI in the 77 she made, she almost exclusively relied on the sweep shot against the spinners. And that's something these batters have learned as well.
Yeah, but there's a difference between Harshita Vishmi and Pakistani batters. They're playing it straight in the V also. That makes it even tougher for the bowlers. Where exactly to bowl. That's what Sidra Amin did. She was using all that areas, using the crease, backing off, playing it through covers. That's exactly something these two are doing. That's making it tough for the bowlers of Pakistan. I'm sure Abdul Rahman, the former Test cricketer of Pakistan, he will be a worried man at the moment.
Stark contrast really, the way Sri Lanka have battered. This is another exquisite drive through a very small gap but she managed to beat both fielders to perfection. Lovely timing, beautiful shot, 4 runs.
Absolutely, I think that was a marvellous hit, and the fielding again. The talk of the town. Have a look at this, diving over it. At this level, you expect these girls to stop these and not let these ones convert to 3s or 4s. And in doing so, we see a change in the field. She's been asked to come in covers. As we see Fatma Sana herself going. In fact, she stays at mid-wicket. But the field is being definitely replaced by her. End of 20. 104 for 1. 10 runs came off Nasha Sandhu's over.
राइट ही है रन कितने आने चाहिए गाइस बॉलर को बैक करना है शाबाश पानी थोड़ा सा उधर हां इधर
104 for 1 in 20. It's a good phase to be in for Sri Lankan batters. Fatima Sana will be hoping that one of these two spinners, or Roop Shah or Nashra, can provide them this breakthrough. Desperately need to break this partnership now. Harshita's also now getting into the 40s slowly on 38 of 54. Wishmi has to go on and get a big one. There's no better opportunity than this for her to get a century.
100%. The stage is set. All she needs to do is execute. Again, use of feet. That's been the brilliance of this partnership, using of feet. And this partnership, 85 of 97 deliveries. A bit of a headache for Fatima Sana, because the way they're just maneuvering the field, not letting the pressure get to them. Amazing.
Quick inquiry, but it's probably high and missing off. Yeah, you spoke about them also playing in the V, and I think that's a brilliant observation you made, Ali, because what you're seeing from Harshita, she comes down the track, not on this occasion, thought about it but didn't really commit, and because she's been coming down the track and meeting the ball, almost forced the spinners to then drop their length, and then they can also play square of the wicket to find those easy gaps, just like that. Although this time it's straight to the fielder.
Absolutely, that's why I said they've been very impressive. They're showing the range, they're showing the variations. They can sweep well, they can cut well. That is all because they're playing well in the V. That shows that they've got strong basics, that they can just always play in the V and rotate the strike.
Down the track again. Won't get past the fielder. So this is a relatively quiet over. Just a single off it. Arup Shah will want to finish it off without further damage. And that's what they need to do, Pakistan women. String together a couple of quiet overs, create some pressure, and maybe get the batter to play a false shot. Cut away from very close to her. This time she'll manage to rotate the strike, and that'll be the end of over number 21. Just two off it. It's 106 for 1.
right arm round
106 for 1. It's a fantastic partnership brewing over here. Tossed up delivery by Hani.
It's been an excellent partnership, as you mentioned, between this pair, Harshita Samaravikrama, Vishmi Gunaratna. Harshita taken her time, but crucially hasn't lost her wicket. Vishmi, on the other hand, spread a brilliant hand out in the middle.
The objective over here for the Pakistani bowlers would be to break this partnership, because in some way, in the back of their minds, this partnership is already threatening their chances. Yes, no. A sharper throw probably would have done something, but a very good call by Vishmi. The ball went behind square. And whenever it's behind square, the non-striker comes into play. Very confident as she was running towards a danger end.
A good running between this pair, and this is something they've done well in this innings. Kept the strike rotating. And as Ali and Samir mentioned in the previous stint, it's the way these batters have handled the spinners today that'll probably put that little bit of anxiety in the Pakistani minds about this chase.
Soft hands. Big chase for the fine leg fielder. Nashra Sandhu does a good job of keeping the ball inside the boundary line. couple of runs nonetheless.
Yeah, after the previous game, Neil, I'm sure there was a lot of conversation in the Sri Lankan camp about making those starts count. We had a couple of 40s and a 20 by the Sri Lankan batters. A lot of them got starts, just didn't kick on.
Fatma!
They would have wanted to change that in this game. Now these two batters, barring Chamari Atapattu, they're the only two batters from Sri Lanka who have limited over centuries. So they do have the ability to play that long knock.
Yep. Keep your head down, apply yourselves, and get those runs coming. A single to end the over. 22 gone, 110 for 1.
Good over, Hani. Overall good over. Shabash. शाबाश शाबाश गर्ल्स बॉलर को बैक करेंगे शाबाश
After 22, "90-run partnership between these two, the biggest of the day."
I complimented them each other very well, this pair. And as I said before, they've run well between the wickets. For Pakistan, now they've got to start asking the question, where is the wicket going to come from?
I personally feel that there should be a change in pace. Bring in a pacer for a couple of overs. These batters have got comfortable playing the spinners. Maybe a little change in the pace at which the ball comes. Maybe a couple of short deliveries. Chance! Was it a little too far away from the reach there?
They're just evading. I believe that was Fatima Sana at short mid-wicket. The captain, Harshita Samaravikrama, just rolling her wrists a little bit, and that takes it away from the fielder. A rare opportunity or half chance coming Pakistan's way. Apart from that, it's not been a really difficult period of play for Sri Lanka. They haven't really been troubled too much.
Well, yeah, it's become kind of comfortable for these two in the centre. While a beautiful cloud cover, playing hide and seek with the sun. Lovely visuals. An even better game here in the centre.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a very exciting game. 274, not the simplest of targets. And a lot of hope from Sri Lankan fans would have been lost once that wicket of Chamari Atapattu was taken. We'll continue talking about Sri Lanka's chances in the next over. 23 overs done. Sri Lanka 113 for 1.
And there's only one wicket that's gone, and that went to the captain of the captain. Fatima Sana picking up that wicket. Tasmia has bowled just 3, and then 15 overs by the spinners.
This game far from over. Sri Lanka still have a long way to go in the chase, but I just want to bring your attention back to the previous game as well, Neil. It did feel like the chase, the batting in the chase was a little bit easier than batting first on this track. The previous game, Sri Lanka looked a bit toothless in the field while trying to defend. Pakistan haven't looked that threatening today. So is there a case to be made about the conditions and how the pitch is playing as well?
Well, indeed. One thing for sure, the biggest advantage, team batting second, is they know how to pace themselves in. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat. Just that odd ball that stays a tad low. Beautifully done there. Big chase. And will carry the ball over the boundary line with a 4.
A very wide delivery on that occasion from Umehani. Vishmi Gunaratne had to reach for it, but manages to find the timing that she needs. Another teaser for the fielder, just kept Arub Shah interested right until that last moment. She puts in the dive, but as you said, carries the ball over the rope.
Yeah, very smart batting there. Didn't try to overhit it. Guiding it, if that's the term. A much better delivery. Chance! But not done aggressively.
Once again, a good call from the striker. It wasn't her call, it was Harshita Samaravikrama's call, but Vishmi very quickly sending her partner back. A good decision in the end.
97 runs partnership between these two. And now don't worry, we're not cutting visuals to a different channel which shows animals. Beautiful delivery there. Got that little extra bounce.
Yeah, this is what she did in that first game, Umehani. That extra bit of bounce she was able to extract really put the batters under pressure.
And that'll be a single to end the over. 24 overs completed. Sri Lanka in the chase, 118 for 1. In the wilderness, a safari that you didn't pay and buy tickets for. Now this is exactly what cricket does, right? Takes you to places that are so gorgeous and brings you visuals from just the neighborhood. People come here from the world over to see these animals in their natural habitat. Oh, beautifully cut. And that will bring up another boundary. That turns up the partnership to over 100. 103 runs between these two. And more to come.
Excellent shot from Harshita Samaravikrama. Now she's finding the gaps. She's spent enough time in the middle. Nearly 11 overs of strike she's taken. She's beginning to find a little bit of that touch that she was lacking in the previous couple of months.
Now they're trying to create pressure. A boundary on the previous ball, a single on the very next. Textbook cricket on display.
Yeah, excellent batting. Harshita Samaravikrama, just talking about her form. She's the type of player who has stood up when Sri Lanka has needed her, stood up when she's been put under pressure. There may have been some chat about whether it's time to give her a bit of a break after that previous game, but they've given her the another opportunity and she's repaid that faith, put on a really good partnership with Gunaratne to keep Sri Lanka in the hunt, chasing down 274.
You just feed off each other's energies. When you do well, your partner also realizes that more can be done. Just slowly and steadily build over it. 7 runs already of the over. A single to get done with this one. 25 done at the halfway mark. Sri Lanka 126 for 1.
कोशिश करेंगे ओवर में सिंगल ही है बाउंड्री के लिए ना जाए मेरा शाबाश
Two ways to come to the ground. One is the road and the other is sit on the drone and get airdropped. Hani continues. At what point in time do you think that Fatima would want to bring in Tasmia or herself for a couple of overs?
Yeah, as you said before, does feel like Pakistan need to make a change now. They need to try something because the results aren't coming in terms of wickets, and we saw in the Pakistan innings was slow going in the middle, but they kept wickets intact and they were able to kick on to well beyond what they would have targeted when they were put into bat. Similarly, Sri Lanka,
Good use of feet and playing it away. Good fielding. This is all around good cricket. Sidra Amin keeping an eye on the ball. That was aerial. Good capture and a flag throw.
nervy moments for Harshita Samaravikrama, nearing a half century. Just getting a top edge, but falls in no man's land. So a lucky escape for the left-hander. She moves to 48. We're talking about Pakistan making changes. You have to keep trying something, don't you? And that's one thing we saw from them in that first game. Rotated the bowlers really well, Fatima Sana, and every change she made bought her results.
Fatima's done well with her fielders. The placement of the field, trying to keep attacking, but somewhere a change has to come in. A single to finish the 26th, 128 for 1. A drone operator definitely has taken upon him to show us the visuals of everything that's happening around in the vicinity. Rice. They're drying rice here, putting out in gunny bags. The rice that we eventually get
शाबाश शाबाश girls
is a lot processes done. Meanwhile, Aisha Zafar, we're talking about a change, and the change has come in the form of Aisha's leg break. Bowled 2 overs in that previous game. Today, a lot of expectations will be from her.
yeah boy good start
First delivery, an armour.
ठीक है आयशा बाजी शाबाश
Zafar went for a few runs in the previous game and wasn't really required to contribute much with the ball.
आओ
Today, might have a bigger role to play.
बैकअप देखना
Was good with the bat, I thought. 49 when she was dismissed. Perhaps will bring that kind of confidence into her bowling as well.
Wants to come in around the wicket for the left-hander. Harshita on 48, 1 hit away from what could be her 9th half-century.
फहानी वो मार देना बस ठीक है,
Yes,
ठीक है,
no. These are nervy moments. Yes, one does not want to think about it that, oh, I'm approaching a milestone. But somewhere in the back of the mind, it just creeps in every time you look at the scoreboard. And there's a giant scoreboard here.
ठीक है आयशा बाजी ठीक है
The players, only human, aren't they? And don't forget, for a player out of form, a 50 could signal a longer stint, a longer opportunity being given. So no doubt there is a little bit of pressure added nearing that 50. Vishmi Gunaratne, on the other hand,
ये
hasn't
चीज
looked
आयशा बाजी
like she's under pressure at all. An excellent innings, 74 of 82.
they need some boundaries now शाबाश
Quiet over so far. Just 2 runs.
हानी
And it'll stay as is. 2 runs off the over of Aisha Zafar. 27 gone, 130 for 1.
quick change लेफ्टी है आनी और अच्छा ओवर करना है अपना ठीक है शाबाश यहीं पे ही कवर करेंगे गाज यहीं पे ही कवर करेंगे शाबाश शाबाश गर्ल्स they need some boundaries now शाबाश
Harshita on 49 is on strike. Using her feet straight to the field. Oh my God. We talk about nervous 90s. These are the nervous late 40s. Because she wasn't nervous in the early 40s for sure. Ooh, very smart, very smart. Hani realized from the side of her eye that Vishmi was taking a start.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this from Mehani. Very, very aware of what is happening around her.
Meanwhile, a single, and that is going to be the 50 for Harshita. Her 9th half century at the international level in ODIs. She looks skywards, but one thing for sure, she knows in her heart that the job is not yet done. It's well begun for sure, but there's a long way from here.
You're repaying the faith of the management who have persisted with her. A solid knock from Harshita Samaravikrama. A bit slower than what you're accustomed to seeing from her. But she would expect to increase her pace now.
Meanwhile, a little error in the field. A couple of runs will be added to Vishmi's total.
Yeah, misfield at point. Those are the little mistakes that start creeping in when you're put under a bit of pressure. Arub Shah, usually such a great fielder, especially in that point region, cuts down a lot of runs.
आओ
Just to get back to Mehani, she knew Sri Lanka's looking for that single. She knew
स्कोरबोर्ड देखते
they would try to sneak one in somewhere. Smart bit of cricket.
रहो प्रोसेस
Just pulling up with a run up, warning the batter, don't step out of your crease.
फातिमा ये फातिहानी
Najia, the wicket keeper, is very chatty. She's keeping the momentum going, and I think at this juncture of the time, in the midway, it is the keeper's job to keep that momentum going. 28 gone, 133 for 1.
गाइस बॉल कम हो गई है रन ज्यादा हो गए इसी को थोड़ा और प्रोसेस में रह के अच्छा करना है शाबाश एक वक्त पे एक अच्छा ओवर करेंगे बस शाबाश गोल ठीक है
It's been a good half century from Harshita Samaravikrama. We saw Vishmi get to hers a while ago, and now she too has joined the party. A partnership was required for Sri Lanka after the early departure of Chamari Atapattu. And these two young girls, Vishmi and Harshita, have done extremely well to first get rid of the pressure that was created with that wicket, and after that put their team in a very strong position just after the halfway stage. As Aisha Zafar continues her second over. Where does Pakistan find a wicket from now, Ali Yunus? What are you telling the girls if you're in the coaching camp?
Yeah, I would first say just keep believing. It's just about one wicket. It's just about breaking this partnership.
ठीक है ये बहुत
But
अच्छा है
maybe, as we were discussing off air, maybe bring back Fatma Sana can bring herself back. Couple of overs of fast bowling. You know, at the moment it's all very similar sort of bowlers, similar sort of reactions from the batters. They're just being very comfortable playing spin. Maybe just change a little, bring in a fast bowler for a couple of overs. Maybe bring Tasmia or herself. Try doing something different. But as you said, these two have released their own pressure, but they have put pressure back on Pakistan. And now they are in the driving seat from here on.
140 runs more exactly. Down the track once again. That's something they've done expertly well, these two, and they continue to do it. So 140 odd required, 139 in fact from here on. And they haven't really gone away with the game, these two. Pakistan still have some time to try and come back. If they can increase that gap between runs and balls. Nice little paddle, a low full toss. The keeper has to run all by herself, but there is a deep third who'll have to work and run around. They'll get the double.
Yeah, that's been the trouble for Fatma Sana in Pakistan side. They've just not been able to stop those singles. Harshita and Vishmi, they have found their ways to rotate the strike, found the ways to score boundaries also. But here I would say the Fatma Sana needs to be a little more proactive. Just bring in another fielder inside. Make them take a risk, do something different. Because at the moment, it's way too easy for them. 29 gone, 137 for 1.
righty
Well, no signs of a change here so far from Fatima Sana. Still spin in operation for Pakistan. Lovely shot this. Mehani has been welcomed in this over with a brilliant shot down the ground for a boundary by Vishmi Gunaratne.
Fabulous. This is too good from Vishmi. The placement, she's showing some great game awareness, understanding that the fielder is inside the circle, pitched up, getting to the pitch of the ball, great swing off the bat, great balance also. and putting the pressure on the very first delivery of the over. Now they can convert this over to at least a 10 or 12 run over.
Yeah, honey.
This time off the back foot, looking to get the single and rotate once she's got the boundary. Into the 80s now, Vishmi. Mehani too has been economical, but not among the wickets yet.
Oh, yaar.
Going square of the wicket. For some reason, both the captains having their mid-off very wide inside the ring. We even saw Aisha Zafar and Sidramin in the first innings go past the ball on quite a few occasions. I wonder what the thinking behind that is.
Yeah, maybe they're just looking to cut that angle. Maybe the fielder is covering a bit of area of extra cover, because there are only 3 fielders in the cover. There is point, there is third cover, and then mid-off fielder. So that's why he's wide, because they need to cut that angle also. That gives them another fielder to be placed on the onside. That can be the only reason that I can think of.
What it has done is allow the batters to get down the track and go behind the bowler. This one's onto the offside again. Easy rotation of the strike. 6 runs off this over without much effort.
Yeah, 33 runs given by Umehani. She's making a bit of a comeback. Earlier we used to see Ramin Shamin, a very good all-round cricketer. She's been in that list that the players who got dropped after World Cup. Through the gap, beautiful batting. This is superb by Vishmi. As I said earlier, they can convert that over to a 10 or 12 run over. Exactly that's what they've done. A 10 run over. The 30th, it's 147 for 1.
गाइस अभी भी उनको 126 चाहिए यार, बहुत स्कोर होता है। 20 ओवरों में चाहिए, जरा तगड़े रहो।
Too short from Aisha Zafar. Lucky she didn't get all of it. Could have been a lot more damage, but 4 off the last ball of the last over from Vishmi. Once again, the way she hit that, looking to hit it too hard, she saw the width and ensured she got that in the gap. And that's been the trademark of this innings from Vishmi. Look, it was short, it was wide. And look how well she's gone onto the back foot. And hit it nicely.
See, now we were talking about, you asked me a question why they have that extra fielder, mid-off fielder very wide. See, it's only 3 fielders on the offside, so there is a big gap available. Yes, you want the batter to go in that area because an off spinner is in operation, but still then you have to be very particular with your line and length. You cannot be bowling outside the off stump and give that gap to the batters.
Here's something else that these two have done very well. Those little paddles and little nudgers in the gaps, more importantly, have allowed them to convert easy twos. You mentioned earlier in our stint today that the one thing they've done different to the Pakistani batters is they've played with soft hands, not looking to hit the sweep shot also too hard. And what that has done is it's allowed them to get one of those ones into twos as well. Because it takes time for the fielder to come all the way in. This is a big ground. Some very smart batting, some good decision making has gone into this innings.
Yeah, it's a 65-yard boundary. So there are lots of gaps available. The fielders usually coming from the edge of the circle or edge of the boundary. So gives you this opportunity to rotate the strike, get back for the second. That's why, and they've shown great fitness also. They've run really well. They've been hardly been any confusion in running between the wickets.
Onto the leg side again. Vishmi making batting look very easy. If you watched her bat in that first ODI, you'd think it's 2 different players. That's how uncertain she was. Jamie Siddons, he'll be a much more satisfied coach today in the way things have gone, but he knows the job isn't done yet. Still a long way to go in this game. We've seen funny things happen. Swept away. That's in the gap. And that will run away. Big over this. 10 runs off it. 157 for 1 after 31.
शाबाश शाबाश गर्ल्स शाबाश गर्ल्स चेंज बॉल लेफ्ट आर्म ओवर करेक्ट गोल पीछे जाओ
There you go. The change that we were all expecting. And one of the reasons is this: the spinners haven't had it easy. Last ball of the last over from Aisha Zafar. Lovely sweep from Harshita for a boundary, and that's why Fatima Sana Khan has had enough. Back to the fast bowlers then, in the form of the left arm pace of Tasmia Rubab. Starts off by conceding a single.
Yeah, trying to do something different, Fatma. I thought she should have brought herself in. She has more chance, she has more experience. But probably she's looking for the last 7 to 8 overs where she's able to reverse the ball also once the ball gets old. So she'll have a better chance of reversing it. But at the moment, well, in my opinion, she shouldn't be waiting for that time, because if the match goes till the 46th or the 47th over and these two on the crease, it will be done by then. It's now that Pakistan need to break the partnership.
Yeah, before she finds reverse swing, she has to first reverse the fortunes of the bowlers.
True that.
Oh, lucky, very lucky. It was wide. Harshita gave it a chase, got a thick top edge, and it's run away for another boundary.
Yeah, it's all working for these two. Whatever they touch, it's turning into diamonds because they love it. Another one outside the off stump, flashed hard, thick outside edge. Happy days.
That was a real looser from Tasmia. That's not Fatima. That's not where Fatima Sana wants her to bowl. That much width. With two set batters, they're asking for trouble.
66 very impressive runs by Harshita.
Cut away again, width again. With the ace protection down on the offside.
Yeah, this length with this space, that's probably not advisable. Because it's way too easy. They can always go back on the back foot and ease it towards cover for one. She'll have to do something different, find a way to get a wicket. Maybe take a risk on bowling right up to the batter, make a drive. Try different things. Fatima Sana probably should have done better in the field settings and bowling changes.
Oh dear. Tasmia has been brought back into the attack to try and prize out a breakthrough, but she just hasn't got it right. This time a wide down the leg side, that left-hand, right-hand combination once again, troubling everyone.
Yeah, see, this is why I said it would have been better that Fatima should have brought herself back. She's the experienced one, because here she's giving away lots of runs, quite easy. She's already given away 25 runs in 3.3 overs.
Oh, that is in the gap as well. It wasn't a very bad delivery, but look how well Vishmi has placed this between point and third. Beautiful batting this. Absolutely enjoyable.
Brilliant. Great game awareness. Understanding the fielder are inside the circle, third and point both inside the circle. All she needs to do is find the gap, find the touch of the bat, and finds the boundary too. Very, very impressive partnership. 148 of 165. It may turn out to be a match-winning one in the end.
Into the 90s, Vishmi now. Tasmia has been expensive in this over. And that'll be another wide. So over-correcting after offering width. Tries to straighten up and goes down the leg side for a wide. Troubled times for Pakistan's bowlers.
Yeah, they cannot blame anyone but themselves. Because yes, Fatma needed to change something. Yes, she brought in the fast bowler, but a wrong bowler at this time. She should have brought herself in. Look, She's given away already 10-12 runs in the first 4 deliveries that she's bowled.
We'll work that around the leg side. They're thinking about a second. They want it, but fielder is quick to get to it. 150 partnership comes up between Wishmi and Harshita. Absolutely brilliant, just when they needed it. Everybody must have thought Chamar is gone, so are the chances of Sri Lanka, but these two said hold on. We need to show you something, and how well they've shown the world that Sri Lanka is ready for days beyond Chamar Yatapattu.
Excellent, all I can say.
Off the back foot this time. Nicely pushed into the gap. Finding gaps so easily. It's been a real change in the batting approach from Sri Lanka. Big over this, lots of runs in it. 171 for 1 after 32. To come and watch some good Sri Lankan batting. Entrance is free, remember, for this series, because this has been a good batting display from Sri Lanka. The number 3 partnership has been brilliant. Harshita and Wishmi both together putting on 151 and still going on. Some beautiful shots all around the ground. Playing smart, playing hard and playing aggressive. They've also been rewarded with some lackluster fielding from Pakistan. But despite that, it's been a very enjoyable innings from both of them.
Absolutely very impressive. The way they've handled the situation is just very impressive. It's not easy when you lose the captain Chamar Yatapattu and then these two standing up tall with a purpose in front of them that they want to win it for the team, for the country, and they're doing it so far. Double change. Both fast bowlers now bowling together. Fatma Sana being brought herself back. I think this is a better idea, having Fatma bowl at this time.
Yeah, I think no real other choice for her. She's brought on Tasmia, didn't work out too well. Had to bring herself on and has 5 overs to try and do whatever she can. She has to save some for the end as well, but now's the time for her to make an impact, create something.
Yeah, she has all the potential to do it. She has this abilities to change the game, but it won't be easy because these two have been brilliant.
Well, mid-off, mid-on, up in the circle, which means she's going to go back of a length or short. She's got a deep square leg, so there at least seems to be a plan in place. But the thing is, will these two batters want to go for those shots, given how comfortable they are right now?
Well, they don't need to at this point. They're doing just fine. They're finding boundaries. They're rotating the strike. There seems to be no worries. There seems to be no problem handling the bowling at the moment. Unless and until you want to be, be extravagant or be flamboyant, all you need to do is be sensible. Carry on like that.
And Harshita has always looked to play as straight as she can. That's another hallmark of a good batter. Was looking for straight bat shots. Yes, when it's been short, she's pulled and cut, but otherwise, always in the V. And you mentioned that earlier as well. When you can do that well, that means you have what it takes. And I remind once again to anyone who's watching in the vicinity, entrance is free for this series. This is a good opportunity to come and enjoy some good Sri Lankan batting. These two young girls are really putting on a show, and this is your chance to try and watch it live. Straight delivery, but Harshita still managed to get this out of the square. And another single to the total.
Yeah, exactly 100 now required by Sri Lankan girls to win this game. I think this will be now a real test for Fatma Sana as a captain, Fatma Sana as a bowler. How she manages her team, how she changes her bowling, how she puts the fielders in the right position, right fielder at the right position rather, I would say. A huge test for her.
Nicely cut away once again. Bit of work to do for third. They should come back for the second quite comfortably. The running has been brilliant from these two batters. We've been saying it many times, but they continue to do it. So the fitness also very much on point. Look at that bottom right of your screen now. 98 required for 103. We mentioned the gap between runs and balls. It was high for a while, but they've managed to bring that down as well.
Yeah, courtesy to this partnership, courtesy to great game awareness and their ability to rotate the strike. I've been saying it from 14th over. I remember from there, the gap was there, and that was only because they've been able to take singles regularly.
Vishmi will work that around towards deep square, get to 98 and end the over and keep strike for the next one. 33 done, 177 for 1. Yeah, some people come in to enjoy this batting from Sri Lanka. They realize that it's a good moment. It's a wonderful moment to be part of. And certainly all smiles the local crowd watching Sri Lanka bat. And might just witness a century here from the young Vishmi Gunaratne. Yeah, they're happy to be on camera. Why not? Not often that you get games here in Hambantota when they come. It's an opportunity for these wonderful folks to come and be part of it. All right, then back to spin again. Two bowlers, 2 overs of spin. And Nashra back into the attack.
खुद जाओ ठीक है नशी गाइस अभी भी बॉल टू बॉल मैच है शाबाश पकड़ो जरा इनको यहां से
Yeah, what Nashra can do, she's got 5 overs to go. And out of all these bowlers that Pakistan have, she has the best chance of breaking the partnership. But credit to these two, they've managed Nashra very well. They're playing Nashra with 6 and over.
यही रोको
Can't get it away. Still has to wait for her century. Couple of dot deliveries. Must be nervous. A lot of things going on inside her head, I'm sure. Always a special moment getting close to your century.
खुद जाओ
This time she'll get it past the bowler. On to 99.
Wonderful batting. Got to give them a lot of credit for the way these two are batting. Fatma Sana seemed clueless at the moment. Yes, you can say that, but you've got to give credit to these two. She's tried different things, she's tried her best, but the temperament and the maturity that these two have shown is just wow.
Harshita will get the single, unable to cut it off that fielder. And now Vishmi will be on strike. All eyes on the young prodigy. On 99 off 106, a special moment. It's the last ball of the over. Can she get it done? Or will she have to wait? She gets it in the gap and she crosses over. Made her debut at a very young age. And look at her now. When the team needed her, she's put up a brilliant show. A century of the highest class from young Vishmi Gunaratne. What a talent, what a player, and what an innings.
And what a time to do it. One down in the series, captain out, and then Vishmi Gunaratne raised her hands that I'm going to be the one scoring 100 for the team, for the country, for the nation. It has been a highly skillful inning, temperamentally very good, maturity level excellent, execution was superb, and the situation, it's the situation that makes you a star. In fact, from a star to superstar. 34 done, 180 for 1.
It has been a pleasure to watch this partnership between Harshita and Vishmi as they chase down 274. More so, the young Vishmi Gunaratne, who's got to her 100 in some style and class. Opened the batting, lost her partner early, Chamariyatapathu, but that didn't faze her. She went on her merry ways, looked completely different to the way she batted in the first ODI. She was tentative in that first game, but today it's been rock solid. Playing shots off the middle of the bat, all around the park, some powerful strokes, and toying with the field really, finding those gaps to perfection, especially through the offside. Fatima Sana had all kinds of field set up for her, but 100, a very, very special 100 for young Vishmi Gunaratne. And now her team will be hoping that she stays out there and goes on to win the game for their team.
Definitely. It has been a very courageous inning, full of determination, full of purpose. You could tell by the way, by their body language, that they want to do it, they want to win it. And from here on, it's Sri Lanka's game to lose. Unless anything dramatic happens, they shouldn't be losing this one.
Fatima Sana will continue. Another quick single after hitting it straight to the fielder's hand. You could see in her eyes that look of determination from Vishmi. She's committed to the cause. And despite getting to 100, she'll know that doesn't give her the license to still go and play whatever shots she wants. There's a job to be done.
Absolutely. And what good players do, they finish off the game. And this is where the character comes in, the attitude comes in. That yes, I will stay till the end, until the game is done and won by our team.
Holding it cross seam and almost carries to the fielder at point. Harshita probably got a little extra bounce that because she was holding it cross, she must have landed and skidded on.
Yeah, lack of pace also. Again, the fielding been pretty disappointing from both sides. Yes, pitch has behaved on few occasions strange. Awkward ball keeping low and one kicking off. And Fatima Sana understands the area that she needs to be.
Short, and she's gone down on one knee, Vishmi, and got this behind the keeper and got this away from the fine leg fielder as well. 4 more to Vishmi. The runs pile on for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, again, everything working for her. A shorter one, played it fine. Yes, there was a fielder, but quite squarer. It was finer in the gap for 4. Everything, anything. It's there, it's working for Vishmi. 105 of 109 in a run chase. It's just very, very impressive.
And she isn't done yet. You could see the determination. She wants to go on and get a big one. Like you said, finish the game off. Shot outside off this time, but straight to the fielder. Wouldn't mind. They've already got 6 runs off this over.
Yeah, this partnership might really have shocked Pakistan. Bowlers, captains, fielders, they weren't expecting, as you said earlier, that once Shamari Atamatu got out, everybody thought that, yes, the game is done. But they weren't ready for Vishmi and Harshita's partnership. And at times they took things for granted, casually. That's what I said. They've been doing their work very quietly, without being noticed. Just taking singles, rotating the strike, a boundary here or there. It's not being like they've been flamboyant, taking 18 run or a 17 run over, quietly doing their work. That's the most impressive part about these two.
Yeah, that's what good players do. They quietly go about their work. Before you know it, they're in their 20s, then 40s, and before suddenly you realize they're about to get a half century.
That's what they did.
Both these batters, that's exactly what they've done. Pulled away very nicely. Bit of work to do. Should be able to cut it off. But Harshita will come back for the second. Oh, there's a bit of a misunderstanding. But the throw wasn't up to the mark. For the first time probably between these two. Some miscommunication. But in the end they'll smile because it didn't cause any damage. 2 runs to end the over. 35 done. 189 for 1.
Nashra Sandhu continues. Good running between the wickets. Now the confidence is so much that they're literally playing into the hands of the fielder and running for it.
This is what a big partnership does, doesn't it? It also causes the fielders to kind of drop their shoulders, lose their confidence in what is going on.
Lashi!
I think a key in how things have gone is that this pair hasn't given any opportunities. They haven't looked like they look tentative or they might get out. That I'm sure would do wonders to their confidence and also affect Pakistan's confidence in whether they can defend this total. And having watched the Sri Lankan side bat, I wouldn't put it out of Pakistan's reach yet. Funny things can happen, panic, you know, especially in chases.
Yeah, but then by the time you have batted for so long, you tend to see the ball like a football. They say that very often, but that is the fact. you start citing it so beautifully that unless you commit an error, it is seldom something that will get you out.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly Vishmi Gunaratne has looked like she's seeing the ball really, really well right from the word go. Full toss to Harshita Samaravikrama. Yeah, as I was saying, Gunaratne right from the beginning of this innings has looked like she's sighting it well. Hasn't really looked in danger at any point in this innings.
One last delivery to go. 4 singles have come. Need run a ball. Catch is a shout, but there's a misfield. Did the ball go beyond her? A boundary to finish the over. 36 gone, 197 for 1. A little sipper there for the batters, and also maybe some words of encouragement coming in from the teammates. But this was that opportunity, or was it Ivan? No, way too far. Beautifully placed between those two fielders behind point.
Yeah, by the bowler's reaction, you got the idea that it was very, very close to the fielder, but in the end, she bisected the fielding positions really well. No chance for either fielder to get to it. So good shot by Vishmi Gunaratne. It seemed like she wanted some kind of treatment also during this short break. Of course, we had a drinks break only a couple of overs ago, so it's not possible that it was actually for a drink, but maybe cramp or some other little niggle creeping in.
Fatima Sana, the skipper, comes in and has been treated disdainfully. 4 runs on the very first ball.
Excellent shot from Harshita Samaravikrama. She is coming into her own now with her back foot stroke play. We saw her looking very, very tentative when she started this innings, but as time has gone by, spending time out in the middle, so important for this left-hander. Moving back and across, judging the length of the delivery perfectly to find the gap in the deep at square leg.
Wanted to drive it, got the inside edge, the inside half of the bat rather.
Yeah, that's better from Fatima Sana. We watched Samaravikrama. Majority of her innings has been played on the back foot. She's comfortable cutting, pulling. For the spinners, comfortable sweeping. But against the pace bowlers, they haven't really tested her with the ball that's full. It's good delivery from Sana, as she might also be looking for that little bit of extra reverse swing as the ball has gotten older.
Slightly back of the length. Yeah, based on the age of the ball, the bowlers also will have to try and plan their bowling attack. If a certain length has worked with the new ball, it's not necessary that it will work with the older ball. It may not have that kind of movement as the shiny new ball has. So quick adjustment is required. Wide.
A loose delivery from Fatima Sana. She's been so disciplined in these 2 games so far. A little bit of pressure now. She knows something special has to be produced here for Pakistan if they are to restrict Sri Lanka. 71 required of 81 deliveries, but crucially 9 wickets in hand for the hosts. Earlier in one of our earlier stints, we were talking about century makers for Sri Lanka. Chamari Atapattu has centuries in both limited overs formats. Harshita Samaravikram and Vishmi Gunaratna, the only other batters to have reached that three-figure mark in ODI cricket. Vishmi now the only batter apart from Atapattu to have more than one century. So this pair certainly the ones who have looked to lift the team when Chamari Atapattu has failed.
Well, indeed. And that definitely will bring in a lot of confidence in the rest of the players that if they can do it, so can we. One more delivery to go. Mind you, Harshita is also closing into her century. Quick single there.
I've said it multiple times, it's what they've done well in this partnership. They've run brilliantly between the wickets. The understanding between the pair has been really good. Clear calling. Sometimes just eye contact. That's what they've used.
End of the over. 37 gone. 2-0-4 for 1. So this is what the game has been so far. Pakistan being invited to bat first, scored 273 on the back of a fantastic century by Sidra Amin. Aisha and Muniba also close to their half centuries. And in response, Sri Lanka did lose their captain early, but these two girls on their frame, Harshita 81 of 100 and Vishmi 114 of 117, have not just steadied the ship, but in some way have brought the game close to shore.
When Pakistan got to 273, it looked like a really good total, looked like a match-winning total. But given how these batters have gone about things, it really, I think, goes to show that if you just keep your cool, was that an opportunity? Or does it fall short of Gulfaroza? We've been talking about not giving opportunities away. Vishmi Gunaratna on that occasion, just chipping it.
They've got into a very comfortable rhythm, these two batters. They are getting the singles comfortably. They're stealing the doubles. And one thing for sure, unless something drastic happens, you as the bowling side won't be able to creep into this pair. There are no cracks in this wall. You'll have to bring a sledgehammer to break it down.
Who is that sledgehammer for Pakistan? That is the question. Sana's tried her luck. Nashra Sandhu, the star bowler from the previous game, bowling from the other end, but neither one has really looked like picking up a wicket. Once again, Vishmi Gunaratna finds a gap on the offside. Shot from Nashra Sandhu, and she finds another boundary.
Short and wide. Beautifully played between the two fielders. Sadaf could only go and get the ball from the boundary line. End of the over, 38 gone, 212 for 1. A single to start a fresh over from Arupsha. 62 required of 72 at the start of this over, make it 61 of 71. I wonder, where is Tasmia standing? Is she hiding from the plain sight of the skipper? Wouldn't you want to throw the ball to your frontline bowler for once and say, hey, come and bowl a couple of overs, try and see if you can break this? Two runs on this one.
Yeah, Tasmia was brought in for that single over from the far end, went for runs, bowled a couple of wides. But you're right, you have to give your frontline bowlers the opportunities to get wickets, because you're not left with much of a choice right now. There's no way Pakistan are restricting Sri Lanka. They've got to pick up wickets.
Yeah, Roop!
They're very comfortably taking those singles. Very, very comfortable.
Yeah, a word on the fitness as well, because this pair, they've run really well between the wickets. They've taken the twos, the threes. Now deep into the innings as well. Still not really showing too much fatigue. Especially Gunaratne, she's basically been out there 88.4 overs. She's been out there the entire game.
This is also comfortable. They're making boundaries look so simple. Harshita is now inching closer to a ton of her own. 200 runs partnership coming off 208 deliveries with this boundary. There definitely has to be a special set of appreciation for these two girls.
You're not exactly as fine as she would have intended, but the result is the same. 200 runs in 208 deliveries. Brilliant partnership by this pair. We've spoken so much about Athapattu and the impact she's had on this side, but got to say, there are new stars, new batters coming through the ranks. 39 overs done now. Sri Lanka 220 for 1.
शाबाश गर्ल्स यार, शाबाश। अभी पूरा मैच पड़ा है हाथ में यार, शाबाश। तगड़े आओ सारे, तगड़े आओ।
54 required of 66 now. The spinners are toiling, but there's nothing that's coming out of this game for the Pakistani spinners. Now, is it that this wicket has just got better to bat on with time? It's the same wicket, same surface that we saw on which the first ODI was played on. Sri Lanka started well, then stuttered, and then Pakistan was so comfortably batting in the second innings in the first game. Same surface today. Pakistan bats first. 273 on board. And gone! That was that slice of luck that they were looking for. Vishmi using her feet, trying to go beyond the charmed life that she was living. Wanted to go inside out. Extra turn. Nashra keeps it away from the batter. And the wicket keeper does the needful. Finally, Pakistan have got the breakthrough. One just wonders if it's a little too late.
A wide call by the umpire, but Pakistan will not care about that. They've got the big wicket. Vishmi Gunaratne just wanting to kick on. But what an excellent innings. I'm sure she will get a standing ovation from her teammates. 123 of 123. Sri Lanka 223 for 2.
Kavisha Dilhari, the new batter in. Her highest is 84. By the age of 25, if you have 3 half centuries in the ODI format, one would reckon you're on the right track.
Absolutely. Kavisha Dilhari also usually bats at number 5, number 6, so doesn't get that much time out in the middle. So she's had a key role to play in the finishers and that rebuilding of an innings. Here's the wicket of Vishmi Gunaratne, well down the track, no chance of getting back.
Kavisha would be looking to bring Harshita back on strike. That should be the idea. She shouldn't be staying on the strike for long. Keep the momentum going. Don't slow things down. That should be the brief outside edge there. Nashra's finding some grip and turn. It just felt like on that occasion that the batter had just stepped out a little too early. Vishmi. And Nashra got the whiff of it and with the plan kept the ball away from her reach. Meanwhile, 40 gone, 224 for 2.
Coming right arm over.
Kavisha on strike.
Fatma, easy.
5 runs and over. That's what they need.
नया बैटर है, बचाओ इसको शुभांश.
So no need for any risky shots. Anything over dramatic.
Yeah, but sorry, excuse me. I like this captaincy from Fatima Sana. She's brought all the fielders in with Kavisha on strike. Just a single fielder in the deep on the leg side. She wants to make sure Kavisha faces as many deliveries as possible in this phase of play. Not allowing Harshita Samaravikrama to get on strike, but that's well played. That's exactly what Sri Lanka would want. Just turn over the strike, give Harshita the opportunity to make some runs. Once Kavisha Dilhari settles in a little bit, then the opportunities will come.
He made a valid point.
आगे से आगे
Field
से
placement for the new batter. But if you bowl a bad ball, which is going down leg, you will be punished. Let's see if Shaz does deploy the same set of field again. Yeah, fielders are running into the circle. There's only one fielder,
तुम पे ना leg ही ढूंढ रही है. आगे से खिलाओ, आगे
the
से.
deep square leg fielder. Apart from that, everyone inside. Oh, poor delivery and punished. Rightly so, 1 bounce into the fence, 4 runs.
You were talking about putting away the poor deliveries, and that's exactly what Dilhari has done. She's an aggressive batter, not one to be cautious early in her innings, but that was an absolute gimme from Arub Shah. I think across the 2 games, that's probably the loosest delivery she's bowled.
You have the support of the captain. She's given you an absolute tight field. Got a bowl to the field. Again, in that same area, the leg stump, middle stump line. Unless there's a plan to that. 41 gone, 231 for 2. So 43 required of 54. And Kavisha's pads have been targeted consistently. And sometimes the analysts do tell you certain things. They do tell you that this is a batter who, if you keep targeting onto the pads, will do something silly. So unless that is the plan, then it's a different story. But the packed offside field, one would always look to try and give you something outside off. Make them drive.
Nashra Sandhu now into her final over, so perhaps Pakistan's last throw of the dice. Nicely played by Kavisha Delhari once again. That deft touch on the offside when width is given, picks up 2. So she started well. She hasn't allowed that pressure to get to her. 1 run off the first 6 deliveries, but since then has caught up. Now at a runner ball. So no real pressure on Harshita Samaravikrama either to score quickly.
A little full and outside off. Nashra Sandhu getting that just one solitary wicket. Goes on to tell you how challenging this day has been for the Pakistani bowlers. They've toiled, they've worked really hard. More often than not have stuck to good lines and lengths. But the inherent defiance of the Sri Lankan batters has been just beyond imagination.
A slight kind of subplot also ongoing in that Harshita Samaravikrama is into her 90s but hasn't really faced that many deliveries in the last 3 overs. Here again, just the last delivery of this over coming to her. As we spoke about, when she was nearing her 50, there's always that little bit of pressure when you're nearing a milestone, especially when you've been out of touch.
Now this is where cricket trumps everything else, the sportsman's spirit. Nashra Sandhu at one point in time was probably in a heart wanting to get rid of the batters, and at the same time when Kavisha needs help, Nashra quickly helps her to tie the laces down. Oh, beautiful. Fantastic delivery. End of the over, 42 gone, 236 for 2.
चलो चलो गाइस, शाबाश गाइस, यही टाइम है, यही टाइम है। चलो भाई रूबिक, तेरी है, शाबाश।
38 required of 8 overs as Sri Lanka established their dominance on home conditions after a disappointing first ODI performance. They are back in style, keeping the series alive.
अरूप शाबाश, बच्चे अच्छा कर रही हो, अच्छा कर रही हो।
Should all go to plan, they will comfortably win this one. Pakistan still searching for something that they can do to try and get a foot back into this game. Aroob bowling her last over. Is it all done and dusted, Ali, or still some hope left for the ladies in green?
Well, it's cricket. You just never know what happens. But still, at least they're trying their best, Pakistan.
Oh wait, is this a chance? But no, it's in the gap. Didn't really time it too well. Get a double, bring that required to 36 now.
The belief is there in this camp. You can tell by the body language that yes, we're in control. And by the look of it, it seems like yes, they will be in control till the end. Unless something dramatic happens. This is the best chance for Pakistan. They've got their best bowlers bowling from either end. Nasha Sandhu from one end, Aroob Shah from one end. But it's just not been happening. And the credit must be given to Harishita and Vishmi earlier to that.
Just making it beautiful already. Surroundings here. Watching these buffaloes going in their herds, surrounding the water. It's good times right now for Sri Lanka.
Very disciplined they are.
Done with the day, going back home. This has been Harshita's trademark. Use of the feet has been exceptional today. She's negated the spin of Aroob and also the rest of the spinners. And doing that, she's reached a 91 now, into the 90s.
Yeah, it has been a superb inning from Harshita, and before that it was Vishmi Gunaratne. I think that was more than a partnership, it was a statement that this next generation is all ready.
Too short, pulled away over the fielder. And that'll run away for a boundary. So, not the best of returns for Aroob Shah in the second ODI, gives away 53. And that'll be a boundary to end the over.
Yeah, again, she bowled a poor delivery in the previous over. A full toss and this time a half trekker. Pakistan expected better out of her in these tough conditions, in this close game. But yeah, she's been disappointing to say the least. 43 done, 244 for 2. The sun sets here in Hambantota in about an hour and a half. Call it golden hour. As it shines down here on Sri Lanka and Pakistan, as Sri Lanka look to level the series with a dominant display of batting. 273 we all thought might just be beyond Sri Lanka in the way they batted in the first ODI, but how well they have responded. Kept the series alive. Yeah, and responded without Samaria Thabadu. That's probably the most impressive part about them. The youngsters standing up tall on the occasion.
Nicely done, using the pace that Hani offered on that occasion. Playing it very, very late. It's a tantalizing chase, but the ball will win the race. 4 more to Kavisha.
Very smart batting. Very, very smart. Understanding that the fielder is quite wide. All she had to do was play it late and get the connection and get a boundary. Very important boundary. Every run getting Sri Lanka closer to what it would be. It seemed like a very, very good chase. Pakistan, well, surely they cannot blame anyone but themselves. There were occasions when captaincy could have been better. As we were talking earlier also, that the fast bowler, she was too late in bringing back the fast bowler. She let the partnership brew.
2 days ago, deliveries like that, Ali, were being defended. But there's this sudden shift in the approach, shift in the mindset. They're using the feet, shuffling across the crease, turning those into ones and twos. It's been a really good change to see. And so quickly is what has been so impressive.
Yeah, the purpose, as we've been talking about it, they had the target in mind, they had the target in eyesight, that what they need to get to.
Pulled away this time. And you're right when you said that the fact that they've done this without Shamari's assistance is icing on the cake, really,
Yep.
for Sri Lanka. She'll be more than happy than anyone else, knowing that the batter is to follow her. Well, that's a couple of birds following this buffalo. Not sure if they're going in the right direction. He's going alone. Sri Lanka certainly going in the right direction.
Definitely. And there shouldn't be any problem getting to those 22 runs of 37 deliveries.
He's found a partner now.
You sure it's the same one?
They usually travel in herds, but these two seem to be wandering and lost. I hope they find their herd eventually. All right, now this is interesting. Instead of getting her bat behind, she's got her foot back. And something tells me she may just have made it, but a brilliant delivery, a bit of bounce and turn on that from Umehani.
Yeah, that's what you expect of Hani. She has the ability to get some extra bounce also because of her height and her action. But it would be very interesting to see she's looking at the umpire politely. If she can tell her that if she's out or not, because she was a 93, she deserves 100.
Yeah, she must be very, very nervous. Unfortunate if she does get out on 93. This could be very close.
Yeah, not much celebration because Pakistan probably know that they're a touch too late in getting those couple of wickets.
Well, check the front foot first. The front foot first. That seems to be all right. Don't find that issue generally with spinners, but let's have a look at the other end. We'll have to go a few frames back to see when she took the bails off. Looks like we're ready now. Now watch her back foot. That's what she got behind instead of the bat. When she realized that it went past her. Alright, she's taken the bails off, but still can't be sure. That looks extremely close. That's going to take a few looks from the TV umpire.
Got to be touch and go. But she's done well. How quickly she came back, I'm not sure if she's made it. But this is the time when the foot just lands. I think she might have done really well. Maybe. Because Nadia took a little bit of time after collecting to get to the stumps, and in doing so probably she's done a really, really good job as a batter that she made it back on time.
The TV umpire Nimali Pereira has decided, well, we'll wait for the right lights to come on, but it seems the decision has been communicated in the center and that Harshita will survive that little scare. Oh, her heart must be beating so fast. You can probably hear it if you're standing next to her. Nicely behind that on that occasion. No risks. And that'll be the end of the over. Bit of a scare, but she'll survive to breathe another day. 44 done. 253 for 2.
वो कह रहे मिडॉन पीछे आ जाए
21 runs away are Sri Lanka from a famous victory, chasing down 273 set by Pakistan, led by a century from Sid Ramin. But Vishmi and Harshita have ensured that that century is not going to trouble Sri Lanka too much as they look to chase this down.
ठीक है मुन्नी ठीक है
Fatima Sana relying on her spinners in these last few overs. 21 required of 35.
Yeah, Fatma Sana going to a part-time bowler. Aisha Zafar was given away 16 runs in a 3 overs. And to me that shows that she doesn't have much confidence on the faster bowler or herself as a bowler. Because usually you expect this time the fast bowlers will be operating. And this is what happened the last delivery. An extra bounce, some turn also for Umehani. And it's Najia who took a little bit of extra time there. And by that time, it was enough for her to make a comeback.
Yeah, very good work from Harshita as well to ensure she gets back. She realized that she had missed that a little early. That's what allowed her to get back. Down the track, nicely driven. And they'll take a quick single. She moves to 94 now. Deserves a century, that's for sure.
100%. Thoroughly deserves a century. She's played equally well as Vishmi Gunaratne did. She scored 100. She deserves 102, 94 at the moment. 19 runs off 33 deliveries is what Sri Lanka need to get to.
Cut away in the gap. That should be 2 runs at least. And it is 2 runs. So now it comes down to 17.
Yeah, we've been talking about the errors in captaincy from Fatima Sana. Yes, nothing taking away from this partnership, but she could have made life tougher for them. But in the middle phase, she let that partnership brew. There were too many easy singles available. There was no pressure at all. And in doing so, both Harshita and Vishmi, they just quietly just build up that partnership. I thought there was something different could have been done when the partnership was going. I think she was a little idealist at that time. She needed more ideas, more from around somebody.
Sweep shot out there. Yeah, you could say, Ali, that she made that change very late when she did.
Yeah.
By the time, batters were very comfortable. Even when she brought on Tasmia, it wasn't the best of overs. In fact, they cut loose even further, the batters, during that time. 45 done, 257 for 2. 17 runs to win.
Yeah, way too easy now. Way too easy. They're just easing it for ones and twos. There seems to be no threat from the bowling of Pakistan.
It's 2 wickets lost in the entire innings so far. That is very good from Sri Lanka. That should give them a lot of confidence. 16 runs away from a commanding victory. Even Kavisha has come out and looked busy. Normally you'd think batters would take some time to get going. That's another brilliantly run double. She's come out and showed a lot of urgency. Don't want to have any last minute trouble.
Excellent running between the wickets. Excellent fitness shown by all 3 of them. Harshita in particular, because she had an earlier partnership, 170 odd run partnership with Vishmi, and now she's having a partnership with Kabisha. She has ran for her 95 runs. She ran for 100 runs for Vishmi and now 35 runs for her. So imagine the amount of running in this heat, humid that she has done. So that takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, they do train quite a bit, these girls. Take their roles in the team very seriously. Been on the rise, the Sri Lanka women's team. A lot more interest in the women's team as well, even from the audiences here. Because all the achievements that they've had in the recent past. And the thing is, when you start winning, expectations also increase.
Absolutely.
And to keep up with those expectations, you've got to be on the ball the whole time. Cannot let your guard down. Complacency, there's no room for it.
Definitely. I think Sri Lanka, they had a decent World Cup outing. They got a couple of victories. The captain scoring 100 also in that campaign. It was a bit of a surprise for me that they lost the first game just 210, especially at home soil. You expect Sri Lanka to be a very, very competitive team when it comes to their home. But now they've truly shown what they are, especially at their home. And regardless of you scoring 274, they can do it without the help of the captain Chamaria Thapatu. These are good signs for Sri Lanka cricket.
Ummehani also goes wicketless in this game. 50 runs off her 10 overs, and that is the end of the 46th. 13 runs away from victory. It's 261 for 2.
चलो चलो शाबाश गर्ल्स अभी भी 13 रन पड़े 13 24 गेंदों पे जरा फाइटिंग स्पिरिट शो करनी है शाबाश
Bird's eye view of the stadium thanks to the drone that we have, giving us a real good perspective from right on top. Down the track, very powerful shot, past the bowler, past the fielder. 4 runs and now it's down to single digits for Sri Lanka.
Superb batting. Kavisha this time, she's muscled this one. Strong down the ground. Part-timers, yeah, that's what you can expect. They will give you those loopy deliveries, those boundary deliveries. That was right in her zone. Came to the pitch of the ball, just hammered her down the ground for 4. Just not worked for Pakistan, especially in the fielding and bowling department. 9 runs off 23 deliveries. Yeah, good batting, very good batting. First down the ground, and very interestingly, she denies the second run. She wants Harshita to have the strike. Neil, welcome again. She wants to have Harshita have the strike and look to get to 100 because 8 runs are required.
Yeah, rightly so. She's been the central cog in this partnership, in this innings. Alongside Vishmi, they took the team out of trouble and is now 1 hit away. Using her feet, and it's going towards a deep third. Chases on, but the ball will win the race. 99 for Harshita.
Sensational stuff. It's just working, everything working for Harshita. She has scored her 100. They've all started celebrating. Well deserved. Probably. Has she? A little bit of confusion. She's on 99 to us. But she thoroughly deserves this 100 deal.
Alright, she didn't celebrate it, but now she deserves a celebration, and her partner celebrates with her. Harshita gets onto a ton. What a time to bring up a century. She raises her bat, raises the helmet, and one thing for sure, this is a statement that the Sri Lankan girls are putting out, that it's not just about Chamaria Tapatu. There is a set of players who are going to live up to the expectations of every single Sri Lankan fan. Her second ODI 100 coming in 119 deliveries.
And I must say that this one has to top the list. In a run chase, tough conditions, quality bowling lineup. Without the help of Chamaria Tapatu, she stood tall, stood there with Vishmi first, and now with Kavisha. Now she comes down the ground, hit it straight and wins it for Sri Lanka. What a victory, what a performance, what a team effort, what commitment, what courage shown by these young batters of Sri Lanka. The tears of joy, as they say, coming out of Kavisha and Harshita. They've played like champions, they've been brilliant.
Well, yeah, she held on to her emotions through and through. She held on to her nerves through and through. It was not a small target. 274 to score against a team that bundled you out just a day before at a subpar total of a 210. Today, there was a statement made, and that too, Chamaria Tapatu getting out so early, and then 2 girls standing tall, beyond their age, beyond their experience, and stating that this is what the Sri Lankan women's team can deliver at the highest level.
Unbelievable. And this is what belief can do. If you have belief in your own abilities, that you belong to this level and you belong to this international venues and you can win it for the team, for the nation. I'm sure these tears of joy, they mean a lot to her. These youngsters standing up tall on this occasion, big occasion, against quality bowling lineup. Yeah, she deserves a standing ovation. And the best part has been that she stood till the end. She made sure that she sees her team home. She wins it for the team. And Pakistan on the other side, they would be very disappointing because they had the score on board. All they had to do was bowl well but they could not really bowl well. The captaincy was on the lower side of the average. They need to talk about it, but at the moment it's all about these young girls.
Oh, absolutely. There can be many subplots to the main film, but the superstars of the day are Vishmi and Harshita. The way they have gone out and put out a statement for the world to take notice. It's not every day that you get out to score a ton and get on the winning side of the ropes. And Harshita and Vishmi today have definitely done that. Pakistan would want to sit back, understand where they went wrong. Was it an over-dependency on the spinners? Was it an over-reliance on spinners whom both Vishmi and Harshita took absolutely fondness to? But somewhere within their hearts, Sri Lanka, when they came out to play today, knew that they're going to make a game out of this. At the toss, I remember Chamari Tapatu said that change is good. They wanted to bat first in the first game. Today they wanted to bowl first, and that change has worked in their favour.
Definitely. This victory will give them a lot of confidence. Young side, well led by the champion, Chamari Tapatu. And look at that line, the last line, Sri Lanka won by 8 wickets. This victory will do a lot of good to their cricket. The belief system that they can win without Chamari Tapatu contributing. And this is what they can do. Have a look at those top 2 scorers. 123 of 123 by Vishmi Gunaratne. And then it was Harshita not out on 100 of 119. Kavisha also contributing with 40 runs of 33 deliveries. It's not a lot that we see. Chamari Tapatu not scoring runs and still Sri Lanka winning by 8 wickets.
Now look at that. Tasmia just bowling 4 overs and Fatima Sana 8 overs. 12 overs between 2 seamers, and the spinners, well, they literally had almost 35 overs to themselves. Was there a lack of depth? Was there a lack of ability? The answer is no. Nashra is a world-class bowler, but she was taken for 60 runs. Despite bowling 21 dot deliveries, only could take 1 solitary wicket. Even the other 2 bowlers, Hani and Arup, they were taking 50 and 53 runs. Does not mean that they went for a lot of runs, but the lack of wickets is what hurt Pakistan.
Definitely. Just 11 extras. They did it with some ease. Sri Lankan batters, well, when they came out, they had a long target, big target to chase, but they did it in some style with some courage. There were lots of quality boundaries, although they lost the captain early on, courtesy to a brilliant delivery by Fatma Sana, and then that partnership between Vishmi Gunaratne and Harshita. Well, that was brilliant. The sort of inning, the courage that is shown, the temperament, the maturity that these 2 young batters have shown was just beyond expectations.
Well, yeah, now 10 points to both of these sides on the table as they fight for the 3rd ODI that is yet to come. But this was a delightful display of batting for anyone who loves a slow, steady batting display. This was it. It wasn't about come and try and strike every single ball that's available. No. Singles, doubles, boundaries. Singles, doubles, boundaries. The tone was set very early. Vishmi scoring her ton, her 2nd ton in ODI cricket. Before this match, for a fun fact here, Vishmi and Harshita did have a century in ODI cricket, but Chamari was the only one who had more than 100. And here, this game changes those stats. Vishmi getting out on Nashra Sandhu classic delivery, trying to keep the ball away from her. But the runs kept coming. Kavisha did not slow the temperament down, kept the momentum going. And on the other hand, ensured that Harshita gets her chance and her light in the day to go out and get to her ton. And finishing it off in style, Kavisha with that boundary. And then came in, like you mentioned, the tears of joy.
Absolutely. That's how the game have panned out for us. 273. We all thought that this will be a very good total on the surface. Sidra Amin getting to a 7th ODI 100. Aisha also supported her. Chitana getting a wicket. Chamari and Kavisha getting a wicket each. But the breaking news came after it, when Sri Lanka chased it down inside 46.5 overs for the loss of just 2 wickets, courtesy to the 2 stars who just shined bright here in this game. 123 of 123. Vishmi, Harshita, and scoring 100 also of 119 deliveries. And bowling, well, there's nothing really to talk about. Sri Lanka winning the game by 8 wickets. And to me, the highlight was Kavisha denying that second run to let Harshita get to her 100. That shows that the team is playing for each other, for each other's glory. This is what the fixtures look like now. Rhino presents Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. Women's 2026 powered by Ona. Sri Lanka winning the second game by 8 wickets. That makes the third one, Neil, very exciting game.
Well, absolutely. 28th of July is when we lock horns again for the third ODI at the same venue, Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium, which will be a decider for the series and also the deciding factor on who maintains their position at the number 2 on the table of the ICC Women's Championships. 3 T20Is to follow: 31st July, 2nd August and 4th of August. And now we'll quickly take a short break, and then when we come back, it's going to be the post-match presentation ceremony.
A dominant performance from Sri Lanka to level the series here in the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium in Hambantota in what is the ODI series between Sri Lanka and Pakistan Women 2026 by Rhino and of course powered by Honor. Here we are at the post-match presentation ceremony. Before we announce the player of the match and speak to the captains, we would like to quickly thank our sponsors, Rhino Roofing, Honor, Bank Alfala and Agro Ventures. In the presentation party with me, I've got Mr. Sahan Sitara, the sales manager of Rhino Roofing Products. Welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony. Before we talk to the player of the match, let's talk to the losing captain first, Fatima Sana from Pakistan. Fatima, batting first, 273. You must have thought that's enough on the board.
No, I think still we can do more runs because the wicket is too good for the batters.
And what was the discussion at the halfway stage? What were you telling your bowlers in terms of planning to defend those runs?
Just normal planning that we need to more discipline in the bowling and accuracy. And I think we lack in the bowling side.
Your spinners bowled really well in the first ODI, but today looked a little out of touch. Do you think the conditions got better for batting in the second innings?
Yeah, I think the pitch looks very good for the batters, but definitely all credit goes to them because they played very good cricket and the strike rotation was very good.
Well, the series has become all the more interesting now with the third one coming up. All the best to you. We look forward to a good performance.
Thank you so much.
Fatima Sana Khan, the captain of Pakistan, talking to us after the game. Now, let's talk to the player of the match. And there was one awesome contender for it for 123. Runner ball 123. A fantastic innings from the opening batter of Sri Lanka. Young Vishmi Gunaratne is the player of the match. And she will receive her plaque from Mr. Sahan Sitara, the sales manager of Rhino Roofing Products. Vishmi, let's have a quick chat. In that first ODI, we saw you batting. You weren't looking all that comfortable, but better today. Did you make any adjustment coming into the second match?
Yeah, I wanted to make some plans for these girls. They were very slow bowling and I had to change my plans.
Well, Chamari got out early. What were you thinking at the time? You and Harshita got together, had a big job at hand. What was the discussion like between you and Harshita?
I always talk to myself saying that be patient and finish this game.
You were out of the team for a while with an injury. How does it feel coming back and being back with your friends and your teammates?
I think it was a good time because I could be with my family and I could see what went wrong and what should I do again. And yeah, it was a good time.
This is your second century. We certainly enjoyed, but would you say this was your best one from the two?
I think so.
All right, we really enjoyed your innings. Well done and congratulations. We'll see you in the third ODI. All the best. Yeah. That is Vishmi Gunaratne, player of the match for 123 of 123. Now let's talk to the winning captain, Chamari Athapattu. Chamari, you're smiling even though you didn't get any runs today. You must be mighty pleased with your team's performance.
Yeah, definitely. The way young Vishmi and the Harshita batted, I'm really happy the way they batted and then they adapt the condition and they take responsibility and they finish high. That's really good thing for the team and myself as well.
Well, you guys chased it down very well, but tell me, 273 runs you gave away. Did you think there were too many? You could have bowled better?
Yeah, definitely. I think 250s could score to chase, but unfortunately they scored 273 because our bowling, we need to bowl right line and length. So I think 20-30 runs is a little bit cost for us, but the way they batted and especially this track is really good for the batting and nothing, no turn, nothing, so easy to bat. So the way Vishmi and Harshita batted, it's really awesome.
I know you want to go and join the celebration, so I won't keep you for too long, but good luck for the final match and all the best.
Thank you so much.
A smiling Chamari Athapattu, the captain of Sri Lanka, with a dominant performance, leveling the series 1-1. We'll see you again on the 28th of July for the third and final ODI here in Hambantota. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us.